a professor has not brought some people here, because we don't know each other. We only know each other as members. And the staff.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
No. Remember, after we have done apologies, Honorable Skosana, we are going to check with the SC if the person appearing before us is appropriately appearing before the committee. It is this is the question we have always been asking. I don't know how the SC will know, because the people who accompany our witnesses or guests, we normally do not introduce them, but we will come to that point. I wanted to say to you that the apologies that we read yesterday, they still stand today. That is the apology of Honorable Nhlanhla from the African National Congress, the apology of the Chief Whip, Honorable Ntuli, and the apology of Honorable Malema. The apology of Honorable Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi will join us later today, like he did yesterday. And Honorable Sols as well is going to join the meeting later. The apology of Honorable Vessels is still standing. Yeah, Honorable James will also join us later. Yeah, she's still doing an interview outside here. She will join the meeting once she's done. Honorable Nomvalo is here. She was one of the members who arrived. He's one of the members who arrived earlier. So he's here. He's around. He will come to the house. Okay, the honorable members are coming in there. Thank you so much, Honorable James and Honorable Nomvalo. Yeah. SC, may we please check with you if the witness appearing before us is the appropriate guest that we expected.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Committee members. Yes, I can't vouch for Prof. Cachalia's bodyguards, but I can vouch for him. I've met him, we consulted with him, and I also known him prior to this, and I can confirm it's the Acting Minister of Police that's in front of us today, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I can also see that is Professor Cachalia. I served with him in the National Executive Committee of the ANC previously. I know him. Honorable Skosana.
So you say I can
I want
start.
to hear if you are satisfied with the statement that has been made by
Yeah,
the SC.
indeed, Chair, but as you said that we are waiting for Prof to be sworn in first. So, yeah, thank you, Chair.
Or you want him to make a declaration once he has been sworn in that the people that he is with are proper people.
Yeah, because really, we are scared now because we don't know whether these are policemen and, or, yeah, but thank you, Chair.
But I don't see anybody behind him. What is happening? Okay. No. Let me move to welcome Acting Minister Cachalia, we are going to move to the next item, which is the administration of oath. And before I do the administration of oath, I must read the following, that you have been invited to appear before the ad hoc committee, which is investigating the allegations that were made by KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner General Nhlanhla, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and that you will provide us with information that will help the committee to do its oversight work. The committee is investigating, amongst others, allegations which include the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the SAPS, the South African Police Services, and alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending these invitations, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to provide any document that you are required, to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Acting Minister, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17.2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who will fully furnish a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or make an affirmation that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. And let me check with you, Honorable Minister, if you elect to take an oath or affirmation.
Affirmation.
Affirmation, thank you so much. You will then follow me by saying I. Acting Minister, may you please say I and then state your full names.
Firoz Cachalia.
Solemnly affirm that
Solemnly affirm that
the evidence that I shall give
the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So I do.
So I do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting Minister. I'm handing over to you, SC. Honorable Skosana, the matters that you are concerned about, I think the security team will deal with those details. In the event there is any other person here, where you are seated, I don't see you being exposed to any danger. The person who is facing the entrance is me, the chairperson. Okay, SC, we hand over to you to start leading evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
All the
Honourable
best to
Chair.
you and Minister
Honourable
Cachalia.
members, everyone present. Minister Cachalia, good morning, and thank you very much for your cooperation and your input into the statement, despite an extremely busy schedule. You've been thrown in at the deep end, and I'm not sure whether you've been handed a poison chalice, but by all accounts, you've come to terms with your position quite quickly, and we wish you all the best. Having heard thus far quite a number of quite disturbing developments within the senior management of the police. But just to start off with, so that we can get through this quickly, the statement has been made available to the honourable committee members. So it is in the statement, but just to run through it quickly, you have quite an impressive array of legal degrees, diplomas, LLB, LLM in various areas of the law. You've also been appointed as an adjunct professor at WITS, and you're the director of the Mandela Institute. You've also been admitted as an attorney of the High Court of South Africa. You've also, in fact, practiced for a few years. And probably one of the more important credentials is that you participated in the struggle for national liberation. I think you've also seen the inside of a prison, having been detained, and then subsequently to deliver our new democracy, you had served in CODESA as a constitutional expert. So I'm not sure how you're going to avoid the committee members' questions about interpreting certain sections of the Constitution today. You also have experience as an MEC between 2004-2009 for community safety in Gauteng, and during that period you would have interacted with the police. So you have that background. So just before we move forward or onward, any comments that you wish to make in terms of your own background experience, either because you seem to straddle the academic world, the private sector, and also, of course also one of public service?
Yeah, all of that has brought me to this point, and I'm not sure how well prepared I am, but I intend to tackle the challenge that lies before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Just speak a bit up, if you don't mind.
The mic is not on.
Sorry?
Is the mic on?
Yeah, I think the mic was on. Yeah.
I was just saying, Advocate, that I'm not sure if everything that I've done up until this point has fully prepared me for the challenge that I have, the duty that the President has accorded me. So, but I will use the attributes such as they are that I do have to tackle the challenge that lies before, I think, the South African Police Service and, in fact, the country as a whole.
You were appointed as acting minister on the 1st of August this year, though it's just a few months ago. And prior to that, or what gave rise to your appointment, was, amongst other things, the revelations that came out of a media briefing held by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July. And that seems to have precipitated the placing of Minister Mkhunu on special leave, and then your subsequent appointment on the 1st of August. What was your reaction to that, just briefly?
The reaction to his statement or my appointment.
To the statement of the 6th, if clearly you had, I'm sure, no idea that you would be appointed at some point as Minister of Police.
Yes. I now learn that General Mkhwanazi appeared before the Portfolio Committee, I believe it was on the 5th of March, where he shared his views publicly for the first time. I have to say that while I was in the academy reading cases and journal articles, I wasn't paying that much attention to specific issues for Parliament, and so I was unaware that he had made some of those statements previously. After his appearance before the public, in full military regalia, armed and so forth, worried me. And I made a statement to that effect after my appointment. And I said at the time, which I maintain is correct, that was that kind of public statement was not in the ordinary situation, in the expected situation, appropriate, because the police have a command structure, there's a national commissioner, and there is a minister and a president and so forth. And ordinarily, I think professional conduct requires respect for that structure of authority. But I also said that should his allegations be sustained, his very worrying allegations about the infiltration of criminal cartels into the police service, into the political process, and so forth, if those allegations were to be sustained, then he would have been vindicated. So in that sense, he would have been shown to be a whistleblower. And so when senior officers who are ordinarily expected to adhere to those principles, where extreme situations arise, such as we are now in, and those norms are not working, to achieve the results that society expects. One expects bold, courageous conduct by those who hold important positions in our society, to tell the truth as they see it, whatever the consequences that might be visited on one personally. So, you know, I think subsequently one can say that I've been listening I listened to parts of his testimony to the extent that I could before the Nhlanhla Commission and before yourselves. And the testimony, his testimony and of others, particularly I think before the Nhlanhla Commission, those three witnesses that testified in camera, are very alarming, very concerning. But of course, neither yourselves nor the Nhlanhla Commission has come to conclusions. And so for the time being, my own posture is that despite the you know, the concerns that I have, and I think the public has about the evidence that's already in the public domain, my own posture is that I will wait for this inquiry and the Nhlanhla Commission to come to conclusions that are properly assessed and tested before I make a final, come to a final understanding of what's really happened over the last few years in the South African Police Service and more generally.
Thank you, Minister. Have you subsequently, or did you subsequently meet with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and some of the senior management in SAPS to share and express those concerns that you've just articulated?
No, my engagements with first of all, the National Commissioner have been about the issues that lie before the South African Police Service. Initially, I think I was trying to understand what exactly happened with the PKTT, what reasoning informed the decisions that my predecessor made, his relationship with the National Commissioner, and what had happened with whether that team had been disbanded, and if so, what had happened with the dockets. I was concerned that, I mean, it was in the public domain that task team had been disbanded. I wasn't clear about the reasons. And I wasn't sure what had happened to the dockets. Now, those dockets were, the dockets contain evidence of ongoing investigations at different levels of finalization. Some of them I assumed were matters that required ongoing investigation. Others might have been concluded at the point of prosecution. And it would have been a concern to the families of those who had been killed that these investigations should be reliably concluded. So those were some of the issues that I engaged with the National Commissioner on. I did meet...
Minister, if I just
Sure.
perhaps if you want to just go straight to that, you deal with that from page 13 onwards. My interaction with the National Commissioner, perhaps just take us from paragraph 31 onwards. And then you'll also deal with the issue of the dockets and the PKTT, some of the reasons that informed the decision to disband, disestablish, was it disestablished, and what are your interactions with the National Commissioner brought about?
Thank you. So I suppose I should read those parts of the statement into the record. At paragraph 31, I say, I discussed the matter of the National Police Killings Task Team with the National Commissioner in 2 meetings. The second one occurred in the presence of Provincial Commissioner of Natal, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. And that took place on the 20th of August. The meeting, that meeting followed a meeting that I had with the senior management, all the provincial commissioners, the divisional commissioners, and after that meeting, so obviously the provincial commissioner was present in that meeting. The National Commissioner, I took an opportunity to have a brief meeting after that, and General Mkhwanazi was invited into the meeting. And in that meeting, we did discuss this matter of the political of the team and what had happened to the dockets and so forth, but very, very briefly. My main interlocutor, obviously, was the National Commissioner. So let me see if I can deal with this from memory rather than to go through, to read the statement. So obviously I was concerned about this matter because it was in the public domain. And as I've said, I was concerned about what really had happened and what had happened to the dockets. So I raised the matter on at least 2 occasions with the National Commissioner. I was trying to understand whether the task team had been disbanded or not. And if it had been disbanded, what had happened to the dockets, which after all are collections of evidence, products of ongoing investigations. So the safe custody of the evidence was of a crucial matter. I have to say that it took the 2 of us, myself and the National Commissioner, some time to get into a position where I understood exactly what he was communicating to me. And having listened to his evidence before the Nhlanhla Commission and before yourselves, I do have a better understanding in retrospect. So,
But what was the blockage? What was the basis for what appeared to be a difficulty to understand what was happening, especially with the dockets?
well, you know, I mean, when there's verbal communication on a complex matter, which has occurred in the past, the National Commission is trying to explain to me, someone without knowledge about what's happened in the past. There was sort of, if you like, I think, a natural communication gap. The Commissioner, you have to remember that he was in the position where his relationship with the previous incumbent had broken down, and there was self-evidently some tension in that relationship. So here you have a new person, a new minister, appointed to step into the shoes of the previous incumbent. So I'm speculating about why it took us, you know, certainly I think by the 20th of August or so forth, we were more or less on the same page. So it wasn't clear to me from his initial responses that the team what had happened, whether it had been disbanded or not. Eventually, I did have access to the letter that was written by Minister Nchunu of the 31st of December. And the National Commissioner did complain to me, did communicate that he felt that that letter, rather a cursory letter on the 31st, on New Year's Eve, effectively, while he was on leave, was not, in his view, the appropriate way for dealing with such an important matter. But I was trying to understand, had the PKT actually been disbanded? And he was a little bit, it was a little bit unclear to me that I was getting a clear answer on that question.
Did you ask him for a report then?
I
'Cause
asked
I
him,
just wanted to reference, I'm not sure whether it's before or after the meetings you had with him, but your letter addressed him of the 20th of August,
yes.
2025.
So eventually I addressed that letter to him precisely because I felt I still didn't fully understand. And so I addressed the letter to say to him, look, please, I now want your report in writing. I want to understand what happened, and I want to understand what plan you've put in place. Because it did become clear over time that he, although he disagreed with the minister's decision, he decided to accommodate the minister's instruction to the extent that he advised the minister to agree that the dockets should be, there was some public reporting that the dockets were in the hands of General Sabir, that he explained to me that he had advised the minister that fine, you've said it should be disbanded, but the docket should be transferred in a systematic, incremental way, so that I assume to ensure that the integrity of those case dockets was preserved. So I now understand more clearly that he had decided, to at least to that extent, to agree with the minister, and I understand that in the exchange between the National Commissioner and the Minister who has executive authority, that there is a negotiation, if you like, an attempt to find an accommodation, which is what I think the National Commissioner did. And so I think it's now clear to me, or it became clear by the time, by the middle of August or so forth, that in fact the PKTT had been disestablished and that the dockets were being, on a planned basis, on a phased basis, being transferred. I still was not satisfied because I still didn't understand exactly where the dockets were, who had custody of them, what steps...
So, Minister, where did, is it in that period that there were media reports and that you and the National Commissioner had a difference of view or approach on the issue of the 121 dockets? You want to just clarify that?
So then I asked for, because the matters were still not clear for me, I asked him for a report in writing, and as I indicated in my letter, and I got that report from him on the 20th, I think it was it the 20th? Let me just see. So my letter is of my letter was on the 20th of August. Now, I hadn't yet received the report. When I saw a statement that the National Commission had made in public, in comments he made to the media, that the dockets had been transferred back to KZN. Now, that was inconsistent with what my understanding of what he had conveyed to me, that the team had been disbanded and that the dockets were being transferred according to this disestablishment plan. In addition, I was concerned that this matter also fell within the terms of reference of the Nhlanhla Commission. And the safekeeping of those dockets would also be of interest to the Commission, and the Commission would surely be in a position where it has to issue instructions about how those dockets would form part of the inquiry before the Nhlanhla Commission. So it wasn't appropriate for the National Commissioner to make that public statement before providing me with the written report that I had asked for, after several weeks of trying to understand clearly from him what the position was. It would now appear that from his evidence that on the 18th of August already, that's before I wrote my letter on the 20th, that there'd been a written communication, at least according to his testimony, between him and the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal, that the dockets would be transferred. So what he was communicating to me and what he actually did was not consistent. But I treated that more or less as a communications problem. He might have made the statement in an offhanded way under pressure from a journalist. That happens. All of the members here can understand. Sometimes you find yourself in that position. And so my approach to the matter subsequently was to call a meeting with him. We had that meeting to clarify roles and to indicate to him that given the challenges that SAPS faces and the concerns about the country about the developments in the South African Police Service, the breach in the public trust, that it was very important that him and I have a respectful, transparent relationship, that's what we needed to communicate to the public, that the Minister and the National Commissioner, who has enormous responsibility in this moment, particularly in SAPS, that we are pulling together, that we are working together. And I think that subsequent to that moment, our relationship has strengthened. We have a respectful relationship, and we're working well together. But I had to establish also with him my expectations about how that relationship should be conducted going forward.
And you subsequently did, in inverted commas, resolve the issue of the 121 dockets, and you also subsequently issued a joint statement.
Yes, he then, I received the report. There is a date, but subsequently, not too long, it was somewhere in the middle of August, so not too long after I made the request for a written report. I did receive that report. It's obviously that report has a classification. But I have read, of course, I have read the report, and in that report he made recommendations, essentially recommending that, in his view, the task team that had been established should continue to exist, so in a sense re-established, and and that similar capacity needed to be developed, and that he was in the process of doing so in Gauteng, because from my own observations, but I'd also had I had a meeting with Premier Lessufi to communicate with me his concerns about political killings in Gauteng. He came to see me immediately after 2 ANC councillors were killed in Soweto, which also concerned me. I was also, I've had a growing concern about the assassination of whistleblowers. Of course, we have the famous case now, infamous case, if you like, of Deokaran. But I mean, we've had a number of, we have that young man murdered in Ekurhuleni, an auditor. We've had even private professionals being assassinated. So my perspective then, by this point, was the following. I couldn't understand exactly what the reasons were for the disbandment of the task team. It seemed to me that the problem of, let's call them political killings, I'll come back to that, was an ongoing one, that in the run-up to the local government elections, it was likely to deepen, become even worse. And the fact that whistleblowers were now increasingly vulnerable in our society, public officials, not only politicians. So I think that what we now need is a strategy to fight organized crime. This is not a problem localized in one province, and it's not restricted to political, what we might have called political killings in an earlier period, if by that is meant the killings of politicians. So I think the problem is a deeper one now, and we certainly need, on a national basis, to respond to this problem of the involvement of cartels infiltrating our institutions, increasingly emboldened, quite prepared to assassinate people, apparently without consequences. So many of these cases don't get properly investigated. And so, I think that it's now a national question, and we can certainly learn from the good practice of the political investigations political killings task team, because that task team's work was based on an integrated approach to the challenge, an organized crime approach, if you like, which brings together the investigations, prosecutions. There were prosecutors, dedicated prosecutors, who were deployed to that team. Now, to deal with the challenge of organized crime, that's exactly what we need, and I think that the criminal justice cluster always struggles to overcome the silo problem, to get different parts of the system working together to tackle a challenge. And so I was quite happy with his recommendation that was contained in his written report, that that team should not be dismantled in the current moment, but we do need to have a conversation, and we are having a conversation about how to tackle a problem that I think is broader and deeper than perhaps it was 4 or 5 years ago.
And that arrangement, agreement with the National Commissioner, it's summarized in that media statement of the 2nd of September.
That's correct.
Is there anything you want to highlight from that statement that you haven't mentioned? Or that's recorded there? Yeah.
Thank you, Advocate. I do discuss, I think I do discuss this issue that is so pertinent now before the Nhlanhla Commission and yourselves are provoking so much interest about roles, the respective roles of a minister and the head of a department, an accounting officer, in this case, a national commissioner. And I suppose that was my effort to deal with the matter in a way that I think is the right way, which is to say that you respect each other's roles and responsibilities, and you find a way to work together, because the system can't work. The system of having political heads who have executive authority over departments that are headed by professional managers, HODs, accounting officers, and so forth, can't work if that relationship breaks down. And it's always potentially one that can break down, and when that relationship doesn't work, the impact on what government is trying to achieve and what the public expects is compromised.
So it would perhaps not be fair to ask you what your reaction was or would have been to the letter of the 31st of December 2024, but what do you now know in your interaction with the National Commissioner, and also what you've gathered from several meetings about the directive by Minister Mkhwanazi to disestablish the task team? Much has been made here of the word immediately. How would you have approached such a matter? There are three matters. There was the ports of entry. There's also the issue of a moratorium on the filling of posts in crime intelligence, which is also very, very worrying, and then the issue of the political killings task team.
Well, you know, I cannot put myself in the position of my predecessor, and I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to second guess the decisions that he made. Because even when one makes misjudgments, one makes decisions that perhaps are difficult to judge in retrospect, they might well have been made in good faith. Of course, because all of this is in the public domain now, everyone out there has an opinion about this matter. But I want to be responsible and appropriate in the way I, as the minister who's succeeded him, deals with this matter. But I would say that to take such an important decision required sound reasoning, the reasons for a decision like that. And there could well be a situation where there are good reasons to make a decision like that, as the executive authority. In this case, now I know from the report that I received from the National Commissioner that this matter originated with a presidential decision. The President established a interministerial committee. And what informed that decision must have been that the President was of the view that this matter is of some urgency and that it required the combined response from several ministers and ministries, that the matter couldn't just be tackled by the police. which is certainly my view, for instance, say, with organized crime in general. Now, it is so that when one administration succeeds another, committees of the cabinet are reviewed and reorganized as portfolios are reorganized. So it is interesting, or should be of interest, that this interministerial committee, which had been established in the 6th administration, I believe, had not met for about 2 years when my predecessor made the decision that he made. So it's not clear to me that that interministerial committee continued to exist. That maybe is a question of fact. But I think I would have taken the view, and it's easy to be wise with hindsight. I think with hindsight we can say that there ought to have been consultation with with colleagues in the cabinet whose judgment about the disbandment of such a team, such an initiative, would have been essential, I think, to arrive at the right decision. There ought also to have been proper consultation. Rather, let me put it this way, in a situation like this, so that I'm not in a position where I'm commenting on what was actually done in a specific factual situation. But let's say in a hypothetical situation with more or less the same facts. I think that what the situation does reveal is how important that mutual respect and consultation between the two heads of any institution are. You can think about the chair in the private sector, maybe the chairperson of the board and the CEO. If that relation breaks down, the functioning of that institution is compromised, and it's no different in the public sector. So, you know, in this respect, I did listen to the evidence of former Minister Cachalia. There's a lot that he said that I wouldn't associate with specific matters. But on this matter, I think he was correct to the extent that he was emphasizing the fact that this decision was a political decision. Now, surely, you know, task teams with specific mandates are time-bound. They're not immortal. No government program is immortal. It's subject to budgetary decisions, changes of priorities. So from my point of view, the main issue is not that the task team, that the minister took the view that the task team should be disbanded. It's that how it was, the process that was followed, how did he arrive at that decision? Who did he consult with? Were the reasons sound? There could have been reasons that would have justified that decision. And then how the decision was communicated is where I think the main questions are. So I can talk at some point, if it's necessary, about the constitutional and legal questions. I have reservations about framing the matter in those legalistic terms, but we can come to that. So in my mind, the main question is a question about decision-making. It's about roles and responsibilities and how a particular kind of decision was made. So in the circumstances, it could well be that the decision was the wrong one because of the way the decision was arrived at and the way it was communicated, which is why we sit here today.
So, do I understand you to say also that there isn't necessarily a bright line between executive authority and operational management, especially in a portfolio like what you have, because an operational decision may, for reasons that it impacts on executive authority, that the better way to deal with it is through a consultative process.
Yes, Advocate. I have prepared some detailed reflections on this relationship, which I could go into or share them with the committee subsequent after this hearing. The one thing I would say is that I think that the communications between the minister and the head of the department, whether in SAPS or any other department, as much as is possible, should be in writing. And perhaps in writing in the sense that that both parties should understand that those are, in a sense, public communications, like my letter to the commissioner, which is now before you. So that there is I think that way you discipline the conversation. It becomes more, it's not informal, it's a disciplined, professional conversation. It's in writing. So, you know, if you're making such a decision, you motivate the decision properly, and the response from the National Commissioner or head of department should also be in writing. Where the head of the department believes that a minister has issued a directive or instruction which is unlawful, the head of the department or the National Commissioner in this state should insist that the instruction is in writing, that it's properly motivated, and if it's an unlawful instruction, I think the head of the department should respectfully decline to implement the instruction and insist that the minister issue the instruction in writing. But let me speak to this question, the legal and constitutional question, which, as I say, I think that sort of legalism is not always the resort to legalistic arguments doesn't help resolve what are complex questions. In all jurisdictions, everywhere in the world, and in all departments, this question of the relationship between the minister and the accounting officer is a fraught potentially fraught relationship. It's potentially a difficult relationship. And in my view, it is not susceptible to detailed specification, definition, and regulation, because it's a relationship. Now, some commentary I've heard purports to find a clear, bright line, definitional answer to this question in the Constitution. That view says that the Constitution is prescriptive and clear. The Constitution defines what is within the minister's domain and what is an operational matter. Now, with respect, if I'm going to make a legal argument, I will say that I would question that reading, that interpretation of the Constitution. So if I look at my eyes are failing me. The most cited provision, 206.
206, 207.
And 207. 206 defines the member of the cabinet's responsibility for policing, and must determine national policy after consulting provincial governments and so forth, and taking into account policing needs and priorities. So that's political responsibility. Interestingly, it doesn't it doesn't label it executive authority, because I think that that formulation correctly reflects the fact that the minister embodies, in a sense, in the theory of democracy, the will of the people. They carry a political mandate. And Parliament holds the minister accountable for that mandate. That connection between this, the government, this Parliament, and the people is critical in a democracy and must be weighed in our reasoning about this matter. Then 207 says the National Commissioner must exercise control and manage the police service in accordance with national policy and directions of the cabinet member. Now, that rather general language doesn't in detail instantiate the relationship between these two important positions. There is no reference to operational matter, to what is an operational matter and what is not in the Constitution. That is a matter, it's not a textual matter, it's a matter of that's how the Constitution is being interpreted, how this language is being interpreted. So I'm making 2 points. One is that there's no reference to what is an operational matter and was not in the Constitution. That is a matter of extra-textual interpretation. It's an expression of an opinion about what the Constitution provides. And Section 206 and Section 207 don't resolve this matter in any kind of detail.
Well, it seems to also complicate or compound matters, because 207.2 then says that the management and control must take place in accordance with national policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing.
Quite right, Advocate.
And what if those directions, like the one of 31 December, have some control management features or aspects?
Yes, and so I think that you are quite rightly drawing our attention to the complexity of the matter and why simple, definitional, categorical, binary, mechanical reasoning doesn't resolve the matter. What is a policy matter and what is a matter for management? Okay? You can think about any program in government which is set up in the Department of Education or the Department of Welfare. There are programs there that are funded and which the minister has oversight over. And the minister might well decide, we're in a new administration, we have new priorities, we're going to cut the spending to higher education, we're going to prioritize basic education. Those are, and then the accounting officer and the minister have to work together to implement what is a directive from the cabinet, surely. Now, I would make a second point. I think it's always wrong as a matter of constitutional interpretation to treat each provision of the Constitution as separate and discrete. Provisions have to be interpreted in the light of their purposes and, where necessary, holistically in the light of other complementary provisions in the Constitution. So I hear arguments which entirely ignore Section 83, which I think is material, which says that the President is the head of state and the head of the national executive. Section 85(1) says the executive authority of the Republic is vested in the President. And that the President exercises the executive authority together with the members of the cabinet. The Minister of Police is a member of a cabinet. It's a collective body. And then the provisions relating to the cabinet, section 91, the cabinet consists of the president as head of the cabinet and deputy president and ministers and so forth. Now my point is this: how can you interpret section 206 and 207 without reference to those other provisions which envisage a system of representative government, of cabinet government, of which every minister is a part? So when a minister exercises executive authority in a department, that minister is exercising that executive authority on behalf of the president and as a member of the cabinet. So how can this matter from a legal, constitutional point of view be treated as if the Constitution provides a simple mechanical answer derived from the rather general provisions of section 206 and 207? Constitutions are not written that way. Constitutions are frameworks. They are not prescriptive in the way that is being suggested by this reasoning. And frankly, I don't think we can resolve the matter fully by assuming that we can draft legislation that will resolve the matter. So I would say this: I think it's a complex relationship where it works for a department to work well and for the government to deliver on its mandate. These are two critical positions. When they break down, then the institution atrophies, and the ability of the institution to function and to deliver on its mandate breaks down. And there may be many reasons for that breakdown. I think that's what we've seen here. Rather than to treat this question prescriptively as if we have a formula, a definition that is going to resolve all such matters going forward in the future. And by the way, I would also say this: we should, you know, some of these formulations appear to me to be rather conservative. They are orientated towards protecting a status quo. In a situation which requires change, where dysfunction has to be addressed through reform, how does this formula, this mechanical formula, assist us? In the next 2 years or 3 years, am I going to be called before the minister, before yourselves, and before a portfolio committee, and to be said, well, I will say, well, 90% of these decisions were made by the provincial commissioner, by the national commissioner, and they were all operational matters. So you can't hold me accountable. Hold him accountable. And so I think there's also an accountability deficit. It allows, this formulation, I think, allows both the minister and the head of the department to escape responsibility and accountability. Because they can always say, as a matter of definition, that matter belongs to the minister and not to me, and vice versa.
Yeah, it depends on the context and the purpose. And of course, the break on both executive authority and control and management is always going to be the principle of legality and issues of rationality. What informs a rational decision are the reasons that you give for those decisions. You can't simply make a decision because you woke up one morning, maybe on the 31st of December, and you just make a decision. You've got to give reasons that informs that decision.
Yes, thank you, Advocate. I think that that it's not clear to me also, but this is a small quibble, that I mean, when you are dealing with political responsibility, that you can apply you know, the principles that are applicable to administrative decisions fully, like Paja and so forth. But I do think that good decisions whether by the National Commission, by the head of department or by a minister, and decisions, whether you're in the public sector or the private sector, are best when they're made through a proper process and with proper reasoning, what you call rational decisions. And then we should be able to scrutinize the decisions. And the fact that you are an elected, you hold an elective office, doesn't exonerate you from political responsibility as opposed to legal responsibility for the way you make decisions. Because I think that it's quite right for members of the legislature to scrutinize decisions, especially important ones like this, to scrutinize the decisions, say, and to explore what the reasons were, whether the reasons were sound, and then how did you go about establishing those reasons. You can't simply, you can think you have reasons, but you can be very subjective. So I think often it's best to have a rational process of inquiry, of fact-finding, of thinking carefully about what the criteria are, what process do you have to follow to put yourself in a position to make the right decision. From myself, speaking very much for myself, I feel that's the way one should try and come to conclusions about any matter, but particularly when you have such important responsibility.
Yeah. Now, just to go back to the Interministerial Committee, we know from former Minister Cele that actually the last Interministerial Committee meeting was in May of 2024, just shortly, I think, before the elections of 2024. And he also mentioned to us that he had seen some assignment to Minister Kubai, who's Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, that one of her assignments related to the IMC. You haven't received or seen such an assignment?
Sorry, no, I haven't, but the two of us jointly chair the JES CPS cluster, and we've had to work very closely together on this anti-gang strategy, for instance, precisely because, as I say, I think this integration is so critical. We've had to work very closely together. So, I mean, certainly, often on matters that come before me, I find that I've got to consult with her. There are other colleagues in the criminal justice cluster, Minister of the Security Agency, corrections, and so. But yes, I have a close relationship with the Minister of Justice, and it's necessary for our work.
Is it given your grave concerns, which I think all of us share, of political killings in not only in KZN but in Gauteng, in other areas of the country, and that seems to be linked to organized crime, that you should convene an IMC or ask the President to convene the IMC again so that it can take stock of what the political killings task team has achieved thus far, because as we know from the evidence, the political killings task team has now only been funded up until March 2026, which is like just a few months away.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, Advocate. We are working on...
I've got no ambitions to be a politician.
You'd make a very good one. Because you reason in a rational way. No, I think that that's a good suggestion. It has been at the back of my mind. We are working on an organized crime strategy. We are testing it out in the Western Cape and in 3 other provinces. This integrated strategy, and as I said, we learned a lot from the PKTT. I think that there is a gap in the current structure of the cabinet. I would say that the JCPS cluster perhaps is not the right forum for an initiative like this, which requires a very clear focus, almost a project-like focus on investigation, prosecution, and so forth. So I think you are correct, but of course I will have to consult.
Because no doubt, Honourable Minister James will ask you about behind me, about the rife killings that are taking place almost daily on the Western Cape, on the Cape Flats, in Reiger Park, and other places. Why isn't the same integrated approach where you have investigators, prosecutors all working together? Why is this not being applied? And I think you did mention, I'm not sure if it's in your statement, but in our consultation about how you've asked or requested, what plan is there in place to deal with this, particularly when you were here, I think a few weeks ago in Cape Town, or Cape Flats?
Well, in fact, there's been some progress since we met, because when I got back to Gauteng, I immediately had a conversation with Minister Kubai. She convened a meeting which took place in her department. All the senior police officers were there. capabilities and skills which are not at the level currently that they need to be. Detective services is one. And you are pointing out the fact that even when we do recruit and train the best, we lose them. And by the way, one of the problems is that, because we don't have an integrated approach in the criminal justice system, you have the best detectives are poached. They go to the private sector or they go to the SIU, and so you can't build IDEC because they want to work at the SIU because that is a well-functioning institution, and we've all seen the results. Crime intelligence needs an upgrade. Does crime intelligence have the analytical capabilities that are required to deal with organized crime? So I think there's some conversation to be had about how to assure alignment and integration in the criminal justice system through common performance standards, for instance, common targets, budgets, and so forth.
Honorable members, the SC is requesting that we take a 5 minutes break.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
now
you.
it's now 28 minutes after 11. So we will come back 20 minutes before 12. So we'll come back at 11:40. Enjoy your break, honorable members. Thank you so much. Honorable Breitenbach, I obliged because you requested that I must extend by 5 minutes because you have taken 5 minutes of acting Minister Cachalia, so I obliged. Yeah, you can see how much I respect my seniors. Yeah. When you instruct, I don't question. Yeah. Honorable Sangwin, where I come from, they say, I can't. Moet groot mensen en meer voet bespreken. Is exactly what I did to Honorable Breitenbach. I can't moet groot mensen en meer voet bespreken. Yeah, let's see. I'm handing back to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Honourable Minister. We know it's been a very short while that you've been in office, but you seem to have hit the ground running, hopefully in the right direction. But you've just speak to us about, you mentioned the obvious or the big problem that we have is organized crime. So just talk about that and the relationship as you understand it or as you've come to try to understand it between intelligence, crime intelligence, IPID and IDEC. And some of your thoughts, some of your views.
So, crime intelligence, rebuilding crime intelligence, making sure that it has the capabilities that are required in a modern, industrialized democracy to tackle this growing problem, which is not unique to South Africa. I think it's got a lot to do with the way globalization has occurred, which has weakened states and allowed for trafficking of drugs and other contraband across borders and so forth. So it's a global problem, but clearly South Africa has been targeted. So I think, you know, paying attention to our borders, strengthening our laws and the enforcement of our laws, strengthening our institutions, not only our law enforcement institutions, because it's the vulnerabilities that we're experiencing which expose us to these insidious forms of capture by cartels. So the intelligence capabilities in law enforcement as crime evolves. So I think what we're now dealing with, apart from this transnational problem, I think that a lot of these, we can think about them as businesses with fairly complex business structures, quite often sophisticated uses of our company laws, our banking systems, and so forth. I mean, in some ways, there are vulnerabilities possibly there that are faced across the world. You know, that's why we needed this FATF process. We needed to strengthen all of those institutions and arrangements.
But just in terms of strengthening these institutions, we have these different levels of appointments in strategic positions. The President appoints the National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioners. The National Commissioner appoints divisional heads and heads of department, like crime intelligence. And then you also have the Minister making appointments of someone who's to head the Hawks, and then you have the Hawks and other police rocking up at Katie Molefi's place. And you know, I mean, that's what we're hearing, that's what members of the public are hearing, and they don't understand what is happening.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I didn't hear well the SC, whether he said that the President appoints the deputy commissioners. I'm not sure whether I hear you well. Clarity on that, maybe I will. You were talking about the President appoints. So just
I don't know, maybe wrong. I don't, maybe the Minister can help us.
Sorry, the appoints the National Commissioner. And if we are going to professionalize the police service, which I think is one of the challenges, so that, I mean, that's the antidote to what has been characterized as political interference. In my view, it's got a lot to do with conflicts of interest, where people with important responsibilities, either as a minister or in senior positions in a department or the police service, mistake their public responsibilities and duties for their private interests. And those private interests may be, you know, to foster, that involves fostering relationships with friends. I think people in public office should be very careful about the friends that they choose. But it could be a private interest in the sense that could be a political interest. In politics, people are ambitious. They seek higher office. That interest is not consistent with one's public duties. So I think this whole area of appointment is important, of the National Commissioner. I understand the National Commissioner, who's constitutionally appointed by the President, that the President, who has been trying to improve matters with the way appointments are made, the head of the NTPP, for instance. In this case, my understanding is that there was a panel of experts who were involved in the process. But in any case, that's the kind of thing we need to look at, because it's very clear that partly what has brought us here is that policing has also been politicized. And I'm very much in favor of an agenda to ensure that the police officers, we should be thinking about them. They have important responsibilities. They are professionals. They have to be highly trained. They have to have the tools and capabilities to exercise their responsibilities. So appointment is very important. How we ensure that in critical institutions like crime intelligence or IPID, the head is appointed by myself, by the minister, but I would favor some re-looking at that matter, because IPID is an independent body. They have a very important responsibility to monitor, to investigate misconduct by the police. So currently the position is that person is appointed by the minister, but it is meant to be independent, and so perhaps that appointment process should be re-looked at. IPID yesterday was before the Portfolio Committee with their annual report. They've done exceptionally well. Certainly from a financial management point of view, and from the point of view of meeting their performance targets, they They did very well. The amounts of irregular expenditure were not significant at all. So that was very pleasing, but there's still a conversation to be had about how to strengthen IPID. And I would favor a more independent process of appointment, and I think that it works well when IPID also has a sound relationship with a national commissioner who has to respect its role. You need a national commissioner who values the role IPID plays from an integrity point of view. Again, there's another relationship that is potentially adversarial, but needs to be, but shouldn't be, should be a professional one. And so I think IPID is an institution that we can point to and say, we've done well. We have built, you know, a body. We took that decision. Say we're going to establish a body to investigate police misconduct, which is a problem in policing institutions across the world. I keep making this point, not to give us, you know, a pass, but because there is something perhaps in the nature of policing which makes policing vulnerable to this kind of degeneration. So from the very beginning, we set up accountability mechanisms. One of them was IPID. In fact, I would say this, Advocate, I think we have a multiplicity of oversight bodies. We have the Portfolio Committee, we have the Standing Committee, in both houses. We have IPID. Now, we have the Auditor General, whose report, who produced an excellent report yesterday on all the agencies. Member James and other members who were sitting here were also in that meeting. An outstanding report. So we have built a strong institution, or the country can be proud of of their capabilities. Now the question is this: with all these oversight bodies, what happens to their findings and recommendations? How do we ensure that those findings and recommendations, which are accurate, which are objective, which need to be followed through on, are in fact followed through on? And that's where I think the system has not worked, the oversight system. Yeah. So there's a question perhaps about how these oversight bodies are coordinated. All of them have made important findings over the years that, if implemented, would have prevented us from being in the situation that we are currently in, which I insist is a moment in time, in the history of this country. It's a moment. You know, countries go through cycles with the best institutions. Countries go through cycles. We are going through a cycle. We will come out of it if we do the right things. If we tell the truth, this inquiry process, this process that you are leading, of our democratically elected parliament, carrying out its responsibilities to inquire into the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi, one of a part of the officer corps in the country, and of course the Nhlanhla Commission. So we can, you know, we can change the picture, and I'm hoping that your inquiry in the Nhlanhla Commission is going to help with the reset. So crime intelligence, IPID has to be strengthened. I think IPID, we should perhaps be looking at, IPID deals with individual cases, but those individual cases reveal patterns that need attention, systemic problems. And I think perhaps there, we also in the ministry perhaps have missed a beat. You know, that there is information in the IPID reports. And they met all their targets. They exceeded their targets. But in fact, that might tell us actually not only that they're meeting their targets, but there's a growing problem. Why are there so many investigations? Why are so many more matters coming before IPID? And do they have the resources that they're going to need going forward, because they've also got a considerable backlog? So IPID's important. Crime intelligence, you raised the issue of organized crime. We're not going to win the battle against organized crime if we don't tackle the problems in crime intelligence, which are about accountability, but also about capability. Now, one of the questions that troubles me, and we need an answer, why is it these problems in crime intelligence have emerged in all these reports and oversight documents, processes that I've talked, but it's over a period of time it's become worse. We haven't been able to use the system to self-correct. I mean, we should be able, where there are red flags, where problems are identified, there needs to be corrective action. The SAP's report before the Auditor General showed that there hasn't been deterioration over the last year, but the Auditor General had raised many questions in the previous audit which were perhaps not fully and properly followed through on. So there's a lot that we can do to correct the problems that are now unavoidable. We now know more and more of the truth. We know more and more also about what needs to be done. And I think this process is going to help.
Now, what would and should also help you, because you invested a lot of time and energy and intellectual input into the work of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, and that report was submitted to the President, I think, in August of this year.
Yes, so I should just say, because sometimes there is criticism which of the slow pace of reform, which I think is understandable, because the issues are so pressing. The concerns are so serious. But the kind of reforms that are needed in this country are going to take time. And they take time because you are thinking about strengthening institutions, building new ones. Those are big decisions. You know, you're looking at a new paradigm, you're looking at building consensus on the new paradigm, you have to get all the agencies to agree, and I'll explain what I mean a little bit. So for instance, the Council has made a recommendation for the establishment of a new agency. We face some criticism from some people saying,
That's a New Age anti-corruption body.
Yes, what we call
But wasn't that in line with what the Constitutional Court ruled in Glenister?
So, again, it's a question of how you interpret Glenister. Glenister was the question before the court in that case was about a particular piece of legislation which established the Hawks.
Yes.
And in that case, the court quite rightly said, if you're going to fight corruption, you need to establish institutions which are insulated from improper political interference. They'd have to be compliant with the so-called STIRS criteria, and of course our international obligations. And the institution that we've recommended is so compliant with the constitutional mandates identified in Glenister. It builds on what the SIU has already achieved. So we don't want to start from scratch. We want to recognize what has been built. This country doesn't have inexhaustible resources, either financial or in terms of time. We want that body to be set up as in the shortest possible period of time. So the mandate of that organization, for instance, grows directly out of what we've learnt about Tembisa Hospital. Tembisa Hospital has a problem of endemic systemic corruption, and I'm quite sure that it's not the only hospital. And now we're learning that it's also a problem of organized crime, that there are cartels corrupting our systems of procurement. In the health sector, with such indefensible human impacts. So the body that we are recommending will be able proactively to to go into institutions with the relevant capabilities, investigate procurement systems, make binding recommendations, and where there's evidence of criminal malfeasance, to prepare the docket and to refer the docket to IDEC and the NPA.
But now, you just to pause there, because I've also got the benefit, or rather privilege, of working with and in SIU matters that have gone to court. They're very effective and very successful. But the problem is you don't see the people getting into those orange overalls, as they say, and into jail, because the standard of proof is different. So you go in, you conduct an investigation, and on balance, on a balance of probabilities, you see now there's clearly been malfeasance, misconduct, and so on, and corruption and theft. But it's and then you like the SOU does, they freeze the assets, take the money back, it goes into state coffers. But the people involved, like Tembisa Hospital, or like this Netcare, Tswani medical aid thing that was cancelled, the people involved do not get convicted and sentenced to jail.
So one part of our recommendations concerned prevention of what we call systemic corruption. You have to be able to dismantle corruption before it becomes endemic in the systems. But you're quite right, you have to investigate and prosecute individual cases of corruption under PRECA. And that is where we, as a country, we have made some progress in terms of institution building. I think, for instance, the establishment of IDEC as a more independent body. But the capabilities that are required have to be rebuilt, because they were also hollowed out. And that's going to take time. Member Breitenbach and I were chatting a little bit about the challenges that the current NDPP has faced in her tenure. Almost an impossible challenge that she had. So on the one side you need prevention, on the other side you need what we are now calling in the country consequence management. You're never going to win the fight against corruption until you're able to show our people that there are consequences. I can make a fancy argument about why it's important to deal with prevention, why you need a whole government, all society approach. But the public has to support our efforts. And the public will only be convinced that our efforts are sincere and that they can have impact once they see brazen cases of corruption, whoever they may be, are properly investigated and prosecuted. We're not seeing that yet, but I also think that the investigation, that there are problems with PRECA. The PRECA definition is too complex. That makes it very difficult to prove. Our prosecutors are often, there's an inequality of arms. On the other side, they're often very clever SCs on the other side, well-funded, who know how to milk the system. Well, maybe I'm being a little bit unfair, but who know how to defend their clients and often their clients are criminals. So there are always challenges in the fight against mafia-type cartels. Many of you will recall, well, maybe my generation, but I mean, Mr. Al Capone was never prosecuted for his crimes. He was prosecuted for tax evasion, but they put him away. So we are going to have to get smart about dealing with the gang violence in the Western Cape now. These are very wealthy people. They preside over sophisticated business structures. They can hire the best lawyers. And they are funding young unemployed people in desperate communities where the services are inadequate, where development is failing. That's why they are susceptible to recruitment. So if we want to fight crime, we also have to ensure that we work towards fairness in our society, that we have a developmental agenda that empowers our people with hope, with futures, because otherwise we will lose the battle.
Now, just when we thought that crime intelligence through Brigadier Lieutenant General Khumalo was beginning to get on the right track, he then gets arrested by IDEC. What are your views or your thoughts on that?
Well, I can't comment on that matter because I do not know from any briefing I've received, and it might not even be proper for me to receive such a briefing about the matters that are being investigated by IDEC. I understand that that a question is being raised about whether this is a prosecution for a trivial matter, for an unimportant matter of an appointment or not. But I know that you are going to be interviewing, well, the IDEC is going to be appearing before you, and they should answer your questions in that regard. But it speaks to the instability in SAPS. I mean, so we're going through a moment where action that is taken by another body, you know, adds to the concern and the instability, if you like, because General Khumalo was the head of crime intelligence. You know, he's now out on bail. It's of course very worrying, and so we've got an acting head in crime intelligence. It's not an optimal situation, to say the least, that to be in. We need stability of leadership in crime intelligence, so that we can start to implement a serious reform agenda.
But what at the very least you can...
May we take Honorable Sangweni?
Sorry, SC, just a quick clarity. Good morning, Minister. Who is the acting head of crime intelligence? I just need that clarity. Thanks.
I think he's also Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
Thank you. So, Minister, at least the one thing we can probably accept, that it is of grave concern to you that the head of our crime intelligence has now been arrested by a body which is an anti-corruption body. So the presumption is that he was arrested for some kind of corrupt activity.
Well, I'm indicating I don't know what the answer to that question is. IDEC will have
No,
to...
I just,
Yeah.
just the concern that, yeah, yeah. Now, because that, I just wanted to ask you a comment on this, that you again have, that's in SAPS, he or she is appointed by the National Commissioner. But you also have IDEC that falls under the NPA. And is it an issue of competing jurisdictions where they have fights over turf territory? Is it a problem of coordination, or is it a problem with the appointment procedures and accountability?
I think that this particular prosecution raises a separate question. The question you put to me earlier about whether this is a proper prosecution, and the concerns that I would have, especially if it's a proper prosecution, that the head of crime intelligence is being investigated for corruption. And IDEC is going to have to answer that question, on which I obviously can't comment. IDEC's role, IDEC is part of the Department of Justice, and it was established to be independent precisely because independence is critical in the fight against corruption. You don't want senior people with power who might be involved in corruption to be able to interfere with a prosecution, with an investigation and a prosecution of corruption. That's why IDEC has been set up, maybe not, it's not yet fully compliant with the constitutional mandates, but that's a genuine reform to establish IDEC as independent and to institutionalize a system of prosecution-led investigations. That's why it sits in the Department of Justice and not in the police. And honourable members will remember that we used to have, was it called the DSO, but the colloquially it was called the Scorpions.
Scorpions, yes.
That was the model that was implemented. It had a lot of success, but it also there was pushback, there was a reaction, and there were concerns about the manner in which it went about its work. But in effect, and then we dismantled that institution. I think that was a mistake, and we can see that clearly now, given where we are now and the problems we're facing now. We need more of those capabilities to dismantle and investigate corruption. It's an existential threat to this country. So IDEC, I think, was an important initiative of the Department of Justice and the Presidency. It was an important step forward. I don't think that IDEC is yet in a position to fulfill completely the promise that is invested in it to get the results that the country so urgently desires when it comes to these matters. So there are constant complaints about the slow pace of investigations and prosecutions and so forth. But it is not supposed to be part of the police. That's my point. It is well situated and located as part of the Department of Justice, precisely because it needs to be independent, which is what Glenister said, and because because we know that prosecution-led investigations get better results. And we should be looking carefully at whether it has all the resources and capabilities. I think the institution is right. Its location is right. The fact that it's more independent is right. But is it in the position to get the results yet that we need? There is a question about that.
So throughout your address almost this morning, or your evidence, we've got fundamental issues with the resources and capability, almost in every aspect of policing. Okay. Can I ask you a soft question now?
I thought that that's what you were doing, but go ahead.
No. Well, you don't need to spend much time on it. We had Deputy Minister Boshelo here yesterday, and I think she explained quite nicely how things for them as deputy ministers have changed since your appointment. So maybe just talk to us briefly about the role of your deputy ministers.
Okay, so my take is, they've been of enormous help to me, and I see them as a team. I mean, it's the minister that exercises executive authority, not the deputy ministers, but they have important roles. So first of all, as a constitutional matter, they are appointed by the president. It's a large department. I've been incredibly busy since being appointed. I don't think I would be able to manage all my commitments without their support. And it's not just attending meetings of the portfolio committee, attending to member statements when I'm not able to. I have delegated, so I should say about both, I mean, Deputy Minister Matale is very experienced, a former premier. He's been in the department for 7 years. He's been a tremendous source of insight and wisdom for me. Remember that I also, was in the position where I inherited an office from the previous minister. I couldn't talk to the previous minister. There was no normal handover, which was my decision, because I wanted police management to understand that I've got fresh eyes. And then Deputy Minister Boshelo, also a very experienced political leader. Both of them are members of the NEC, of the ANC. You don't get there, without being formidable, having formidable political leadership qualities. Of course, they were both there before I came. So even with Dr. Boshelo, I have learned a lot from her. So I've asked her to lead an important project. And we will put a team together to support her, a team of experts and so forth. But I'm worried about gender-based violence. We all are. I think the country has done a lot from a policy point of view, including a policy implementation point of view in this matter. We have, I think most police stations in the country have victim support capabilities. Many of them, most of them do. Many of them perhaps don't. I mean, that's exactly what I want her to look at. And then, of course, we have persistently high levels of gender-based violence. And I have to say that just impressionistically, I'm not talking about the crime stats now. When I visit communities, I get reports and so forth, my sense is that a lot of this kind of violent social fabric crime in many of our communities is well, it's certainly a persistent problem. And that speaks to our development agenda. You know, I think there are levels of desperation in some communities. So gender-based violence, we've got to look again and see what we've done, what we haven't done, and that's what I've asked her to do. So to put together a team to go around the country, all the provinces, all the facilities, and to come back with a report that we can table before yourselves to say where to from here. Now, that will take a few months. And we have to do that, you know, together with the minister responsible for this area of work in the cabinet. But I thought, as from a SAP's point of view, that she should undertake that task, because I have confidence in her abilities to produce this report. And then Deputy Minister Matale, the responsibility that I've asked him to look at this intractable problem, apparently intractable problem in crime intelligence. How do you strike the balance between secrecy and accountability with respect to the secret fund? The ordinary rules of procurement are applicable to this extent. They have to comply with the Constitution, which says that it has to be transparent, the bids have to be competitive, and so forth. But some of those rules, in my view, are not fully, well, let me put it this way, the application of the Constitution to the way supply chain is managed to balance these two considerations, that's where the gap is. And that's a problem we haven't solved in the last 30 years of our democracy. In the old system, they didn't really have that problem to this, because they were dealing with what they thought was a political problem, and they were serious about that, okay? But now we have an accountability deficit. This issue that was the experience that we had with a certain head of crime intelligence with the initial M, we do not yet know whether that we have a system to ensure probity and accountability. Was before the Joint Standing Committee yesterday, and they were raising the same issue. So I've asked, this would require legislative reform, perhaps. It's quite a sensitive, complex task, and I've asked DM to deal with that matter, Matale. Now, otherwise, the pressures on the ministry to attend meetings of all kinds, including meetings here, are shared. We, as far as possible, I mean, I would not be able to manage otherwise. DM Matale was the one who was dealing with member statements yesterday, because I was busy preparing for this inquiry. He was invited by the Deputy Minister of Russia to go there, and he went. It was his first time. I asked him to go because the invitation was addressed to me. I couldn't go. And then Dr. Bashelo went to China, where she signed a memorandum of agreement. They are accountable, as I am to yourselves, under the Constitution. So I think that, of course, a lot depends on the relationship between the minister and the deputy ministers. Because as I've said, it's only the minister who exercises executive authority. In the end, it's the minister who carries the can, right? And that maybe adds an element of complexity in the relationship or sensitivity, but we work very well together. I am committed to working with them, and as I say, they have been a resource, a source of advice for me, and that's how we will hope we can work, continue to work together.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did. Sorry, Minister, I'm just checking with my my colleague. Yeah. I think we've covered the ground, Minister, that's in your affidavit. In fact, more than that. Thank you very much. Honourable Chair, that would conclude our section of the hearing today with the Minister. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, SC. Thank you so much, Minister. We are going to break at 13 hours. It's now 20 minutes past 12. I'm taking Honorable Sokanyile and Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Sokanyile, 20 minutes. Honorable Shongwe, 10 minutes. Thank you. Honorable Sokanyile, what are you saying?
No, I'm saying that I thought the senior council will finish before we go to lunch.
Let
But
me
anyway,
check.
let me.
No, it's fine. I hear your concern. I must not ambush you. Let me check if we are ready for a break. If we are ready for a break, we are going to take the break,
Good.
and then we'll come back later. Yeah.
Let's start to a break. I always start.
But if you're not ready, I'll stop.
Are we ready? Yeah. It's fine. Let's break. We'll come back at 13:30. Yeah, I want you to reorganize your affairs. Yeah. This is my benevolence. Thank you so much. Honorable members, are you ready? Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable members, at some point, the SC is going to leave the proceedings because he has a commitment at the university where he's a member of the council, the SC. And Honorable Cameron as well is going to leave the meeting around 16 hours. He's not going. Okay. Can we start, Honorable Sokanyila?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me observe the protocol that you observed in the morning, but give, Glenn is here. Greetings to you, Minister. I think I've got few questions. One of the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council that are reflected on paragraph 17. They talk about the strengthening of the law agencies. That is your bullet number 2 in those recommendations in paragraph 17. Now, with reference to paragraph 18, whereby you have said that you can, at least you can address the above issues. You indicate that the NPA's legislative framework, it needs a comprehensive overhaul, which is needed urgently. Luckily, you didn't say immediately. It urgently needs that comprehensive overhaul. Then, I want to check what is particularly wrong with the legislative framework, this legislative framework of the NPA, and also, and how has it been an obstacle for NPA to fulfill its mandate as provided for by the Constitution? That's the first question.
Thank you, Honourable Member Sokanyile. So the NACAC report was written when I didn't have any executive responsibility. So this is a matter that will now require consideration by the Minister of Justice.
Can you
But
raise your voice a little bit?
I was saying that it's a matter that the report, the recommendations are clear. They are recommendations which I support in my capacity as the chair of the National Anti-Corruption Council. But I'm indicating that where I'm sitting now, I have to recognize and respect the responsibility of my colleague in the cabinet, the Minister of Justice. But I will say that what the issue is this, I think that it goes to measures to strengthen the independence of the NPA. Because after all, one of the lessons we've learned is, over the last few years, is that how important it is for prosecutions, the way the institution works, for prosecutions to be impartial and objective, driven only by the law. So this question about how you insulate the institutions that have such responsibilities from undue political interference or other forms of interference is an important question, which in mature systems I think are embedded and easy to manage. Now the specific question here that we were trying to address is what is the relationship between the DG of Justice, the head of the Department of Justice, and the NPA. Under the current arrangements, the budget of the NPA is the accounting officer is the DG of Justice, of the Justice Department, which means that the NPA doesn't have sufficient control over its budget in institutional terms, and there may also be questions about the ability to recruit the kind of skills that are required. But I know that you know that the presidency has been particularly active. There have been various initiatives to try and strengthen the MPA by giving access to the skills that are required. So that's the issue there. It's about independence, greater independence of the MPA from the Department of Justice, and we came to the conclusion that the current arrangements where the accounting officer is the head of the DG of Justice needs to be looked at. Of course, the recommendations that we've made now need to be considered in a governmental process, and there'll be different perspectives. There'll also be different interests. From a policing point of view, the different agencies often compete for resources, as I say, SIU, IDEC, AFU, and there are always questions about which powers should go where, because with powers and functions goes resources. So sometimes the interests are competing, but those are our recommendations. So what comes out of the governmental process in terms of a final product, because the NECAC was an advisory body, will in some ways possibly be different from what we recommended.
Chair.
Honorable Sangwe.
Thank you very much. Minister, just on this issue of the NPA and I think efforts that have been made to strengthen the capacity of the NPA, what is your view, and I know you'll sidestep and say it's not within your direct purview, but what is your view on the private sector funding for the NPA, which I think at some point, some of it may have been international? Is it not swapping government as an authority and maybe getting into some new masters with interests that we may not know? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think that's an important question. I mean, where there is, and we've seen this in many areas, where there is elements of state function, one part, at least of the short-term solution, has been to say, well, what resources and capabilities are there in the private sector to to support public functions. There is a partnership with the business. There are certain key projects. This is not, as far as I know, one of them that is part of the particular partnership that I have been exposed to, where the focus is mainly on logistics, infrastructure, and there are some important initiatives to improve service delivery at station level and so forth. But this initiative that you're talking about, I'm aware of and was separate from the business partnership that I'm more familiar with. Now, the country has a dilemma, I think, in the short term, at least, where you have state dysfunction and there are capabilities, expertise and resources in the private sector. You want to be able to leverage those resources. That's an arguable case. But if prosecution is to be independent, prosecutors are to act without fear or favor, then the improper influence can come from politicians, it can come from the private sector. And so I am definitely not in favor of privatizing the prosecution service. It is preeminently a public function. It must always be exercised on behalf of the people and funded and staffed by its through that process, not the market. I don't believe that the market has any role in creating systems of investigation, prosecution, and so forth. I think that would be the wrong approach. But I mean, if you have got, as we do have, at least in the short term, private sector partners who are interested in protecting the country's sovereignty, in supporting the government's efforts to strengthen the institutions after the experience we had with state capture and so forth, then we also need to be pragmatic, leverage those resources, but manage the risk. Prosecution has to be independent of all improper influences.
Okay. Minister, you're saying that in paragraph 19, you held various engagements with NPA, IDEC. Then, following those engagements, you saw that you have concluded that the area of DPCI, CI, and IDEC requires a rethink. Can you say what did you observe as weaknesses within DPCI, CI, and IDEC that requires a rethink?
Thank you for the question. I think we were more really concerned with the problem of overlapping mandates, which the evidence leader also pointed to in the discussion earlier about IDEC. Because you will recall that before we had IDEC, and after the Glenister judgments, the DPCI was established as part of the police service, which meant that the investigation of corruption was a policing function. Now, that's why I say I think IDEC was an important reform. The investigation of prosecutions of corruption, criminal corruption, is now housed in the Department of Justice. There are questions about the relationship between IDEC, the DPCI, and the SIU, because as I say, some of the mandates might overlap. So we came to the conclusion that the DPCI's mandate is too broad, and it remains my view. We recommended that the DPCI should be re-engineered as the spearhead of the fight against organized crime. And the SIU, refurbished as the OPI, together with IDEC, should have the main focus around fighting corruption, prevention plus prosecution and investigation. And there, to some extent, I think our recommendations converge with those that Member Breitenbach was concerned about when they made their recommendations for the establishment of an independent agency to investigate and prosecute corruption. Now, in any such arrangement where we have more than one agency, there are jurisdictional conflicts and potentially, and there are overlapping mandates. So we have said, yes, DPCI should focus all its resources on the fight against organized crime, because that's a growing systemic problem in our society, and corruption, which is equally important, needs a particular focus as well. But there's an overlap, because if you look at, let's say, a certain contract that has been under investigation, a wellness contract by SAPS for a man who's now in jail, how would you characterize that problem? It's organized crime plus it's corruption. So they overlap. So what we then recommended is that there should be a case management system, not simply on a systematic basis to allocate the cases for primary investigation. And at some point in the investigation, it might turn out that the matter that started with DPCI ends up with IDEC because of the corruption element. So we basically, the two basic pillars of our recommendations are the following. One, you've got to focus on prevention and prosecution. And two, you've got to focus both on organized crime and corruption. And you have to create the institutional basis and capabilities to be successful in both overlapping domains. If you look at the DPCI's, currently the DPCI, for instance, they investigate matters referred to it by the Auditor General. Now, some of those matters are very serious, but do you want your main policing organization, an FBI type organization, dealing with such matters referred to it by the Auditor General? So I think its mandate is too broad. And in fact, the Treasury, I noticed in recent communication, the Treasury has also made this observation that the mandates are overlapping, and they are, they duplicate, and that leads to inefficiency and a wastage of resources. So those were our recommendations, but I do want to stress that, there are many ways of solving problems of the kind that we face. There is no blueprint. There's no panacea. So I am not approaching, I don't think about our recommendations in the Council. We invested a lot of time and energy, but they are not to be, they are there for public discussion. We went through that process, and now they have to find a path through the decision-making process, through the cabinet subcommittees, and eventually to cabinet. And of course, I hope that in essence, the main elements of the proposals will be accepted and embodied in legislation, properly funded. And it was very pleasing for me that the President said after we presented the report to him that he supported the recommendations. But that doesn't mean that the devil will be in the detail. You know, the report is out there. It's on, you know, and I would encourage members of parliament to take an interest in what we recommended.
Okay. Then, when you're saying that, this gives me to go to paragraph 26, whereby you are saying that you are thinking ahead. Then, in your thinking ahead, you indicate that IPIT needs to be developed or expanded to investigate procurement matters or supply chain irregularities, as has been found by Auditor General of South Africa. Will this not duplicate or encroach on the work of DPCI and to some extent the SIU? I'm riding on what you have just said now.
Chair, an important question, Member Cornelia. So the issue that is addressed here concerns mainly the question whether whether IPID should continue to focus only on individual cases, or whether it should be empowered to make findings where it sees patterns as well, patterns that might be occurring, for instance, in supply chain. And there are many ways, that is an open question. There are many ways to deal with this question about what happens once findings are made. I said earlier that there were many oversight bodies that are making recommendations of this kind, but there isn't a coordinated approach to the implementation. And I would say that the main thrust of our recommendations was that it's the OPI, that is the refurbished SIU, because they already have significant capabilities, as we've seen, to do these investigations and to make findings and to identify malfeasance. So when it comes to problems of supply chain, I think the main body to have the authority to and the responsibility to investigate will be the OPI. But of course, as you see, you know, the portfolio committees deal with such matters as well. So there are many mechanisms through which the oversight process occurs, including IPID. I would not put too much weight on the specific formulation here that it's IPID should be looking at supply chain. I think that is a challenge for reform within the mechanism of supply chain in SAPS. Of course, there are oversight bodies, but one of the things I have to do together with the National Commissioner is look at how to improve probity, accountability, efficiency, and so forth in the procurement of goods and services from the open account. Earlier we were talking about the closed account, but this is a big problem. In the audit, in the portfolio committee, when the annual report was presented, it was clear that this is a matter that needs attention. The Auditor General was asked to give the portfolio committee further information on the specific contracts where they found irregularities. And I will be following that up because I'm also interested in that information. So one of the areas certainly that I hope this committee will come to a conclusion on is on the question, first of all, that there can't be any doubt that the issue of supply chain in SAPS needs serious attention. So that needs reform. That's what lies, that's what lies ahead of us. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Just few questions, 3.
No, look at your time.
Yeah, I know. But when the minister, because when the minister is responding, he wants to be explicit in giving
Yeah.
the answer, Chairperson.
We don't work like that, Honorable Sokanyile. You respect the member next to you.
The last one.
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, on the PKTT, Chairperson, in relation to the directive to disestablish the PKTT, you have been given, you are saying that, Minister, in paragraph 43, you have been provided that you are not given reason that convince you that the decision to disestablish the task team was justified. Did you have engagement with Minister Mkhunu on the matter and he gave you his reasons?
No, just let me observe that the last sentence reads, but I was also not in any position to conclude that the decision by my predecessor was obviously wrong. So what I'm saying there is that I didn't have enough information to conclude that the decision was right or wrong. I was in the process of trying to establish the facts as you are today. And at this point, I'm saying I really didn't have that information. Now, I also indicated that I didn't reach out to my predecessor, nor did he to me, to have a normal handover. And that was a deliberate decision by me because I didn't want the police management relationship with...
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The time of the member is up.
Chair?
Can we move to Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Shongwe? Your time, both of you, ends at 2:30.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, Minister.
Afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard you correctly, but you were responding to one member here. You said you were worried when General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was wearing a task force uniform on the 6th of July. Why were you worried?
Yeah, I'm quite comfortable with your uniform. Look, we should have a serious conversation about this matter. You know, democracies are about civilian government, about leadership by elected representatives. In a democratic society, the power to use force is conditionally allocated to a professional policing service that is required to exercise that force, because you and I can't do that, right? Police service has the right to exercise force, to enforce the law with all necessary force, provided it's exercised in a lawful way. There are reasons why we have protocols within a police service, a command structure, supposed to be a disciplined organization. The line of command, the structure of authority in a police service has to be respected, because that is a sine qua non of its ability to function efficiently as a law enforcement agency. That's my first argument. The second is that in a democracy, it's important for a clear separation between political authority and the military, for instance. The military has to understand that they exercise their powers, their incredible powers, subject to the parameters of a civilian state. And that is true also of the law enforcement, the police. Now, when I saw that image, and of course what was being said, and it wasn't just the military fatigues, but the fact that they were armed and so forth, my initial impression was, what's going on? I mean, is this South Africa? It conjured up images in my mind of a kind of coup d'etat. Now, that's it. So I said, because, you know, I have to be honest about these matters, that was my initial response in my head, and I said so publicly. But I also said that the issues that he raised were extremely important, and that if it turns out that he raised those matters outside of the normal structure of command and discipline in the police service, and without engaging his political principles, if he made those statements, if it turns out to have been correct, and the evidence so far before the Nhlanhla Commission, not only by the general himself, but also particularly by those 3 witnesses which apparently corroborated what he said, then I would say that there is already there is compelling evidence in the public domain which suggests that he was behaving as a whistleblower who should then be protected by the law. Okay?
Yeah.
And in an exceptional situation, in the kind of situation that we are in, conduct outside of the norms, which are themselves constraining access to the truth, may be justified. And I stand by that. And I hope, I'm sure that the Commission will come to conclusions which will clarify that matter. But I think even General Mkhwanazi, and I had a very respectful and pleasant engagement with him in the meeting that I had with him, and I said to him, it was an honor for me to meet you. You can ask him that. It's an honor to meet you, because it might well be the case that he has displayed some extraordinary courage, which is what was required in this moment. But it can't itself be a norm in a democracy and in a police service in a democracy. So that's my view. I said it at the time, and I attracted some controversy and some criticism. And I knew that if I repeat that today, the question will be asked. But I think that nothing has happened which requires me, in my view, to change the opinion I expressed, which was not one-sided. I was trying to deal with an issue. I think it's a live issue, and I was trying to deal with it in a way that I think is consistent with what this country is and what it's trying to achieve.
Okay. No, thank you, Minister.
Can we take Honorable Skosana?
Thank you, Chair. Just to say to the Minister, Prof, I understand. I just want clarity on this matter. You know, when you say what you have now, If there was no commission, Nhlanhla Commission, hence we always say, as ad hoc committee, we are not a subcommittee of Nhlanhla Commission. And I think what we are saying now is that if there was no Nhlanhla Commission, your views would have been different. Can you clarify that?
No, what I'm saying, and this is why, you know, I've also been on record from the very beginning to say that I think the President made the right decision when he appointed the Commission. You will recall that that decision, at least as an initial matter, attracted a lot of criticism. But what do we see happening? The country is watching the Nhlanhla Commission, and it's watching you. This is how democracies deal with their problems. I'm not only talking about the Nhlanhla Commission. I'm also talking about what's happening here, the enormous significance of what is happening in Parliament. You know, if I might digress for a minute, when I was in the Gauteng legislature, and I was the speaker, and those were early days, we're trying to build an institution. It was one of my pet projects to try and develop the capacity in the legislature for inquiries, the kind of inquiry that you're conducting today. Because I did feel that oversight should not be limited to oversight over departments. Parliament should have the ability to do what you are doing. And I think the public is rightly invested, you know, in this process, Nhlanhla and yourself, because it is going to tell us the truth and it's going to help us with the reset. It's not only, it shouldn't be seen, in my view, as a negative process. Now, the fact that the President made his decisions and appointed the Commission, and at the same time Parliament took this initiative, has been serendipitous because it has meant that the issues that General Mkhwanazi raised and the issues that were raised by his decision to have an interview, to do what he did, all of those matters are now subjected to a proper inquiry. Without your inquiry and without the Nhlanhla Commission, what would we have done with that information? We would have been, the country would have been much more divided. We would not have had a mechanism for coming to productive solutions about the way forward. And to have the conversation we're having about, well, let's forget about the fact that I made those comments, and for the moment about a specific person, General Mkhwanazi. It could be General X in the future. What do we expect in a situation like this? And I think that, as I say, it might turn out that General Mkhwanazi was a whistleblower. Whistleblower deserves public recognition and protection by the law.
Okay, Chair, kindly note that the follow-up question combined with the response has taken my 4 minutes. Minister, me and you agree that the task force is a unit that was established in terms of the legal protocols, correct? So it's a unit which is within the legal framework of SAPS.
As I understand it, it's not part of the structure and establishment at the moment. It's a task team which was set up pursuant to a political decision to deal with a specific problem of undefined duration. I think they didn't apparently make a decision, and they couldn't make a decision to say you'll only exist for 2 months. They had to set up a structure and a system to deal with the problem of political killings. I can't think of anything worse in a democracy when councillors, people who want to serve the public, are murdered. What kind of country is that? So we have to deal with this matter. Government did deal with it, and in fact, that structure now continues to exist. And I am pleased about that because, as I've said, I think it's necessary, and in fact, I think we needed to have bolder action because I see this as organized crime across the country.
Yeah. So, Minister, if the task force is a legal structure, whether it's a task team or a unit, which is within legally so the framework of SAPS, then why are you becoming worried while crime is rife in South Africa, when police are displaying their strength in front of cameras in uniform? Because the task force is one of the task teams which are well respected or which are feared by criminals. Now, when they go to cameras, accompanying their commander in uniform, displaying the strength of the police, why are you worried? I really don't understand. What is it that precipitates your concern? Because there's nothing. I thought maybe you are going to come with something that we don't know. I thought you are going to say there is this piece of legislation, or there are these norms and standards which don't allow the commissioner to wear the task force uniform in cameras. So it's just your imagination and your general concern. You were just concerned as a citizen, but there is absolutely nothing in terms of the law that prohibits the commissioner from wearing a task force uniform with his team in front of cameras.
So I will repeat, I think in a normal situation, police officers in a disciplined police organization respect the authority structure. And where there are concerns, therefore, they raise that matter with their immediate superiors and so forth. That's how a policing structure works. Otherwise, there's a breakdown of discipline. And that discipline is essential for effective law enforcement. I also think, and we can disagree with this, about this matter, we can disagree, plainly appears we do. I think that the military and the police do not exercise political power in a democracy. So we've got to be careful about even the symbolism of an approach like that. For me, as a Democrat, wanting to protect the civilian space it was a concern when I saw it. The task force was effective, or it was doing its work before that press conference. Do you agree? So it can't be that the task, that the interview that was given was necessary for their work. That General Mkhwanazi intervened in the public domain because he felt that his options apparently were being exhausted. He had come before Parliament in March, he'd raised his issues, and there were obstacles to these matters being ventilated in the public domain. And you now have a situation where he has done so. I've watched, by the way, we've watched the Sahel, I've watched what's happened there, and I'm not in the position, I'm not unsympathetic to the changes that have occurred there, because it happens when democratic institutions fail, when the public loses confidence in democratic institutions. And I think that we must be careful about walking that route. Let's solve our problems this way, not by assuming that the solution is going to come from our generals. Our solutions to political problems because it's a political problem. If you talk about law enforcement, the issues are, in my view, they are about strengthening the capabilities of the police service, detective services, dealing with crime intelligence. That was not a solution to the problem of crime. He was intervening in the political space. And it might be that he felt, he must talk for himself, he might felt that he had no option. But that was a last resort. It's not something, I certainly do not, as the minister, want to encourage, and I will not encourage police officers to ignore the rank structures, the structures of discipline and decision-making within the police service. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but Minister, we are speaking as if the general never attempted to raise things from within before he went to the media. I mean, he testified before all of us that he made attempts, he tried to reach out to the minister, and he lost confidence in the system. So we can't ignore that. Secondly, the second aspect that you are talking about of political power, that the police can't exercise political power. There is nothing that suggests that the press briefing on that day had anything to do with political power. It's concerns that were raised on the infiltration that is vast and intense within SAPS. So there's nothing that suggests that that has anything to do with political power. So I've been trying to establish nexus between your concerns and what transpired on the 6th of July. And unfortunately, I'm failing to connect the two. But because of time, let me move to another question, because
To deal with your issue. Because with respect, I mean, did I not say that he had appeared in Parliament on the 5th of January and it raised his concerns, and that what might justify his decision was precisely that he felt that the important matters that needed to be ventilated in the public domain in exceptional circumstances, that he wasn't getting that hearing, those matters were not being ventilated. So on that matter, that one we are in agreement. So no point, no reason to emphasize the point as if we are not in agreement. On the second matter, we don't agree. We don't agree. I think that there ought to be there's a separation. Political powers exercised here by elected representatives. That's how our system should work. When it's not working, then people will take extraordinary measures, and that is a slippery slope. So what I'm saying is strengthen your democratic institutions so that it's not necessary. Fight corruption. Protect the integrity of your institutions. Then it won't be necessary for General Mkhwanazi to take the extraordinary steps that he did. And I'm saying to you, it might well turn out that he was completely justified. So in doing what he did. There too we can agree, can't we?
okay. Now let's move to another one, Minister. On the 29th of August, you issue a statement in which you were talking about the remarks that were made by the National Commissioner. And you came in SAPS because of an abnormal situation that was alleged to be prevalent. So you came in to rescue the situation as a minister. That is the summary of my thought. Now, the National Commissioner makes a remark, and then you engaged him through a statement. Without even, because a statement is not only addressed to the department, but it's addressed to the whole world. So the first thing you do, without calling him to a meeting first you issue a statement, you engage him through a statement so that everybody in the world can see that you are engaging each other in a manner that you are engaging each other. Now, do you think that was appropriate? Were you not maybe supposed to, since you were called to rescue the situation, to rise above, even if the commissioner was wrong, but to call him to a meeting and say, Commissioner, what are your concerns? Let's discuss here. I'm here to resolve all the concerns that you have. And then out of that initiative, you reach an amicable solution.
Honourable Member, thanks for the question. I assume that I assume that you've read my statement. But if you have read my statement, you have to consider why I am puzzled by the question. So, in the documents before you, my statement and the annexes, there's my letter of the 20th of August. In your
Yes,
preparation...
I've seen the letter.
Right, okay. Well, that's why I'm puzzled by your question. You say, I didn't meet him. My letter says, I have discussed this matter with you in 2 meetings. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
No, I've seen the letter.
Ah.
You can speak.
Okay. So I did meet him.
Yes.
Okay? I say the second one occurred in the presence of the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. This matter has generated some public interest. I requested your opinion on the matter and asked for an update on how this matter was being handled, how it should be handled going forward, and I would appreciate your written response. This is after failing in our verbal communications to reach clarity. Please advise on when I can expect your response. I'm the Minister. I write to the National Commissioner on the 20th of August after having several engagements attempting to understand a matter of crucial importance to the public. I write to them on the 20th of August. I don't get the report. The General issues a public statement, wasn't a private statement, it was a public statement covered in the media about what he has done with the dockets. What I had been told is that the task team had been disbanded and that the dockets were being redistributed. What he says publicly is that the dockets have been sent back to KwaZulu-Natal, and it now turns out from his testimony that they had taken the decision earlier. Now, I got his report sometime later, after he issued that public statement and after receiving my letter. Now, you might want to dwell on this matter. What did I then do? Yes, I issued that public statement. I'm the Minister. I expect the Commissioner to communicate properly with me and to answer questions, to respond to my requests, my lawful requests, if you want to put it that way, right? Now, after that, so I think perhaps, with respect, member, you are flogging a dead horse, because we met subsequently. We issued what is the statement on the 2nd of September was a joint statement. Statement is before you. What does that statement say? That statement said, we met together, we discussed our issues in a mature manner, we agreed that we have to treat each other with respect, respecting each other's roles, and that was the end of the matter.
Yeah.
So, you know, you've asked me questions about what happened on the 6th of July, long before I was appointed, and you expressed some interest in my immediate responses as a private citizen, which of course I ventilated publicly, and which I do not withdraw.
Yes.
I've said so. And on this matter, in my statement, in the annexes, and in the questions, in the evidence that was led, I dealt with the matters that you are now returning to, and I clarified those matters.
Yeah, no, the reason why I was asking you about the events of the 6th of July is because you made a remark about them. So you invited the question. Now, two, I don't know what makes you to be convinced that I've not read your letter. I've read it and I understand what is entailed in your letter. The meeting that you talk about came after the fact. My concern here is on the 29th of August, where as a minister, you issued a letter. A statement. The letter that you issued on the 20th requests for a report from the commissioner on the status of the PKTT. And then you don't get that report. The national commissioner makes remarks, and then you reply to his remarks by a statement. And in your statement, you talk about a very sensitive issue, the issue of dockets, and that your expectation was that the dockets will go to the commission that was established by the president. Now, I'm saying to you, I never think I have not read anything. I've read everything here, so we're not going to collapse by trying to make me appear as a person who's not prepared. I'm well prepared for you here. Now, you write a statement, you talk about dockets, which is a very sensitive issue, which required you to call the national commissioner in one office to say, National Commissioner, I've been called here to intervene as an acting minister. And you don't do that, you just issue a statement. So do you still think that was appropriate for you, Minister, to engage the national commissioner through a statement on sensitive issues which relate to dockets?
Yes, you are allowed, you can respond.
Thank you. So I'm going to try once more. I had a series of engagements with the National Commissioner from the time of my appointment on the question whether the PKTT still exists, and if not, what had happened to the dockets. Why? Because the dockets contained evidence of ongoing investigations of assassinations. I and the public, and particularly the families of those who had been murdered, have an interest in the integrity of those investigations. I have reported that the Commissioner informed me that while he didn't agree with the decision, the instruction he received from the Minister Nkunu, he had disestablished the PKTT and redistributed those dockets. Now, where were those dockets? Were they with General Sabia? Where were those dockets? I asked, where are those dockets? If you had, he told me, and it's in his statement as well, disestablished and then a phased reallocation of those dockets, eventually to end up with the murder and robbery squads. That's what he said. I'm the minister. I have a right to find out, to ask those questions and to get honest answers. When it came to a point on the 20th, and I say to him in a written communication now, because I believe in doing things in writing, but despite that, I still seem not to be able to clarify what happened. So I write to him, it's on the record before you. I write to him and I say, now I want a plan. I want you to tell me in writing what has happened with the PKTT and these dockets. By the way, a week later, I did get that report. So the commissioner understood that it was appropriate for him to give me the report I requested. The day after, I'd then come to the point where I thought I now have to state my concerns and my requests in writing. That public statement was made, which was contradicted what had been said to me, what had been communicated to me verbally. Now, you might consider that to be acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Okay, can I?
Hang on, I'm not done. I'm not done. And then what did I do? I didn't allow that matter to become a seething point of discontent and division in the department. I met with him, we discussed the matter respectfully, and I issued with him a joint statement. We issued a joint statement. So there is no issue, as he himself has said, between the National Commission and I on this matter. The matter is closed.
Okay. No, it's fine if you don't see anything wrong with engaging the National Commissioner through a statement. That's okay. Let me move to another question because of time. There's one aspect that I agree with you on in your statement, wherein you say that in your view there will be a need for the continued existence of the PKTT, considering the fact that there will be local government elections next year. I'm not quoting you verbatim, but is that what you are saying in your statement? Now, the minister here, when he was alluding to his reasons for the disbandment of the task team, spoke about the budgetary concerns that he had. Now, don't you have any budgetary concerns? I mean, if you continue to be a minister until next year, because we don't know when this thing of acting will end, maybe you will act until 2029. Now, if you continue to act maybe until next year towards the elections, then how are you going to address these budgetary concerns if really they are in existence? Chair, can I throw this question so that I won't come back because of time? That is number one. No, but Chair, there's 4 minutes that was chowed by Skosana when he was asking a follow-up question. It means you are not paying attention
The
to
honorable member, your
time.
time is up.
No, but Chair, 4 minutes was taken by Skosana. I was counting for myself.
That is exactly what I'm saying. What time is it now?
No, but 4 minutes has not ended. How many chairs? Yeah, I'm talking to you, Chair. Then the last question, Minister. The last question is, during the course of your acting, have you received any complaints from members of the public about the PKTT, since we are saying it is still in existence now? Are there any complaints that you have received? Thank you very much.
Chair, proceed.
Yes, you can proceed.
Thanks, Chair. I indicated in my statement that I'm aware that there has been, in the public domain, by Dahas, some criticism, but I have not received any complaints, and I have said in my statement that I think, from what I have been able to discern, there are practices that the PKTT implemented which we can learn from in the fight against organized crime. You are right that General Dimpane, who's the CFO, raised matters is within her responsibility about the on the finances of the PKT.
Acting Minister, the time of the member is up. Honorable members, let's do this. You know, if we do not stick to the time that is allocated, we don't disrespect the chair. We disrespect other members with whom we serve in this committee. And the best we can do to show respect to another person is to respect time. Because it becomes very much unfair when another member has to speak and that member is restricted to time. When Honorable Nomvalo took the microphone, it was 2 minutes before 14 hours. And I said their time will expire at 14 hours 30. And then by 14 hours 34, the honorable member still insisted speaking. And I heard him very well when he said, Honorable Skosana has taken 4 minutes of his time. So the time we allocate, honorable members, we allocate it across all members. And the time allocated to a member includes responses from the witness. Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, no, I want to make a proposal so that you have an accurate way of doing this. That you do what you did yesterday. You were taking follow-up questions after the member has finished his time, because this is creating a confusion. When a person comes in between and then you don't count properly the time that he has taken. So my proposal is that let's continue with what you established yesterday so that there will be accuracy.
But you agree with me that your time has expired, isn't it?
No, it has not, Chair. It has not expired.
No, if you don't agree, I can still give you. How much time do you need? Just tell me how much more time do you need so that
No.
So that-
There are other members, Chair, who want to ask. So I'm respecting that.
you have given the most appropriate answer.
Yeah.
Chair, since you are giving, I can take 40 minutes. It's fine with me.
The time that was allocated was inclusive of Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Shongwe. And it has expired. Now we must allocate time to the Democratic Alliance.
Chair, no, Chair, I think we are making a mistake. I started at 2 o'clock, Chair, unless there's something wrong with my watch here. But I started at 2 o'clock and I had prepared myself for 30 minutes. At 14:07, Skosana came in. He asked a follow-up question, which took 4 minutes, inclusive of his question and the responses thereto. And I stopped at 14:34. That's when you said to me, my time is up, Chair.
Before you started speaking, I told you that I'm allocating you 30 minutes. That
Yes.
includes the full member and the alternate.
Thirty minutes for both of us.
You must ask Honorable Sokanyile what was the time allocated to her.
Windy, as agreed yesterday, fine.
Yeah.
But my only worry is this: if there's a follow-up question,
You can decide how you use it. If there is a
yeah, it's
follow-
fine.
If there is a follow-up question, I take what Honorable Nomvalo has said. I'm not going to note hands. I'll only take follow-ups once the member has finished questioning.
Yeah, because the issue, Chair, you know, I think when we had Minister Mkhwanazi and now Prof as well. Remember, the Prof is from VET. You know, when he responds, you know, it took almost, as he said, one question took almost 3 minutes because I asked half a second and he responded in 3.5 minutes. So which it's chowing time from our side. And I guess from where I'm sitting, I'm changing my question, you know, to something else because otherwise he's going to answer me 4 questions and my time is gone. And I've got 15 to 20 questions which I have for him. Thank you, Chair.
The Prof has worked with students before. He hears what you are saying. Honorable Mathais.
Imagine that I don't get recognized anymore. Thank you, Chair. I had a follow-up question, but I also just wanted to speak to the issue of the time and the questions. You're really pulling out the iron whip on us, Chair, and I do understand sometimes we do fruitless questions or we go around, so we appreciate your intervention in that matter. But I think at the same time, it mustn't come at an expense of us getting answers that we require. And also, in terms of reference, we did discuss that each full member will get 30 minutes, and it excludes responses, and that's how we started. And I'm not saying we necessarily need to go back to that, and as the chairperson, but I'm just saying also be conscious of that, because we don't want us to rush through processes and not get answers or be able to ask questions that might not fall into the category of just being fruitless. Having said that, Chair, my follow-up question to the Prof, I must actually call you Acting Minister, because I think if we call you Prof, you're going to give us a long lecture, as Honorable Kosana is saying. On the dockets, you said that that you thought the National Commissioner didn't follow proper processes. How did you... what informed that? How did you know that? Because you had just entered as an acting minister. Did you consult the legal department on what that process was?
For the question, Honourable Member Matters. And I apologize, Chair, for learning bad habits at the university. I do want to answer as fully as possible, and I'm ready to sit as long as needs be, but I will try and be a little briefer. I'm not sure, Honourable Member, no, I do not think the National Commissioner didn't follow proper processes.
Oh, okay.
So he as his testimony before this inquiry says, he got an instruction from the minister. I now think that he actually didn't agree. He didn't think it was the right decision. But because he's dealing with the minister and he's negotiating, he decides, well, look, let me give you advice. If you want to do this, I don't think you're right, but if you want to do it in a systematic, phased way, and then redistribute the dockets. And they then developed a plan to do that. So disestablishment plus a phase reallocation. And I want to then know, well, if that's what happened, where are the dockets? How are you ensuring safe custody? I mean, remember that this is a paper-based system. So the risk of tampering and so forth is real. I don't think he did anything wrong. Okay. But I do think that the initial engagements were a little bit cagey, and that led possibly to miscommunication, which then resulted in some public engagement, which was not optimal.
Though, 2 days into your appointment.
No, not 2 days.
Acting Minister, I'm exaggerating.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about, you wanted those dockets to go to the Commission. Right? Just explain that process and whether or not was the Commission even ready.
Honourable Mathais, is that...
No, it's about the dockets, it's follow-up.
Is there still a follow-up?
No, we even have a time on follow-up because it's about the dockets. Was that not a follow-up question that we spent quite a lot of time understanding about the dockets, the 121 dockets? Chair, it's proper follow-up about the dockets.
Okay, that is the last
Like,
question.
I'm very precise about that.
Yeah, that is the last question you are
Yeah,
asking.
they're all about the dockets.
Yeah, that is the last question you are
But
asking.
how is that
on
unfair, Honorable?
follow-ups.
It's follow-up questions about dockets. If you don't have, it can't be my problem. So these dockets go, you want them to get to the commission. The commission at that point, from what we understand, hadn't even set a date. So how did you determine, or how did you know the state of readiness for the commission to receive those dockets? Ultimately, it didn't go, but there was some sort of instruction for dockets or copy of the dockets to go there. But more importantly, Acting Minister, were you sure, and was the National Commissioner sure, that those receiving those dockets had security clearance? Because there was some sensitive information on those dockets.
You mean whether the Nhlanhla Commission, they all had security
Yes.
clearance? Okay. Look, so what had been communicated to me is that disestablishment. Then there's a public statement which says they're going back to to KwaZulu-Natal. So what's going on here? I'm asking myself that question. The Nhlanhla Commission had already been established with some hiccups, yes, but it has been established and it's within its terms of reference, the PKTT and the 121 dockets. So the question was then, going forward, the management of those dockets before the Commission was an important question. And I suppose that was an additional question I was raising, because I think the integrity of the process before the Commission has to be protected. It's a matter within its terms of reference. The National Commissioner agreed with me when I raised the matter with him, and he then promised that he will take instructions from the Commission, and I think they agreed that they would get copies of the dockets. And we had to make sure as well that while the Commission was sitting and dealing with the dockets, dealing with the PKTT, that the investigations continued. So, you know, the fact that the dockets have been gone back to the KwaZulu-Natal is not an issue any longer, because then it was clarified that that's what we're going to do together. We agreed that needs to happen. But I was worried about the custody, and I was worried about the integrity of the Commission, because this is a matter falling within its terms of reference.
Honorable Shong.
Thank you, Chair. Acting Minister, my follow-up question is regarding what Honorable Nomvalo had asked you. I want to know that on the uniform that you had issues with, did you establish that that uniform worn by General Mkhwanazi, was it legal or not legal uniform?
No, I didn't, and that's a fair enough question. You know, I'm not familiar with all the versions of military regalia and when they can be worn and when not. I now understand that he is as part of special ops. I suppose the question for me at the time was not whether, you know, he was entitled to wear the uniform, but the image of someone who's dressed like a soldier, that's how I see that, is appearing in public making the statements that he was. But I've explained that my response to that was a complex one. It was one that gave him also, I think, due credit. You know, I might mention to you, apart from issues around constitutionality and so forth, you will recall, actually, that in the liberation movement, this whole question of the relationship between the armed wing and the civilian leadership was always a live question. And we were very clear that the army was subject, that the political leadership, the elected political leadership was in charge. So we didn't have a tradition in our movement anyway, as I understand it, of militarism. It can happen in liberation movements, but we rejected that view. You know, my sensibilities go back a long way on this matter. But if the issue is, what is my attitude to General Mkhwanazi? You know, I've watched him. I've met him in private. I've watched him in public. I've met him in meetings. He's a well-trained, professional police officer who's in a position of leadership in the police service. And it looks to me like, you know, he's among the most impressive, at least as he presents himself in discussion. When he's appeared before you, when he's appeared before Nhlanhla, he's got substance, he's got knowledge and expertise. So, but I cannot say that the issue that concerned me and which I raised is no longer a concern. I'm explaining why, and I stick by that.
So, njengoba ukhuluma into ongayazi, onje you speak English. So since you've established that what you spoke about you didn't know and you didn't understand,
Point of
does
order,
that?
Chair. Please.
No,
can
I withdraw.
Can
Chair.
you withdraw that?
Yeah, withdraw.
Thank you.
But it means the same thing in English. Since you spoke of something that you didn't know, in Zulu it's something ongayazi, would you take this opportunity maybe to apologize to General Mkhwanazi or clarify the matter in the public? Because it seemed as if you were saying is wearing the uniform that is illegal in the subs, or it's not allowed. It gave that perception. Would you maybe take this opportunity to clarify that? No, when something something that you don't know, it's the same thing. It's English and Zulu. He spoke of something that he didn't know. He said so. What is wrong with that? It's parliamentary. What is wrong with that? Why are you defending the minister? He made people think that General Mkhwanazi wearing a regalia, a military uniform is wrong. So that must be fixed. What is wrong with that?
Yeah, Honorable Shongwe, you may be justified, but please address the chairperson. Yes. Thank you.
So because of this statement, I don't know whether the minister got the question.
Minister, you may respond.
Thank you, Chair. So, you know, I don't ever pretend that I know everything. When I don't know something, it's no skin of my face to acknowledge that, because that's the way one learns. I'm not a repository of the truth. I don't have a monopoly of wisdom or expertise. So it's no problem for me to say I didn't know. Now, I never said that he was not entitled to wear that uniform. I never said so. I never said it was illegal. So I can't be requested to answer to answer a question that doesn't arise. I understand that why this matter is receiving the attention that it is. I noticed that much of the issues of content and substance in my statement are not the subject of this conversation, or the matters that are within the terms of reference of the inquiry committee. But I will say it again. There's no need for me to apologize about something that was not intended badly, that was no insult. And so I don't apologize. In fact, I believe that the issue that I raised was an important one. I shared my initial impressions with the public in an open way. That's, you know, what it means to have a public discourse. And if my comments have occasioned a public discourse, that's a good thing. General Mkhwanazi has not demanded an apology from me. If he wants to, if he believes that he needs an apology from me, I don't know if he needs you to act on his behalf. If he wants an apology, he knows how to engage with me. So that would be an entirely different context. The question doesn't even arise, respectfully, in my view, because there was no insult.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. May we proceed to the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, I have about 5 or 6 questions. The first specifically being around restoring credibility to South African Police Service, especially with all the noise that we're seeing at the moment. If we look over the past few years, I jotted down a few names. You look at General Ngubeni, Bakhlani, Ngwenya, and then obviously recently too. Just shortly, how do you intend to restore credibility and accountability in the senior command structure? And then part 2 of the question, how will you ensure that merit and integrity, and specifically not political favor or loyalty, determine any further senior appointments and promotions?
Chairperson, thank you, Mr. Cameron, for the question.
Sorry, Minister, I must just say, you must make sure to not call me chair, because yesterday the chair got very upset when I was called chair as well. No, I'm just teasing. I'm just joking.
No, I mean chair number 1. But you also chair an important committee. So today I do not want to present myself as having a blueprint and as having all the answers. I'm going to follow a process of engagement, of consultation, of inquiry to build the capacity, the support in the institution for change. Now, the issue of integrity management, there is a level of corruption in the South African Police Service, apparently at all levels. I think officers at station level are under a lot of pressure when they are newly recruited and they go to a police station and there's already a command structure there that makes it impossible for a new recruit to function in a professional way. And clearly we've had corruption related to procurement. If General Mkhwanazi is right, then police officers, politicians, senior police officers, if he's right, have been involved in procurement fraud. So I think SAPS needs an integrity management system. We need some advice on that. Lifestyle audits. We have to look at procurement reform. I think the way SAPS handles discipline within the organization needs to be looked at. Procurement, I learned in your committee that and looking at the Auditor General's reports, that the bid committees, as you know now, employ people who are not trained to do, that really shocked me. So, you know, I think it's very clear the target areas: crime intelligence, the DPCI, detectives, supply chain, recruitment, training. So the whole way in which resources are managed. I think that what we now have in SEPS is a very large organization with mass recruits, it's a mass organization. Now we've got to ensure that we are recruiting people who have the skills and capabilities in critical areas to enable SEPS to carry out all its responsibilities. It might well be that at station level, you know, we need statement taking, but the skills that are required, they are not the same as you need in the DPCI or in crime intelligence or in detective services. So merit appointments, I think that what we've learned over the last 30 years, the country now needs to learn where we went wrong, where we made mistakes, and also what we did right. So I think that in the police service, if it's going to be a professional body, then recruitment decisions, appointment decisions have to be based on merit. How we achieve that is not a question that I have an answer to yet. But I think that that is clearly has to be part of the reset agenda.
Thank you, Minister. The next question is not it may come across as a trick question to put you into a corner, but it's not intended that way. The question is, would you agree to something like a promotion and appointment audit from the past 15 years? And the reason I ask the question as background, if you listen to almost all the testimonies that we've heard so far, the majority of the names that come up, almost all of them are usually the same. We've heard the name of Richard Mkhwanazi a few times, General Khan, General Moodley. There are a few specific names that keep on popping up. I think the latest one earlier this week was Lieutenant General Mboto in the DPCI. Those are all names that have been flagged significantly by oversight structures. In fact, Mboto being one of the latter ones from the police committee specifically. But despite being flagged by Parliament and by IPID, promotions went ahead. Can you, I'm not aware of such a process having been run in any department before, but would you agree to something like that, that we can see, because it feels to me that we can have all the strategy in the world, but if we don't make sure the right people enforce that strategy, I can't see us making progress.
Thank you for the question. So I think the larger question here is about how you achieve change in a large organization that is ailing in certain respects. Do you look backwards, or do you incentivize a progressive project? That's my inclination. I'm not so sure that I want to, like Lord, you know, look back and create an environment that is unstable, perhaps, where an accusatory environment where everybody is in question and where everybody feels that their integrity, their position is in question. So what I would ask you to consider is the question, how do we move forward from this point in SEPS? I mean, I think that that's a question for the country as well. Part of we appear to be kind of stuck because we're trying to get accountability for what's happened in the past, but we're also trying to fashion a new future. And I think that the question for me, the main question, the only question is, what's the reset agenda? What does it look like, and how to execute on that agenda? And I think some of the allies of that project, some of the people who might support that project, may not be on the right side now, but I think they should be afforded an opportunity to embrace change, because I think most people afforded the opportunity will do so. So I suppose it's a long-winded way of saying that this is not where my headspace is at the moment, to audit what's happened over the last 10 years. I want to give everyone an opportunity to take part in a project to reset South African Police Service on a positive path.
Thank you, Minister. It's a difficult. I think it might warrant a longer discussion or a deeper discussion. I mentioned the latter, the Lieutenant General in the Hawks. It's someone that is known to have spent significant time with Nafiz Modak and co, and interfered in very serious arrests. Now, in my view, and I think you'd agree, someone like that to reset must be removed from the system. There are Richard and Glulu's sons that are still operating in crime intelligence. They need to be sacked. It's literally that simple. So, but I also agree with you. I think I agree with you partly in the sense that we don't want it. Everyone mustn't be suspicious of each other the whole time. We need to somehow restore that trust. But I think there'll need to be some kind of a balance about who is left and who is removed. I want to understand from your point of view, and this relates to the Medicare 24 contract, ask the same question to the deputy ministers. Who do we hold accountable for this whole Medicare 24 procurement issue? How do you approach it from the ministry's point of view? I mean, if you look at the Auditor General report, it's about 3.5 billion rands worth of irregular expenditure over a few years, and this past financial year, it's 650 million, of which that is, I think Honourable James asked the question, as we said yesterday. Who do you hold accountable?
So, Chair, with your permission, the Auditor General's report is an objective report. I think that the main challenge now is to put in place a post-audit action plan that should include looking at that contract. And where matters have been raised by the Auditor General, I think there is a duty to implement appropriate action.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, my last two questions. The first one, I've got 4 minutes left. What single measurable commitment can you make to this committee today to demonstrate, not to demonstrate, but measurable commitment can you make to the committee that we're going to see some kind of a change? You've been thrown in at the deep end, so respect for taking up the job. What would that commitment be?
Well, I don't know if it's measurable. You know, in some ways, I think my entire life has led to this point. And I have a duty to tackle the challenge that the President has placed before me and, you know, the country, this committee. Now, so I think I can say that I am fully committed to addressing the issues of safety and security in the country. I think that the South African Police Service, for me, it is an achievement that we've built this national organization over the last 30 years. It now needs, it needs to be refashioned to address to learn from the lessons that we should be drawing from the mistakes we've made, and to rebuild, to build a police service that honors this country, that functions under a constitution, that keeps our people safe, that creates an environment for growth and for individual flourishing. That's the vision before us. The only question is, what is the roadmap? And I don't have that roadmap yet. I have some ideas. I have some clarity about what I think the key issues are. And I'm going to be putting in place a process to get to that point. I think there needs to be, I need to bring in the expertise that I need in civil society, from academia, to look at these questions of organizational design and structure, resourcing, to look at policing strategy and policy, to bring in, impactful, commentators, intellectuals who are close to communities, who understand our society, who have views about that will help us think about what kind of police service we want to build now to 2040. That, I think, is a reasonable time span. We should try and have clear targets for what can be achieved in year one, and then I think by the end of this term of the current administration, and then going into, say, 2040, what do we need to do now? What's our strategic vision and plan? We don't have one that the minister is leading. I mean, there are various documents that have been that have been prepared and so forth, but I want to start such a process to get to a point in a few months' time when there is a strategic plan which addresses the challenges that SAPS faces. And I think that's going to be my challenge, to map out a vision and a plan to get there for SAPS over the next, say, 15 years to 2 decades.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Breitenbach, is it you next?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I've known you for a long time, let me put that on record, and I have always held you in high regard, which I continue to do. I would like to discuss with you, first of all, your views on the STIR's requirements for an independent investigative body to deal with corruption and organized crime. And if I understood you correctly, your view was that IDAC is sufficiently independent. Did I misunderstand you?
There have been steps to improve IDAC's independence. I'm not sure that it's fully compliant with the STIR's requirements, which I consider to be mandatory because in one respect we do agree on the outcomes of the Glenister judgment. So I don't think that it was prescriptive. The judgment was prescriptive on what kind of institution has to be established, but it was prescriptive on what is required by the Constitution. And what's required by the Constitution is compliance with the STIR's mandates.
So we absolutely agree on that point.
Yes.
And the independence that it refers to, in my view, is that it should be independent of control by the executive.
Yes.
And impartiality is a different issue. So it should be both, but it can never be truly independent while it's housed within the National Prosecuting Authority. Do you agree?
Not quite. You see, so I am where I think I didn't agree with your certain elements of your proposal, is that I think that the power to prosecute and investigate, which is a policing power, must be subject in a democracy to political accountability. You can't have prosecutors in a democracy who are not accountable in some way to an elected government.
We agree.
So accountability is not the same as independence. Now, I think that if you house, IDAC is properly housed in the Department of Justice, but the Department of, the NP, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, in our view of the Council, has to be independent of the Department of the accounting of the DG. And so that means that it has control over its budget, its appointment, how the DPP is appointed, needs attention. The President did introduce a new process, which I think is a positive development.
It is.
And if the IDAC is housed there, then I don't think that that the fact that overall it's in the Department of Justice is problematic, because I'm not aware of any democracy where such agencies are completely independent of the elected branches of government. And I think that would be a dangerous precedent, because you then have a situation where you have a privately funded body that has the public power to prosecute, that is, to send people to jail. That's an awesome power. Democracies have ways of ensuring that, or ensuring accountability, but I don't. But the system has shown a certain fragility over time. Now we've got to draw some lessons, strengthen those institutions by complying with the constitutional mandates which are clearly established now, both in our domestic law and internationally.
So, see, the difficulty I have with the approach that you're taking is that, the institution that we envisage is not privately funded. It's funded by Treasury, just negotiated directly without the interference of the Department of Justice. And B, it's accountable to Parliament, like any other Chapter 9 institution. So all the Chapter 9 institutions come to the Justice Portfolio Committee, they're held accountable. So there's no issue with accountability. Accountability is a prerequisite, of course. But while it's housed within the National Prosecuting Authority, and you will recall that you referred yourself to the DSO, the Scorpions, and you agreed that that was a good model and an effective model. But as soon as it became uncomfortable for politicians, they disbanded them, because all they need is a 50% plus one in Parliament. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. So it gives you no security of tenure. Muscle memory of people involved in the criminal justice system will never forget that. People who were doing a good job were punished for doing their job. They were fired. They were closed down. There's nothing preventing that happening to IDAC. And while that is the case, nobody really worthwhile will go and work there, because they know they have no security of tenure. When they do their job, and they do it properly, and they go after the people who are connected, they'll get closed down. And that is our issue. And so it does not meet, in my view, the requirement for independence.
Chair, look, there are versions of your proposal which did suggest that it could be privately funded or draw substantially in private funds. So we agree that would be a very dangerous model. Now, your second argument is that parliamentary oversight is sufficient. I don't agree. I think that, the Parliament is a large body made up of many members, different parties. It's often very contentious. I think that the issue is here that there has to be accountability to an elected government, whether it's a majority government or a GNU type government. There has to be. The issue, though, that you raise, how then do you ensure insulation from improper political interference? Because like you, I think we have to learn from the DSO experience. Kenya had the same experience. They set up an anti-corruption body. It was dismantled when it went after senior politicians, and now they've got a new anti-corruption agency, which, by the way, is modeled in a way that learns from our constitution. They use that as a model. So I think that the solution to the problem of potential problem of political interference is not to create an institution which is entirely independent of the executive branch. Now, and there is no foolproof example. Let me take what's happening in the United States. You've now got, they've got a constitution which is 200 years old. They have embedded institutions, and now you've got a president who says, you know, I can interfere with, I can decide who's prosecuted, not prosecuted, because my political opponents were doing it. So countries, I don't think there's a foolproof solution. We have Chapter 9 institutions. What's been our experience with the public protector? It is insulated, it is constitutionally protected. But now we have a public protector who's doing a good job. We had a public protector at one stage who was doing an excellent job. And then we had an interim period where we had a problem. So there's no foolproof, you know, there's no
Chair,
foolproof.
is there relevance
mechanism.
in this? Point of order, Chair.
May we please not drown the minister and allow him to respond to the benefit of Honorable Breitenbach.
So, you know, and I think that you raise a legitimate
Point of order,
question.
Chair. I just want to know the relevance of this one, where a public protector is doing good and not doing good. What is that? What is that, Chair?
The Honorable Breitenbach has said she has not heard anything, so it is only fair that we allow her that opportunity to get the response, and then we can take the point of order.
So my response to Member Breitenbach's question is that constitutional methods for insulating bodies from political interference. There's no blueprint. A lot depends on the incumbents, on the people who are appointed to serve in these positions. So our experience with the Chapter 9 institutions, which are set in place to guarantee accountability. Some have
some more work, and we should all work together in the benefit, to the benefit of the country.
You don't even have to, you don't have to persuade me that that's what's required.
Thank you, Minister. I have many more questions, but I've sadly run out of time. So thank you.
Honorable Shongwe.
No, Chair, I wanted to establish the point of a good public protector. Was that public protector good because they protected money under the sofa of the president? Is that a good public protector?
Minister.
Chairperson, I'm tempted to say that wasn't a point of order. Can I say that?
Don't take that chance.
I don't
Don't fall for that trap.
Huh?
Don't take that chance. Just answer one thing. Do you think the public
But you are
protector
not
was
the
good in
chair.
putting
You
the
are
money
not
under
the
the
chair.
mattress and saying the
Even if
president
they
was
can
correct?
laugh for you.
Which South African can put money under the sofa
not the
and be
chairperson.
told is correct? Which South African can do that? Only President Ramaphosa can do that in South Africa and be told that it is accurate by your public protector that you deem good. And you are not the chairperson.
I appreciate that.
No. Honorable members.
Honorable of the DA, you can't be saying stuff that you are not afraid of people. Don't take it there. Please don't take it there.
Chair, these
Please, Honorable, don't take it there. Through you, Chair, please.
No, wait.
Through you, Chair, do not ever say that you are not afraid of people. What does it mean? Through you, Chair, what does it mean to say you are not afraid of people?
Chair, I'm not afraid of toy soldiers.
I'm not going to be threatened by anybody, and especially not anybody in here.
They're not afraid of you.
I'm waiting.
You are trying
for
so
you.
hard to intimidate us. We'll never be intimidated by
Honorable
you.
members, I'm waiting for you to make an indication to me how much time do you need to engage in these shenanigans. Because what you want to do now is not in any way related to the business of the ad hoc committee. But because I'm a benevolent chairperson, and you may need some time to do other things. If you also want me to allocate your time to jog for some 15 minutes outside the chambers, I can allocate you that time. You sprint some 100 or 200 meters, you come back. Yeah, Honorable Skosan.
It's unfortunate that, I don't want to talk politics here again, the issue of GNU. The question was to the Honorable Minister, to the acting minister. I don't know why other members are getting some palpitations or high blood. Honorable Shongwe was asking the minister a simple question. Now he's being intimidated people because he's talking about the president. It's unacceptable. It's him who invited that. He said there was a public protector, then there was this, there was that. Now he is making a follow-up question. He's asking him, why are they interfering?
Let me.
No, it's wrong. Protect other honorable members. Because now he says that Honorable Cameroon, the statement which he uttered here is unacceptable.
No.
Because if we do that, this house will degenerate. Please.
Let me come in. Let me come in, honorable members. I have warned you earlier on during the proceedings that if you act in common purpose, you don't become a victim. It doesn't happen. There is no way you can become a victim when you act in common purpose. When there is a foul, the referee blows the whistle, you retaliate, you are sent out of the P. You are given a straight red for retaliation. Yes, that's what happens. Once the whistle is blown, you don't retaliate. So, because if you retaliate, you act in common purpose, you are no longer a victim. You see, if you want me to order you to come here, and then you want to be Big John Tate and Kherikotsi here, we can afford that opportunity. We have an obligation, you know. The reason why they call us honorable members, it's not just a cheap tag that you can get at a flea market. They call you honorable members because they place a heavy obligation on you to be exemplary in terms of the manner in which you conduct yourselves as leaders. And we have to accord this house the decorum that it deserves. But even yourselves as individual citizens of this country, let me remind you that each one of you has a right to a good name. When you walk on the streets of South Africa, the people of South Africa must look at you with admiration. Some people must even wish to be like you. But if we conduct ourselves in a manner that we disappoint people who know us, that we disappoint people in our surroundings, I can tell you, we are not doing justice to our names. We are not doing any justice to our families. We don't do any justice to people who talk about us every day. Please, honorable members, before you open your mouth to speak, think about your right to a good name. Please, do not soil your reputation. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Chair, so that we don't set a good precedent in this House, Chair. Honorable Cameroon has referred to us as toy soldiers. So may he withdraw that. If it's unparliamentary, unless it is parliamentary, Chair.
Look, what I'm not going to do is to pinpoint each one of you to withdraw. I want you to silently withdraw everything wrong that you said.
No, but Chair, we have not used any unparliamentary term. And if we have done so, it's members who must say, Nomvalo has said this and he must withdraw. We can't generalize it, Chair. He referred to us as toy soldiers, and as far as I know, they are honorable members here. They are not toy soldiers. So, unless it's going to be permissible for us to give each other nicknames, because I've got a very good nickname for him, which I can use if he refuses to call us. I mean, if he refuses to withdraw, calling us toy soldiers.
But why do we have to inject fear in each other if we are honorable members?
No, it's not fear, Chair.
Honorable
It's a matter of
Cameron,
principle.
did you use the phrase toy soldiers?
Chair, I absolutely did use it after Honorable Skosana said he would deal with us. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
What did Honorable Skosana say? What did he say?
There were two specific comments, Chair. The first one was that they would deal with us. And then apologies for the language, but one of the members pointed at me and Honorable Breitenbach and said they would donor us. So yeah. So I will gladly withdraw.
Okay. Thank you so much for the nobility of thought. The honorable member who has said, I will donor you, is the honorable member prepared to withdraw?
Chair, I only said I will donor you, I'll fast trap you,
Be a man. Withdraw.
That's only what I said.
Yes,
After you said what he
I
said.
want to check if you are
I was
prepared.
just telling him, ek more a boy, ek donor, like fast trap a boy. That's what I wanted to make sure that he
I
gets
want
that
to-
one.
I
So
want
if
to check-
he apologizes, then I'll apologize for that, Chair. Apologizing. Angidlali nomfana, ngiyaxolisa sihlalo.
Look, I want you to listen to this, honorable members. You know, if you say something wrong to me, to the extent of me being humiliated or my integrity being impugned upon, and I say something back, I talk back to you. If I'm requested to apologize, I'm going to apologize unconditionally. Whether the person who said something bad about me apologizes or withdraws the statement, to me it does not matter. What matters to me is that I would have acknowledged the wrong on my part that I would have made, and I will apologize for that wrong. If the next person does not see befitting to them to do so, there is no way I'm going to force that person or for them to apologize for that. Human beings who are very different, the values to which we subscribe are different, and the people who hold us in high regard are also different. Others may not see anything wrong in the manner in which we behave, whereas others will do so. So each one of you, you know the people you represent, the kind of the people they are. If they approve of your conduct, so be it. And if the people who follow you do not approve of your conduct, you must always find it desirable to stand up and say, the manner in which I conducted myself is not in keeping with the standards or the expectations of people of South Africa, and for that I want to apologize. It's not something that that must derail us. It can't derail us the way it does if we really want to live up to the expectation of being honorable members. I was going to allocate your time to speak, Honorable Matthias. Do you still want to speak? Listen, listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm going to give you time to make a follow-up question. And when you are done with your follow-up question, I'm going to allocate you your right to speak. Listen, now you ask the follow-up question. Honorable Cameron, just before you leave, you are not leaving because you are running away. You are leaving because you have informed the chairperson
We don't
that
know.
at 16 hours you are going to request to leave. Am I correct? Yeah, but that you have also taken leave with the chairperson. It's not because you are disenchanted or because you are running away, but because at lunchtime you came to the chair and say, sometimes around 16 hours, I'm going to request to be released. Correct? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Disenchanted is a big word, he doesn't understand it.
Thank you, Chair. Acting Minister, on the Public Protector, you said except for a questionable one. Which Public Protector were you referring to?
Maybe it's better if we just deal with issues of principle. I think that the
Acting
public-
Minister, just the name.
No, I'm
You said it.
Yes.
You said except for a questionable Public Protector. Which one were you referring to?
I think there was a period of time when
Just the name.
I do not want to, I've been careful I don't
then
want
you
to be...
shouldn't say that, Acting Minister. Chair, I think we
Yeah.
need your intervention because we just need the name of the public protector that the Acting Minister was referring to. Then he must say that. because he's
Chairperson, I
not
don't
saying.
think I can
He-
be compelled.
The Acting Minister is saying he doesn't want to say the name, but he throws shade around. We don't know which public protector he's referring to.
What do you want the acting minister to do?
To tell us which public protector the Acting Minister was referring to when he said
Okay.
there was a questionable.
Okay.
Public protector.
He heard the question. What is your response, acting
I would,
minister?
I don't think it adds any value to in
But it's
this
for us to
inquiry to mention names, and I mean, I was giving an example. I was making a point about whether or not constitutional arrangements guarantee the kind of outcomes, accountability outcomes we're seeking. That was the point I was making. Not so much who's good and who's bad. You know, I think that is to debase the discussion. It's not really
No, but
relevant.
on points
But-
of order,
but
Chair, I think the
Honourable
Acting
Chair, I
Minister is
think
digressing. That's not what I'm
I think
asking.
I can answer.
And he also doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it's on a
Okay.
point, and also I'm on a, still on. And I'm on a point of order, Chair. We're not going to decrease. He doesn't know what my next question is going to be. And it's a follow-up question talking about the issue of independence and political interference. If the Acting Minister did not want to decrease, he shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. So either he must withdraw that or he must tell us which public protector is he referring to. Because then we're going to talk about the political interference, which is within the terms of reference of our ad hoc committee.
Acting minister, do you want to mention the name of that public protector, or do you want to withdraw that statement?
Well, if that's my choice, then I withdraw the statement.
The statement is withdrawn, honorable members. Do you want to start using your time now? Yeah? Okay, let's get to your time before you start. Let me allocate. It's now 15:43. Your 20 minutes will expire at 16:03.
We're not trying to be ageist or anything. How old are you?
I assume that you think the question is relevant. I'm born in 1958.
That's 66.
Yes.
What's the cutoff age for enrollment as a police trainee in South African Police Service? Do you know the cutoff age when they take in trainees?
As a trainee, you mean the young recruits? I'm not sure what the age is.
Yeah, it's 35 years old. And what is the age of retirement for a SAPS member?
60?
60 and then 65 by approval. You indicated that there were statements made by the former Minister Becky Cele, which you did not wish to associate with, if I heard correctly. What specifically are those statements?
Yes, I think this is an important matter. I mean, I was quite surprised by that particular testimony. So I think there is a question that all of us in public office have to ask about the company we keep. And I think that applies when you're in office and when you've left office. So I do not want to be to dwell on this matter. You might compel me to, but I do think that there is a general question of principle about how we conduct ourselves in public office, who we associate with, and to have statements. It's not acceptable to accept accommodation from a criminal, and it didn't appear as if my predecessor, one of my predecessors, considered that to be a problem. He didn't suggest that. And listening to him, I thought that that was not right. It's not giving the right message to the public. A lot of what we are apparently dealing with has got to do with such relationships. Relationships with middlemen, with lobbyists, with those who are peddling influence. And it turns out that some of them may be criminals. That can't be acceptable. It's not acceptable. And so it goes to, it's a question of judgment and probity when you are in a position of influence. And so I didn't agree with that his statements, those particular statements. I did point out that on his general analysis of the issues implicated in the decision to disband the PKKT, that I agreed with his assessment, his reasoning, rather.
Thank you, Acting Minister. So just to be clear, so outside of him having a meeting and accepting accommodation from Cat Nhlanhla, is there anything else? Because that's the only thing that we know. Is there anything else that wasn't reported here as to the ad hoc committee that you know of that is questionable by the former Minister, Cachalia?
No, in fact, let me say, that's why I was surprised by the statement. I mean, I have known Cachalia for a long time. We have belonged to the same organization. I had no, we're not personal friends. We're in the same organization and have had a respectful relationship when I have encountered him. And I was surprised by those statements. I haven't watched either the Nhlanhla Commission inquiry or this inquiry consistently throughout the day. I have, I've been busy, so I've tried to watch as much as possible, but I didn't listen to all his testimony. I listened to parts of it, and that part jumped out at me. I thought that if the committee, for instance, is dealing with making recommendations for that will help the country move forward, to make recommendations on systemic reform, then that might be one of the questions to look at. I mean, how we manage conflicts of interest, and the implications of these associations, which appear to have become normalized in our politics, and I don't accept that.
The issue around designated functions for the deputy ministers have come up quite strongly. President Ramaphosa has given this responsibility to the ministers to do so. What is the process? Do you know what the process is of designating functions, which is different to responsibilities of saying, DM, go and represent me in the ad hoc committee or go, but designated functions?
So you can correct me. My understanding is that executive authority cannot be delegated. So a minister exercises executive authority on appointment by the president, exercising his or her constitutional functions. I do not think that the minister can delegate that a constitutionally authorized allocation of responsibility downwards. or to, to a deputy minister. So deputy ministers don't exercise executive authority, but it doesn't follow that that their role is, I've indicated in my, when I was responding to the advocate's question, that the deputy ministers, especially in a large department like the police, do play an important role, and different ministers will have a different attitude. Sometimes there's the potential for conflict, because if a minister is exercising executive authority and they're the one, and you are held accountable, then you may be reluctant to share their responsibility. But that's not my perspective. I'm not saying that sometimes there aren't stress points in such relationships, but I have allocated important functions to them, and it shouldn't be, allocation may not be the right formulation, because we sat down together, discussed it as collegially. We also happen to be comrades, we're in the same party. Often that will be the case. If there were deputy ministers from another party, it wouldn't change my attitude. But I know these, the two of them personally. I respect them. I respect their role also in the organization I belong to. They are leaders in their own right. I respect that. So that helps in my relationship with them. I have to say both of them have been very, I think they've embraced my appointment and my presence. And I value that, because it could have been otherwise.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Acting Minister. I think you have sufficiently covered. You're going to use up all my time, I can just see, but lucky I don't have that many questions for you. Have you engaged the President about, because he came here to Parliament, and during his question and answers about deputy ministers, he indicated that ministers must designate functions that the deputy ministers are going to be responsible for here in Parliament and must answer to it. That's what he told us. So have you engaged him about that? Because sitting down and having an informal meeting or having a meeting with your deputy ministers and saying, okay, these are your responsibilities, seems to be a very different vibe from what we were told as members of Parliament, what is expected from the deputy or from the ministers. But I think we'll let that go. Speak to your president and get clarity, and we'll meet in the Police Portfolio Committee on that issue. In your statement, Acting Minister, you said that you were appointed to the committee of experts that drafted the first versions of the constitutional principles. Let me get this right. So prior to 1990, did you at any stage engage or form part of the ANC's Department of Legal and Constitutional Affairs on the constitutional questions?
No, but I worked very closely with many of the members of that committee. I effectively, when I was in the Center for Applied Legal Studies as a researcher, worked on various projects led by Justice Albie Sachs. So I engaged, I worked in ANC structures with Zola Squia and Kader Asmal and Bridget Mabandla. I knew them well, worked well, but I was, I would say at that point, quite junior. I was learning from them. Just happy to have the opportunity to engage with some of those giants, yeah.
Okay, so that was prior to 1990, okay. Let's talk about your relationship with President Ramaphosa. How would you characterize that?
It's a very respectful relationship. He's the president. I might say he's our president, and I treat him with all the deference that a president should be treated with, in my view. I respect what he's accomplished. I have not always agreed with his point of view on some matters, but that, and I'm not going to be willing to explore those matters in this committee. But I think he's been an important leader for South Africa in the post-capture era. But the problems we still have, we are lucky to have him as the president. That's my view.
Very good political answer. So outside your formal appointment as the chairperson of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, do you engage with the president outside of that? Do you hang out by his house or at each other's homes? Do you have a friendship outside of the working relationship?
Can I say, even here, I think you will get respect from me if it's mutual.
Are you saying that because am I being disrespectful?
I think you should appreciate the fact that when you ask me a question, side comments are that's what they are,
But I'm saying it's
you
a good political answer.
expect me not to respond, and I won't take the bait in general. But your question is whether I hang out with the president. No, I don't.
Okay, maybe I mustn't say hang out. So have you visited the president's home outside of your engagement before you were appointed as the acting minister?
No, I haven't.
You haven't. Any of his homes?
No.
Okay. Your relationship with Trevor Manuel, how would you characterize that?
We are close comrades. I think you might, because you're asking me questions about before 1990. I am 66 years old. I spent a lot of time in the struggle. I knew him in that capacity before he became an important minister. I knew him when he was in the trenches and when I was in the trenches. So I know him for a long time, and my relationship with him is based on our involvement in the struggle, not really on his position of high office after we achieved our democracy.
Mm. And then how would you describe your relationship with the late Minister Pravin Gordhan?
I miss him terribly. He was, in my view, an absolutely outstanding cadre of our movement and a public servant of unimpeachable integrity. He was subjected to a lot of abuse at times, completely without justification. But he lives on in our hearts and minds, and I believe in our history books.
Have you met or engaged Paul Sullivan?
No, I know he's quite famous, but I've had no engagement with him.
Okay. I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Souls. Honorable Souls, look at me. I'm not saying you must do anything. I'm saying good afternoon to you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can we take Honorable James? We will come back to, I want you to settle and follow the proceedings. You will indicate to me when you are ready, yourself and Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we take Honorable James?
Chair, I thought IFP is going before me, but anyway.
No, yeah.
Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, do you think South Africans should be content by the fact that you are the 4th minister?
No, I think that the instability there, the changes, you know, if you have, if you're appointed as an important portfolio and you have the time to achieve something, that's important. So the changes that have been occasioned have been what the President thought necessary in the circumstances that we found ourselves after General Mkhwanazi made that statement. Has led to it's a hiatus. It's a period. It was a sort of inflection point or crisis point that led to my appointment. I'm very aware of that. That it's and I was, you know, quite shocked, and I would say even saddened by the fact that Senzim Chunu was put on special leave. I've always held him in high regard, and I was surprised. I'm surprised by some of the evidence that has been led. As the chairperson of the council, quite shortly before these events, he agreed to meet with myself as the chair of the council, and we'd struggled to get a meeting previously, you know, to engage with SAPS on the work that we were trying to do. And we had a very productive meeting.
Sorry, Minister, we don't have a lot of time.
Okay.
Can we leave it at that you were saddened, that you weren't quite content with being appointed as the 4th minister, placing strain on the South African purse? Am I right?
I tend to be quite frugal in the way I carry out this office. I haven't, as you know, in the private office, for many reasons, but there I have used secondments. Major General Susan Pinar is now the Chief of Staff. The person who was acting as the Chief of Staff, or in the position of the Chief of Staff, appointed by Minister Mchunu. I felt that if he's going to appear before the Nhlanhla Commission and yourselves, and given some of the evidence that's being led, that he should no longer carry that responsibility for me. But you know, General Pinar is a career police officer, so there's no additional budgetary implications.
Minister, I'm going to request of you to please keep your answers very short. I don't have a lot of time. When the President Cyril Ramaphosa called you, what was his ask and what did it entail? Take us through that conversation.
It was a very brief conversation. I had said in public that, you know, I was watching tennis that day. It was a Sunday. And my phone was upstairs. It rang a few times, but I ignored the ringing. And then about, I don't know, it was about 7 o'clock that evening, I got a call from his national security advisor to say the president is looking for you, and please take his call. So I said, of course I'll take his call. And then the president called me about 5 minutes later and said, listen, I want to appoint you as the Minister of Police. I was taken aback, and I must have asked him, well, what's happened with the incumbent? He must have given me, I don't recall now in detail, a brief explanation, but I didn't hesitate. Okay. I just accepted this as a responsibility.
Okay, you didn't hesitate, you didn't think of the fact that there were already 2 deputy ministers, you didn't highlight that, you didn't ask him why me, you didn't highlight the fact that this would put strain on the public purse, you just said, I'm in it.
I didn't even know there were 2 deputy ministers.
Okay.
I hadn't been, I didn't, I just didn't know that.
You didn't say to him, give me some time to think about it,
No,
because
I
obviously these decisions will impact the greater South Africa. You just said, despite not knowing that there were 2 deputy ministers, you just said, I'll take the job.
Maybe we have a cultural issue here. You have to understand that, for the generation that I grew up in, public office was not a prospect, and it wasn't the aim. And I can say that to you with complete frankness. I am carrying out a public responsibility. Of course, it's a high office. It has a lot of status and responsibility. But I'm not, that really doesn't interest me, to be perfectly frank.
Thank you, Minister. You're not that kind of guy. Minister, South Africans are frustrated. They are angry like me. What are some of the low-hanging fruit that we can act on right now towards reform? Because we also don't know how long you're going to be in this position. And we know whenever a new minister steps in, all the old strategies gets thrown in the bin. So we don't know how long you're going to be there. Have you identified low-hanging fruit that we can implement immediately?
So I'm going to take the time that's necessary to understand what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. I don't think there are low-hanging fruit in the South African police service. It might be that there are some immediate steps that have to be taken around consequence management, for instance. I've identified some clear areas where I think attention needs to be directed, like accountability in supply chain. But I'm not going to rush into making decisions. I will engage, I will consult, I will reflect, and I will act.
Thank you, Minister. You don't see firing of General Sibia and the Minister as a low-hanging fruit based on the allegations and the evidence that has been brought before the Nhlanhla Commission?
Which minister?
Minister, I must watch my pronunciation here. Minister Nkunu, yes.
Well, that's not my decision.
Okay.
Okay.
But I asked you your view in
My
terms
view.
of low-hanging fruit that would contribute towards
No,
reform immediately.
I'm afraid I can't. That's the President's decision, and that's my answer.
Okay. Minister, let's take a walk down memory lane because I see there's similarities here. We saw the disbandment of the Scorpions in 2008. I think this was under President Jacob Zuma as well. We see all these presidents disbanding entities when they are embroiled in corruption. We saw the replacement of the Hawks under SAPS. Also another failed mandate, South Africa suffering with the consequences. We now see IDAC under NPA, another interagency mess. We know that you served as the chairperson of the National Anti-Corruption Council, I'm right? And there you've made a recommendation for another entity, I think it was called the Public Office of Integrity. The Public Office of Integrity. The Office of Public Integrity, sorry. Do you want to start another anti-corruption body? That's going to take us how long? We've seen sort of the negative impact and the corruption within these Chapter 9 institutions, and we know this could possibly take years. Do you think this is the right step to take?
So maybe you're confusing the Hawks with the Scorpions. The Hawks, that's the DPCI. It continues to exist. It's in SAPS. It's a very important component. And I've indicated that I think that it needs to be developed and reshaped into the main vehicle for attacking organized crime. So it does exist. Your observations about IDEC are not quite right, because IDEC came out of a constitutional court judgment responding to the disbandment of the Scorpions, which is what I think you intended to say. And it's an attempt to implement a prosecution-led approach to the fight against corruption by strengthening the independence of that institution. So what you are mischaracterizing with respect to this initiative. It's an important initiative in the reform process. It's not going to be helpful, with respect, member, to be impatient with the serious questions we're facing around institutional reform and capacity building. We had an extraordinary achievement in this country when we had a democratic breakthrough. We adopted a constitution in a relatively peaceful way, and we set up a range of institutions. Some of them have been an enormous success. Others have failed. The challenge is to learn from those experiences, look at where we need to rebuild capacity, and where necessary, establish new institutions, because we are dealing with an evolving situation that could not possibly have been anticipated 30 years ago. Now, the proposal we've made, you're quite right, when you establish institutions, it can take a long time. Australia is in the process of establishing a similar anti-corruption institution. It took them 15 years, as I understand it. And now in the implementation phase, I understand that they've experienced some problems. Can you say that the Australians are wrong to consider establishing an anti-corruption institution because they came to the conclusion that they needed one? They had the usual institutions, strong prosecutors, investigative bodies, and so forth, but they considered that it was necessary to establish an anti-corruption institution. Our constitutional court has said that we need to establish an anti-corruption institution, and across the world, anti-corruption institutions have been established in jurisdictions across the world in the last 10 years. They are responding. That's a response to a real need. Now, the way we've approached this question is pragmatically. I know if you're asking me questions that require a response, I need to have the time to respond if you want an answer, because I can't give you a simple answer. So if you feel that I've run out of time, I'll stop.
I didn't say anything, Minister.
No, I just thought that I might be running out of time, because you did indicate that I'm taking too long with my answers. Now, the OPI is not an entirely new body. We've looked at the SIU, which has infrastructure across the country, proven capabilities of leadership, and a proven skills base. That institution has shown success, and it has a footprint across the country. It's led by someone I think has outstanding leadership abilities, Motibe. Now, what we've said is that we need to establish this we need new capabilities, because it has the capabilities of the SIU at the moment are specific. Only the President issues specific proclamations based on evidence that's provided to investigate a particular matter, like Tembisa Hospital. And then they are limited to exercising powers that the President has conferred by proclamation. That's not optimal. You need a body that can investigate matters without a presidential proclamation. You need a body that can deal with whistleblowing. We don't have such institutions in place at the moment. So what we have proposed is to augment, to build upon the powers and functions of the SIU by by creating a new, by adopting a new statute, expand its powers and functions, but build on what it's already achieved, because that will shorten the time that it takes to establish an institution. And while we are doing that, the SIU will continue incrementally to expand its powers and capabilities. So we have made a proposal which takes the country's resource constraints into account, its needs into account, because we certainly need to fight corruption more effectively. Now let me give you an example of what we're trying to achieve. A real live example. Tembisa Hospital. We are acting too late now. We're learning the truth too late. The harm has already been done. That institution has been destroyed by corruption. That corruption is systemic. What happened is that cartels took over the systems of the hospital. And it then started to serve the interests of the cartels, not the patients. Now, what we have in mind is an institution that has powers of search and seizure, of entry, of investigation, that could have gone into the hospital, looked at their systems, came to conclusions based on the evidence, made binding recommendations on, for instance, on procurement reform. And we've said, in addition, if they discover evidence of criminal malfeasance, they should be able to carry out the criminal investigation. So in a very limited way, they've been given powers of criminal investigation. We didn't want to go the whole hog because other bodies have the responsibility, like the DPCI, to investigate crime. It is going to take time. We took 3 years to adopt the report. The country had adopted the anti-corruption plan 2 years earlier. That's 5 years already. And I would say the report is nowhere near the implementation phase. It hasn't yet been
Minister,
adopted
I'm
in
so
government.
sorry. With all due respect, I think you've responded. You're now giving us case studies and examples. I think if anything...
Okay, that's fine, if you are satisfied with the answer.
I'm satisfied, yes. I think if anything, that's more concerning now, the fact that you speak about this long process and the fact that we don't have an institution or a body in place that can protect whistleblowers. I also want to ask on a different topic, Minister. You mentioned that you were concerned, something along those lines, about the conduct of former Minister Becky. Am I right? Yeah, thanks for saying that for me. And you mentioned association. You know, one needs to, the company we keep, you spoke about having a principled approach. Is that correct? Right now we have a strategy for, yesterday we spoke in the committee for the Cape Flats, am I correct? Okay. The generals heading up the strategy, is General Mosikile one of them? You speak about having ethical leaders, you speak about association. Is this the same general that was embroiled in a case for, I think it was buying macro goods backdoor?
Yes,
Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware.
And you
that
think she's the right person to spearhead the operation for the Cape Flats?
So, I'm aware that there's an IPID investigation.
Okay.
I do not have, they have not come to a conclusion.
Okay,
But
so
I'm aware that
despite the
matters being
fact that you know that
investigated.
she's embroiled, there's a case against her, a current case against her, you choose that person. Despite the fact that we don't have public trust, that person is now going to head up an operation in the Western Cape to deal with corruption when she herself has allegations of corruption.
I didn't choose General Musikili.
Okay.
She is the deputy national.
Are you able to
commissioner.
advise the NC against her sort of leading up this operation? Obviously not instructing, maybe just, you know, saying to him, hey, can we look at someone else until she's cleared? We're not saying she's guilty.
Yes. No, I haven't considered that. It might be that I think that you are raising a matter that is concerning. I do not dispute that. I have to work with what's there.
Okay.
There is also a whole team. Lieutenant General Sentumule has also been critical in formulating the strategy. You know, there's a whole team of people working. So I don't think. I don't think.
We understand that,
Yes.
Minister. We're specifically speaking about this one person. We have seen over the years and over the past couple of months how people that has come into this house are embroiled in crime. So we want to know that whatever we do going forward, we don't have those elements and those characters as part of operations that's meant to sort of restore public trust. I think I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, anything to say from that comment?
No, I think it's a fair comment.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable James. Honorable Skosan.
Chair, I thought the acting minister will respond on that because we don't want to go out of here misleading the public. Honorable James mentioned that the Scorpion was disbanded by Jacob Zuma, President Zuma. It's not true. And the minister knows because unless he has resigned from the ANC. In 2007, in the National Conference, the ANC took a resolution. And then President Kgalema Motlanthe disbanded the Scorpion in 2009 in January. I wanted to put that on record that we should not really mislead the public. President Kgalema Motlanthe at that time disbanded the Scorpion. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, may I say, Chairperson, because I am assuming the honourable member was in that conference, so was I, and I definitely opposed that decision vigorously, and I confirm today that I think it was the wrong decision. And we are learning the lessons of that decision. But otherwise, I have no dispute with the facts that you are putting on record.
No, Chair, I just wanted to make that clear. The issue is debatable. When I get my time, I'll respond on that. For me, it was a good decision because it was politically targeting people. Hence, we took that resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Sangon. Do you want to start questioning?
Okay.
Remember, they have just joined in the afternoon and.
Oh, okay. Oh, mind you, disorganized. Okay. Thank you.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I must just find my notes, which I can't find now. Okay. All right. Thank you, Minister. Sorry, I was still stretching and laughing at Honorable Skosana there. Minister, let me thank you very much for, firstly, I think your appearance, but also the contributions that you made in your statement. And I do want to say that, I mean, we've been trying to go through them with a fine-tooth comb, and really the work that you put in to help us look at possible areas of reforms is really appreciated. So thank you for that. Just a few questions that I've got, I think, arising from your statement. In paragraph 23, you indicate that there's a problem with procurement supply chain issues, I'm paraphrasing, as it relates to crime intelligence, so the whole /fund Secret Service account. And you then juxtapose the fact that you can't use the normal procurement processes. However, there's a requirement for these covert operations. Now, you would know Section 217 of the Constitution requires transparency in the process of procurement and supply chain. How are you thinking that that can be resolved? Because, I mean, a lot of these problems do arise from that /fund issue.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. It has to be resolved. I mean, so step one is to recognize that Section 217 of the Constitution is applicable. So any system that is designed for the closed account has to be compliant with 217. But I also think that there has to be a special dispensation. So the question becomes how to achieve transparency, which is consistent with the work of crime intelligence, which is vitally important for the fight against crime, particularly organized crime. I mean, think about the gang violence in the Western Cape and across the country. What we need is good intelligence. So we need to rebuild crime intelligence. They need to be able to, they need informer networks and so forth and so forth. They need to operate in a clandestine way. They need to spend money, in the course of the work that they do. But we, as the in Parliament and in public and the public in general, need to be assured that the money is not being misused. So I think there has to be a special dispensation, and I indicated that I've asked Deputy Minister Nhlanhla to look at that question. It's probably going to require reform of the. I understand that the extant legislation has not changed in the post-apartheid era, and that we're still operating with apartheid era legislation. So the problem is not just that, it's that we don't have a regime that is designed for our needs now that we are a constitutional democracy. And how that circle should be squared, I don't have answers yet. We have to go through an inquiry process. But it needs to be done. Yesterday, the Treasury took an important step to grant the criminal intelligence INSAPs an exemption, which the other security agencies have enjoyed, because without that exemption, the Auditor General has had no option but to find on a routine basis that the account should be qualified. That's obviously because they don't have full assurance. So we need a system of assurance on the one hand, and we need to build up crime intelligence. And I think that's one of the areas perhaps that the committee can also take a view on.
Okay, I hear you, Minister. I don't want to dwell on this, but I mean, looking at it, I would have wondered if it was not just about strengthening oversight and accountability on that instead of a whole new dispensation. But let's leave it, since you're saying you're still wrapping your head around it as well. Then on paragraph 25, you indicate that since the head of IPID is appointed by the minister, this has been open to abuse. Is this an apprehension, Minister, or is there something that informs this perspective? So you're worried about it, or has it happened? Has it been abused?
No, I have no reason to think that the decisions that have been made in the past have been impaired in some way. The IPID has evolved into quite a strong institution. The audit reports, as I was indicating, showed that yesterday. It can be strengthened. I just think that there's an institutional problem that could lead to those consequences, because IPID investigates misconduct in the police service. Now, there's a potential tension between the police service and IPID. The minister is the minister of the police, but I'm supposed to appoint, that position is now, needs to be filled, but there's an acting person there now by the minister. I have to do that. I think I might look at whether there's a way to ensure that the IPID appointment process is more independent, because neither the IPID needs to be at a distance both from the minister and the national commissioner, but they both have to have a respectful relationship with IPID if they're committed to an integrity project, to improving integrity in SAPS. So there is, you know, you've got a minister who's executive authority of SAPS. I appoint IPID. IPID is the watchdog of the police. Yeah, I'm not sure that works optimally.
Yeah. Speaking about tensions then, Minister, what, in your opinion, do these events, recent events, and I'm referencing here particularly the arrest of General Khumalo, has it had any impact on the relationship between SAPS and IDEC?
I think probably without any doubt. And so it is concerning. It's concerning because these bodies have the responsibility to deal with crime. And now there's a situation where IDEC is investigating the head of intelligence, crime intelligence, for corruption. You know, it's not a desirable situation, and I think there is now tension between IDEC and the police, and that's not a good position to be in.
Okay, when you were delivering your testimony, Minister, I saw that you didn't want to dwell on the issue, but I do want to dwell on it a bit. When General Masemula was here, I did ask him about, you know, this thing of IDEC going to arrest somebody for high employment practice irregularity, whatever it was, an HR issue though. He thought that it was unusual. I know that when the head of IDEC sits before us, she's going to couch it as state capture. I don't know. For me, it's a stretch, right? And I don't know, in your extensive experience, and I mean, if people have done wrong, okay, consequences must follow, but in your extensive experience, have you come across somebody who would have been arrested, you know, and then there's issues of fraud and what relating to employment irregularities?
You know, I have the same question, but I think that it wouldn't be correct for me to answer that question. I look forward actually to IDEC's appearance before the committee, so that they will take the opportunity to clarify this matter, because I do know what General Masemola's view is, and I would say that because the matter does apparently relate to a decision to appoint a particular person in a particular position, which is usually doesn't lead to suspicions of criminality. So they will have to definitely clarify why they have charged General Khumalo and why they arrested him.
So Minister, you come into the...
Honorable Cachalia.
Thank you, sorry, Honourable Member. I've got a follow-up to the answer of the Minister, whereby he's saying that...
Yeah, the follow-up will come later. Let's allow Honorable Sanguni to conclude you. Yeah. That is the decision you unanimously voted for.
I didn't hear.
Okay. Sorry, Minister. So I was saying you come in on the 1st of August, right? And you're not the fourth minister, you are the second. Well, in fact, there isn't even a second. There's one minister, there were two acting. Okay, doesn't matter. You come in on the 1st of August, and obviously you weren't there before, Minister, but what did you find there? You know, I think a number of members of this committee hold a view that a lot of these problems that we are seeing at SAPS is about infighting, divisions. I know that the generals are sensitive to us calling them factions, divisions within the top leadership of SAPS. So what did you find when you got there? Do you find an institution that is cohesive? Yeah, maybe that's my question.
Look, I have to carry out my responsibilities with the existing leadership of SAPS. So I am working with them, and I'm trying to work as constructively as possible with them. The speculation out there, which has a basis, I don't deny that, about divisions and so forth, can't be my starting point, can't be my default position. So I go to work every day. I engage with General Masemola, usually more than frequently throughout the day. I meet with the generals and others. The background to the tensions are not my focus. I think that it won't be constructive and productive for me to form views, strong views about, you know, about the concerns about factionalism and so forth. But clearly, because I can't behave like an ostrich, I have to understand the dynamics within the organization, the relationships that have developed, the loyalties that exist and don't exist. And I think that there's going to be a challenge to build a cohesive leadership that is focused on the way forward. And my message to them is, you know, defend your uniform, defend your country, defend your people, focus on what you need to be doing, correct misbehavior, understand that you're losing the confidence, the trust of the people of this country. Let's work together to restore that trust. That has to be my focus. So I'm not I'm not avoiding your question. It's just, and I do have views. I do have views about what might be going on, about who's who, but I don't think it would be right for me to act on the basis of supposition, on impressions, subjectively, on impressions. I have to work with what's there, to respect the people who are in positions, and to start to hold them accountable. And that includes General Masemola, that includes the deputy generals, including those against whom there are accusations. And we're going to have to get there. We're going to get to a point where they can act cohesively as a leadership in accordance with their mandate. And I do feel that there's a lot to work with. I have said, and I think that there are many, that there are officers in the leadership of SAPS who are competent, who are professional, who are well trained, that the organization as a whole functions every day across the country. They go to work every day. They are fighting crime, they're arresting criminals every day. But we also know what's coming, what is being revealed in the Nhlanhla Commission, what is being revealed in this ad hoc committee. We can't ignore that. And as I've said, you are going to help us, I hope, the country as well to understand objectively what's happened and to move forward.
Okay, I've got 6 minutes left, so I'll be very quick. There was something that you said that concerned me a bit, Minister, when you said you didn't have a handover. I mean, obviously, yeah, the circumstances are a bit... but I'm worried whether you won't fall into the same trap that Minister Mkhwanazi fell into. Because Minister Ele said, in fact, I think I'm quoting him verbatim when he said, if he had just called me and spoken to me, this would never have happened. Now, when you come in and you don't have a handover, you said you wanted to have fresh eyes, but are you not worried that that lack of institutionalized memory, at least at the level of the ministry, would then be lacking? And, you know, I mean, for example, you came in and there's Mr. Ngabinde. I don't know what that experience was like, but does it not concern you that you didn't have a handover with your predecessor?
It didn't sit well with me at all, and I reflected a long time because of my relationship with Senzo. You know, I didn't sit well with me. I didn't want him to feel like I had prejudged matters, that I was sitting in judgment of him. But the decision I made was that if I had met with him and then there would inevitably have been a conversation about the events concerning the disbandment of the team, for instance. He would have clearly taken the opportunity to share his impressions with me. That would have made it difficult for me to build trust with the police, with General Masemola, certainly General Mkhwanazi. And I have to say that I think, I mean, you know, I was definitely in a difficult position with the Chief of Staff there. Again, you know, I have no reason to impugn his integrity because I'm now in this public forum. We worked well together for a period of time. But then I said to him, look, you know, you are going to be appearing before the Nhlanhla Commission, before the ad hoc committee. You might well have had a certain engagement with the issues which are going to be explored in this process, and I can't, in that situation, continue to have you as my Chief of Staff because it just creates the wrong impression. The perception is not right. And of course, I've been confirmed in that decision by you know, by how events have unfolded. So I made a difficult decision. You can imagine, you know, we are in the same organization, and you know what it means to have relationships in the same organization. You treat each other with respect. You have a special bond. I didn't want Senzo to think that you know, that I was pleased with what had happened. I wasn't. But I also thought that prudence demanded that I accept that I couldn't have a normal engagement with my predecessor. That was the decision that I took. It has meant that I've had to find my feet with a great deal more difficulty. I have had the two deputy ministers, but even with them, they were there.
Sorry, Minister, I'm going to stop you. You saw the chair is brutal. And I want to get in my last question. There are many South Africans, Minister, who believe that, you know, these commissions, reports and things are a waste of time. I know that Honorable James had asked you about quick wins or low-hanging fruit. I'm interested to just find out that in your experience, I know you haven't been there for long, But are you taking anything from whether it was the Zondo Commission, the Mkhwanazi report, I think that, I don't know if there was another one about intelligence. Are you taking anything that come from these commissions and these reviews and using it to build better? Because you did say from this there must be a reset from the police service. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All of those reports that you mentioned, I have a direct line with the President's National Security Advisor. We engage regularly. I am looking at all of these reports, the Zonda report, the January 1st report that you're referring to. So a lot of reading, and I see part of my responsibility as integrating these recommendations and insight into the work that we must do. So on crime intelligence, the Zondo Commission made quite extensive findings, and I'm going to use those findings as a basis to engage with the National Commissioner.
And then the implementation of NACAC, the NACAC recommendations, who's responsible for that?
Well, it's not entirely clear yet, but the recommendations affect mainly the Department of Justice and the South African Police Service. We have moved ahead. I've had engagements with Minister Kubai. We're in the workshop phase because we have to bring the two departments together. And it's not going to be easy because there's the DPCI that sits under me, and then there's the SIU and IDEC, and the NPA that sits under the Minister of Justice. And her department will also have to agree to implement a version of these proposals because they might raise issues that we didn't anticipate, that we hadn't thought about, and so forth, or from their perspective. And so what might come out of this process are, I hope that the bulk of the recommendations will be implemented with some amendments. There is some momentum after the President said that he supports them. And now that, I am in a better position to drive this working with Minister Kubai, who is definitely interested in this project. So I hope that we can make progress.
Thank you, Minister. And thank you once again for your beautiful exposition of ministerial powers. It was the most clarity I've seen on this topic for a long time. Thank you, Chairperson. I have no further questions.
Hallelujah. Thank you so much, Honorable Sangun. Jali, are you ready, my friend?
I think that the argument that was made that we need a response to this kind of crime across the country, because remember how a task team works. It's not specifically necessarily specific. It's not part of the budget.
Yeah. No,
Just
Minister,
let me say
understand that.
Yes, give me a chance.
Yeah, what I'm saying,
So, yes.
the explanation,
Yes.
I understand. I just wanted to find out
Yes. Do I?
whether you to do that, because for you to explain, it will take another 4 minutes
Yes,
again.
I
Please.
agree with you. Okay, no, I think that I would definitely say that the process of arriving at the decision doesn't seem to me have been the right one. You know, we can have that conversation. I'm happy to have that conversation with my predecessor. It looks to me like the process was not optimal, that there needed to be consultation, even if it wasn't clear that the interministerial committee continued to exist, because I think that is not clear to me. But even if it did, he ought to have consulted with the ministers who had been part of that process in the previous administration, and he certainly ought to have sought to reach agreement with the national commissioner and making a decision of such import. That's what I now think.
No, in fact, he was not supposed to do that, you know, not necessarily consulting the National Commissioner. Relating to the disbandment, you said that you were not in a position to conclude that Mkhwanazi's decision was a wrong decision, and by that time. And we are sitting here today. Do you still maintain that you cannot reach the conclusion of whether Mkhwanazi's decision to dissolve the task team was wrong? Just an answer on that one.
Yes, but Honourable Cachalia, with respect, I thought I'd answered the question and you cut me off. I was saying, in fact, that I think today, having considered all the information that I now have, and having listened to testimony before this inquiry process and the Nhlanhla Commission, I think that there are serious questions to be asked about the way the decision was reached. And my own view is definitely, as I've said in my statement, that the problem of political killings is an ongoing one. So, I think not only the process, but I question the decision itself.
Do you think it's necessary to follow, if I may say, the issue which was raised by Professor Mary de Haas in relation to the allegation of abuse of power? Do you believe that there was any abuse of power?
I have said in my statement that there were certain good practices of the PKTT that we can learn from. Basically, that they brought the prosecutors and investigators together in the same team. I think that's the right approach, a prosecution-led approach. There are allegations that have been made in the public domain by Mary de Haas and a few others, I understand. Those are not allegations that have been made formally, brought to my attention formally. So I have no basis for assessing and evaluating them. But of course, if there have been such abuses, if there have been, those matters are properly within any inquiry process, and it would be concerning if they were true.
Sitting here, me and you and other honorable members and South Africans, you know, we know that the Nhlanhla Commission's findings might be ignored, like the other one, Marikana and Zondo. And for us as parliamentarians, as you know, that after all this exercise, this matter will go to Parliament. But the Nhlanhla Commission report will go to the President. And the President will decide what to do with that report. Am I right?
Yes, you are right.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, that's not an answer to your question, because you have said that the Zondo Commission report, the recommendations were not recommended. I don't accept that is an accurate statement.
Okay.
Okay. No, but I mean.
No, I understand that. You said I'm not accurate because, Chair, through you, Chair, I've seen the way the professor respond on these matters. And my time is going to be, you know, I won't have enough time. So I'm saying I understand what you say. I don't want to go to that debate because I can go to that debate to say we are still having people who were fingered by Zondo, a commission. You still have a minister who was acting here, Minister Gwede Mantashe. They are still here. So for me, let's leave that for now. Let me come to this. I understand that you don't believe in that. It's okay. I understand that. Otherwise, you're going to put me into a class.
Person.
Please, please, please.
I mean, I understand that that I take a long time to provide answers. It's been a problem all my life, but I am trying to be candid and to answer your questions fully. Now, with your direction, Honourable Chair, I think that the Honourable Member makes statements in the form of questions, and then it doesn't allow me to respond. These are political statements on which I also have views. So if he puts a question to me in the form of a statement, I should be allowed an opportunity to respond. We may not agree on the evaluation of how the Zondo Commission has been responded to, but what I would want, I'm asking the Chair for direction. This is an inquiry process. Are questions being put to me to establish what my views are, or is this an opportunity for members to make political statements in the inquiry process? Because for that purpose, I don't have to be here.
Chair, I want to appeal to you. I'm satisfied with his answer. Going further and further, it won't help. It won't change anything. So what I'm saying, I accepted your answer. Hence, I want to go and forward again to ask you other questions because there's limited time. Now, Chair, through you, I want to find out about this NACAC. That from where I'm sitting, it's like a private school. We've got the PPSA here. We have the PPSA here, which we have confidence, not long ago, though you've withdrawn. Now you want to have another institution, a Chapter 9 institution, where you used to share that. Am I right? I'm not sure whether we are still sharing it now.
NECAC doesn't exist any longer.
Yes,
its mandate was terminated after the 3-year period, which means that I'm no longer, NECAC doesn't exist and I'm no longer the chair of NECAC.
Thank you. Let me ask you, Prof, Acting Minister. I want to find out from you, in terms of foundations, who funds the Mandela Institution that you serve on, if you are still serving on that foundation?
Mandela Institute is an institute in the law school at Wits University, and it was part of the university, so I taught in the law school.
Yes.
I taught constitutional law, administrative law, jurisprudence, and then I was appointed to be the director of an institution that was named after Nelson Mandela because he believed that such an institution should be established inter alia to train young black lawyers in the fields of competition law, telecommunication law, and so forth. So it was an honor for me to serve as a
Chair, please protect me. I ask who funded. I know what Mandela Institute is. I just wanted to find out who is the funder, besides that.
But you are asking me a question about who's funding an institution which is part of the university on the assumption, apparently, that this is some institution that is not part of the university. Otherwise, the question wouldn't have been put.
Yeah, but you still not answering me. Is it funded by VET?
It's part of the university, and some of its funds came from courses like the one I mentioned that was being provided through the institute. So we developed courses like in competition law. We had students who were fee-paying students who registered with the Mandela Institute but were taught by professors in the law school, including myself.
Thank you. Were you a member of the National Indian Congress, Prof?
The National Indian Congress.
Yes, the National Indian Congress.
When did that exist?
No, I'm asking. Yeah, if you say it doesn't exist, it's fine. I'm just asking you, were you a member of the Indian?
Okay. There was a National Indian Congress in India.
Did you serve with Pravin in that Congress?
I understand what you're asking me, but get your...
No,
facts right.
don't please. No,
Yeah,
wait.
yeah.
Don't assume, Prof. I know you are a professor of law,
Yes.
but please don't assume what I want to ask you. Please.
Now, you have asked me a question on a false premise, okay? So let me explain. Pravin Gordhan was a member of the Natal Indian Congress.
Yes.
Right. I was a member of the Transvaal Indian Congress.
Right?
Yes.
Which I know is.
Yes, those were provincially based structures.
True.
And they were part of the United Democratic Front, aligned with the African National Congress.
I'm aware of that.
That's my politics.
I'm aware of that.
Yes.
Now.
And
Now-
yes, I knew Pravin in that capacity.
Yeah, because I heard you were praising him not long ago. And if I may say, we are in this country in this mess because of him. And I'm not going to mince my weight on that. This country is on this state because of Pravin Gordhan. And I know I'm touching the nerves of other people, because you were talking about him, nobody raised a hand. Now somebody's raising a hand because I'm touching Pravin Gordhan. I know that he is no more. May his soul rest in peace. And I just want to tell you now, even if you praise him, this country is in a mess because of him. And my last 5 minutes, I'll donate it to Honorable Chongwe. Please, Chair, thank you.
Okay, before Honorable Shongwe speaks, there are two hands here. There is Honorable Sangoni and Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. But firstly, maybe on a point of procedure, I think a point of order requires that it is attended to immediately. Chairperson, this committee, the ad hoc committee, has got a set of terms of reference. And while we understand that it is an inquiry, and nobody has been told to rigidly stay within the terms of reference because we're probing, I do think that we take exception with the fact that members are asking questions that are extremely personal in nature, had nothing to do with the issues of this commission and this committee. And I think that, Chair, we need you to step in when such issues come up. Comrade, because he's not a member and he's no longer here. Comrade Pravin was not a minister of police. The minister is being badgered on issues. He had nothing to do with political instability at SAPS, all of the issues that are within our terms of reference. And I think it's very unfortunate that members keep going back to those issues and trying to cast aspersions on people who aren't even here to respond for themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sangoni. Honorable Matthys.
Mine is a follow-up, Chair. The question that Honorable Kosana asked about the funding of the institute, so we do understand that, or I do understand at least, and I'm sure Honorable Kosana does, that it's funded largely by WITS, but WITS also accesses other private funding. So I think the question was more around
Chairperson,
that, not
point of order.
necessarily
You
on
didn't
that.
rule on my point of order, and it's happening again.
No, but
This
things
commission
that are
is
in-
established to investigate allegations made by General Mkhwanazi.
Honorable,
Yeah, no.
His matters, the minister was not
it's in
even
his
there
statement.
when General Mkhwanazi made this.
this is
The
in
fact that he
statement.
speaks about his history has got
Yeah,
nothing
so-
to do
yeah,
with
but
the
it
terms
does.
of reference.
It speaks to
No,
no, it is. So
Chairperson.
why is it asked in the statement to give a statement?
It's called
about
background,
serving-
background
yeah, so
about
we
the
also
witness.
try to
No.
understand what the background is.
Honorable members.
No,
the-
it's there. So we're allowed to get clarity on background questions.
No. Honorable members, both of you are black women in this country who deserve to be praised, like many other women who came before this committee. And you need to be shining beacons of inspiration to many other black women coming from disadvantaged background, defying adversity and rising to this level. May you please speak, Honorable.
Continue.
I will come
Thank
back to that point of order, Honorable
Awesome.
Sango.
Oh, we can hug after, it's fine. We are teaching the women of the country, Chair, that we can disagree passionately and we can be fine after. We don't always have to agree on everything. But thank you, Chair, for the lecture on women's rights and movements. So if you could speak to that, but also do you serve or have you served on any other NGOs? And also just speak to where they get funding from. And the other follow-up question, yeah, that's it, I'm done, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Should I proceed? Should I proceed?
Yeah, no, before you respond, I should make a statement here. Because there are matters that have been raised by honorable members here. And I want to remind you, honorable members, that when we passed the terms of reference, the former member of this parliament, Honorable Kodan, was long buried, and may his soul rest in peace, and may it continue to rest in peace. You know, we can commit many types of crimes, but I have never heard about a crime called the violation of the dead. I don't know what kind of a crime is that one, and how do you find yourself answerable to that kind of a crime. And I'm going to plead with honorable members that we do not commit such crimes. People who are resting eternally, let's allow them to rest. If the honorable minister comes here and we ask him about a person who is no more, what is our expectation from him? How does he respond to a question like that one? Or if a person who is late has been a member of the Natal Indian Congress. It's many years ago. So may we please confine ourselves to the terms of reference that we have passed, and the order that has been called here is sustained. Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair, for affording me an opportunity. Chair, I would like us to politely convince each other as members of this committee on what I want to raise, Chair. Number one, our style of questioning can never be similar, because what you think is not what I think is not what you think. I've got my own style of asking questions. And when we ask questions, some of us, we're not just throwing them. We ask questions so that we can get certain answers to note down, so that when we embark on deliberations, we are going to rely on what we have noted down. Now, I just want to make a typical example, Chairperson, on the question that was asked by Honorable Skosana. In my view, it is not off context. It is in line, and it is within the terms of reference. In terms of in the terms of reference, there is a paragraph that says political interference within SAPS, executive oversight versus operational interference, etc., etc. And it does not prescribe any time to say you must deal on political interference of this administration. So when Honorable Skosana asked about the political involvement of the minister. In my view, there is nothing
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. My colleague has covered me, but I just want to say that when the witness was talking about other people who are not here, and when the issue of Praveen, when he was praising Praveen here, there was no one who raised a point of order. And it was not a question. I was just asking whether he knows. The last was it was a comment when I was saying that then Minister Praveen Gordhan is a cause of all these things, which we find ourselves in here. Now I'm saying that not in bad faith, but now for members to try to defend the minister he has answered for himself. Now all these shenanigans now, you know that because he's a member of the ANC, we are not here as that. You don't have to defend because of you want to close ranks, like the Indian kakabal. Because IDEC is coming here. There's an Indian cabal. It's there. We're going to talk about that. IDEC is coming here. Advocate Johnson is coming to tomorrow here. We want to know the truth. Hence we are here. And this report is going to go to Parliament. It's not like Nhlanhla. I'm saying it again. It's not like the Nhlanhla report, which is going to go to the president. We have Marikana report. It ended, it evaporated into a thin air. I don't want to talk about Zondo, as I said to you, Minister. You know that you've got your own view. I've got my own view as well. As I said to you, that people who were identified in that report, they point fingers in them. They are still serving in the cabinet. Why are we beating about the bush? They are there. We are serving with them. We are sitting with them, Minister, in the same cabinet. So let's not try to be angels. When we want to get the truth, other witnesses were here, like you, Minister. You know, we want you to respect us as well. Much as we respect you, it must be sacrosanct. Thank you.
Can I check if we still have any other honorable member who wants to speak? Anything that you may want to say, even if it's unrelated to the proceedings, you can raise your hand and speak.
Chair, I don't think that rant was deserving of a response. So
That is why I want to check. That is why I want to check if there is any member who wants to raise a hand and speak.
Chair, please reprimand your members. Your member of the, I'll point him like that. How can he say it was a rant? It's undermining me.
I will keep,
No, Chair, please.
I will keep on reminding you, Honorable Skwasana, that you know when you are fouled and you retaliate, you act in common purpose and you forfeit your right to protection. That's what happens. I issue the red card on you. That's what happens. Honorable members, I want you to focus on the task at hand. And I should say it once again that we have adopted the terms of reference. And let me tell you, I may not have, if you look at how calm I am, my energy is calm the way I'm conducting myself from this chair. I will not have that stamina to run around. And that is why in most cases, you know, when I see you behaving the way you do, I just withdraw and look at you. I can't raise my voice and I can't restrain you. I may not have the strength that you have. So I will look at you maybe after 1,000 words, or if you still have the strength up to 1 million words, I'll be looking at you. Because my understanding is that sitting like this as honorable members, the first thing that must come to our consciousness is to respect each other. And we can't sit here and teach one another how to respect the person next to you. I'm not chairing a meeting in the Kruger National Park. I'm not chairing lions and hyenas here. I'm presiding over a meeting of human beings with mental faculties. So let's apply our mental faculties to the task that is at hand here. But you know, if we're going to start a house in a frenetic way, very frenetic and frolicsome, it's not going to help us. Please, let us move out of the Kruger National Park and come to Parliament. Honorable Skwasana.
Yeah, can you please, Chair, in your wisdom, ask Honorable Sangweni to withdraw that, please?
I have said that allow the chair to restrain the member. If you want to do it yourself, you are retaliating and I will give you a red card. Honorable Sangweni, was it fair for you to use the word rant?
Chair, I don't think rant is an unparliamentary word.
I agree with you. Was it fair for you to use it?
Chair, with all due respect, I'm sure if I went and Googled the word rant, it would be that screaming that Honorable Skwasana did. However, if Honorable Skwasana is offended, then I do withdraw it. But it was not unparliamentary.
What I'm looking at is not the technicality of explanations. I'm looking at the wisdom behind the explanation.
Yes, Chair.
That is the nobility of thought. I thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Can we?
Chair, I still don't, I'm not getting it. I have asked that she withdraw that, please.
Yeah, she agrees that it was not fair to use the word.
No, I'm saying withdraw, Chair. No, not fair. Withdraw the word.
Honorable
Because, saying I'm screaming, I'm loud by nature anyway. Maybe he'll
Honorable
get used to me.
Sangweni, help us summon all the wisdom and help us to move forward.
Chairperson, with the guidance that you have given and my self-reflection, I withdraw nobly,
Thank you so much.
having said that he is ranting.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I thank you so much for the badge of wisdom. Honorable Shongwe, the 5 minutes allocated to you starts now.
I calculated 7, Chair, but it's fine. Honorable Nkosana started at 16:50.
Yeah, let's
finished at
allow
7:02.
allow Honorable Shongwe to exhaust his 5 minutes.
Matthias, do you have more
will
words?
come. What we wear here is a badge of wisdom.
Chair, it's not a new one. I already asked the question and it wasn't responded to.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not, I don't have any new follow-up
Okay,
question.
let's allow the question to be responded to. Honorable Matthias has an unanswered question.
It was about the NGOs, yeah.
Any others?
So I served on Nhlanhla for 2 years, I think. That was an NGO dealing with what do you call it?
Oh, it's fine, Acting Minister. You don't have to give us the details, just the names.
Yeah, Nhlanhla, they were dealing with, anyway, okay. And then I served on the board of Corruption Watch, I think for about 2 years. I've served on the Kathrada Foundation, I think for about 2 or 3 years. I'm the chairperson of the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation. That's about it, I think.
Helen Suman Foundation?
No, no.
Okay.
Can I get a signal, Honorable Matthias, are you okay? Honorable Shongwe,
Chair,
5:30, your time is up.
Chair, before you start my time, I think I know ukuthi Honorable Sokhanyisa udlisa team shema ka defendanga, but she wanted to do a follow-up question. Her hand was up and you did note her, Chair. I know udlisa team, but akunandaba, Chair. Xolele.
No, Honorable Sokanyile is contented where she is.
I had a follow-up when Honorable Sangone was asking a question to them. Can I do that follow-up?
Yes, you are right.
Thank you. I'm disciplined. Minister, when you reflected on how IDEC conducted the issue of Lieutenant General Kumal, you said that the way they handled it, then I want to check, because you even had interaction during your National Inter-Corruption Advisory Council research, which you conducted. Do you think that they behave as if they are a law to themselves, doing as they like? Maybe I can go further to say that when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was here, he alleged that they do things as if they are law to themselves. And also Minister Mkhwanazi agreed to that argument. Then I wanted to check with you.
Thank you, Chairperson, with your permission for the question. I think that is a matter that I can't possibly have a reasonable basis of a reliable factual basis to come to a conclusion on. I have not. I don't know what the nature of the charges are. I don't know what the evidentiary basis of the charges are. And possibly at this point, perhaps the committee doesn't know either. Of course, you've had testimony from others. I assume that this is a matter that you will engage with IDEC when they appear before the committee. But I have said that the arrest of General Khumalo does raise a question which needs to be put to them for clarification, which is, on the face of it, was this a criminal charge that arose from the appointment of a particular person into a particular position. They will have to explain why they came to the conclusion that it was correct for them to charge the general and to arrest him in public for the offense. They need to clarify the matter. I haven't had a briefing from them. I do not even know for sure exactly what the charges are, what the basis of their investigation has been. It is very concerning, but they have to understand that the matter is now of concern to the committee. There will be public concern about this matter, and they should provide an answer. But I don't think I'm in a position to form an opinion that I'm willing to share with the committee at this point on whether what we've seen from IDEC is abuse of power or not. The question arises, but I don't know if I'm in a position to provide an answer at this point.
Sir, the issue of Lieutenant General Khumalo is just an example on their conduct. Don't you see them behaving as if they are law to themselves?
Are there other examples that you have in mind that you want to just bring to my attention so that I can comment? I'm not aware that IDEC has on some routine basis been abusing their powers of investigation and arrest. But if there's a factual basis for that very serious conclusion and allegation, then it should be properly established through this inquiry process. Otherwise, yeah, I certainly do not have that impression.
Thank you so much. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you. Acting Minister, with what you have observed thus far, do you think the suspended minister should be returned to the position you're acting on?
Thank you for the question. I don't think that it would be correct for me to express a view on that matter. It would be the President's decision, but nothing would give me greater pleasure if in a proper process inquiry, the allegations that have been made against Minister Mchunu were resolved, and if he was exonerated, properly exonerated, because, and then the question would certainly arise about whether he should be appointed to this position. I fully understand that the President has made an appointment and the President decides on the duration of the appointment in the light of all the considerations that a President takes into account when he or she makes these decisions. So I'm not a minister for life. I'm a minister for as long as the President believes that I should be. And if he changes his mind, I will have no issues.
You are a South African citizen. So let me ask you, as a citizen, the same question. Who would you recommend, with the knowledge you have and how he has tried to disband the PKTT? Who do you think?
I think the honourable member should appreciate my difficulty in responding to a question like that. Because in a sense, you can say I'm an interested party, number one.
Let me stop there.
Okay.
It's fine, I understand. Let me leave you. This question again would also require an answer, and it's again in your conscience as well. What do you make of the fact that the President overlooked 2 deputies, one being a female with 31 qualifications, and went to look for you outside the cabinet?
I hope you have a long life in politics and that one day you will achieve your ministerial ambitions, because I haven't yet met a politician who doesn't have such aspirations. Now, I am reasonably sure that when you are appointed, you are not going to ask yourself the question why others were overlooked. So I didn't ask myself that question, but on a serious note, you know, I have said Deputy Minister Nhlanhla is a very seasoned ANC leader, as you know, former Premier. He has been in this department for 7 years. And Dr. Bashelo is also has a long history. She was a former MEC. She's now an NEC member. They were not appointed into this position. It might well be that the President wanted to appoint someone who's not currently directly involved in the project of in professional politics. I'm not. So perhaps he thought that for this period of time, I don't, you know, I shouldn't be invited to speculate about what was in his head, but maybe he thought that that's what is needed. A politician who's not a politician.
Thank you for that answer. Would you recommend that since General Mkhwanazi's term in the office is ending very soon, I think next year, March, if I'm not wrong, would you recommend that he's returning to the same position, or maybe somewhere in the subs?
I've been thinking a lot about how to use his talents. I think he's clearly formidable, and I hope he stays in the South African Police Service for many years to come. And he should be in positions where he can make a maximum contribution equal to his talents.
Would you recommend the same for General Sibiya?
I don't know much about General Sibiya. The evidence against him so far, particularly in the Nhlanhla Commission, is very concerning. That evidence at this stage is untested. And I have said consistently here that I'm not going to prejudge these matters. I think that would be wrong. In fact, I hope that the public out there also reserve judgment. I noticed that General Sabia has asked for the opportunity to cross-examine. And in general, I think that the Nhlanhla Commission, you know, what's happened before the Nhlanhla Commission so far is that evidence has been laid. Those witnesses were not cross-examined. I suppose on the basis that that the other side, if you like, will be given an opportunity to testify. But the procedure has been a little bit odd from that point of view. So, yes, there is sufficient and compelling evidence already on the public record which raises serious questions about many of the protagonists. But I think it would be wrong to come to conclusions, you know, until the process has been concluded and proper findings have been made.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chopper.
Honourable Chair, Diane will be taking my place.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, reading through your report on your meeting with the National Police Commissioner and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, I agree with your analysis that there are increased political and whistleblower killings in Gauteng and elsewhere, and this will surely increase in the run-up to November's election. Stepping back and taking a national overview, should you perhaps be considering, or could you consider a political killing task team to be established in each province, as opposed to just KZN? Perhaps renamed to include, as you've said, witnesses and whistleblowers, because that's as much of an issue today as the political killings were. I mean, the assassinations are part and parcel of the process. I've never quite understood why there's just a single unit in a single province, but that may... There are killings in the Western Cape in relation to issues, certainly in Gauteng. It's popping up all over, so it's not isolated anymore just to KZN. So it's a concept I'd like your opinion on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Barnard. Yeah, you're raising, I think, a fundamental question. So I think that that the characterization of the problem as one of political killings arose from the fact that the killings at that stage were concentrated mainly on councillors, and that pattern has continued. But what are we seeing now? We're seeing killings of auditors, both in Ekurhuleni. This was in the Metropolitan Authority. We've seen lawyers and liquidators also murdered recently. Public officials. Babita was in the health department. So we're certainly not dealing with political killings in the same sense that only councillors are being targeted. If you look at the way crime is evolving, organized crime, we have a problem of extortion, corruption mafias, cartels that are carrying out these killings, including killings associated with taxi violence, for instance. So is the challenge that we are now facing, if it's organized crime across the country, but mainly in the four big provinces? It's the Western Cape, Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. KZN, I got that right? Those four, Eastern Cape. Now, There's no question in my mind that we need a national response to the problem of organized crime. And it might be that the one subset there needs to be focus areas. One set will certainly be perhaps political killings of councillors. It's definitely a risk of increase as we go into the local government elections. But I think we're dealing with cartels now, and these cartels are organized and they are willing to kill. And they are infiltrating different sectors, public transport, taxis, they're infiltrating some departments through procurement systems. There are the construction mafias, there are extortion rackets. You go to the Eastern Cape now, in the last 2 years, it just exponentially increased. So I think we're seeing a pattern here that needs to be addressed as a new and evolving challenge. I certainly don't think that you know, the task teams that have been established should be disestablished while we are coming to an understanding about the challenge that we now face and what structural arrangements that we need to tackle these problems. So I think a lot of your analysis is right, that it's a national, we need a national response, that it's not just councillors across the country, and that we need to tackle these cartels.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. We are in some places referred to as a mafia state because of the organized crime situation. Page 8 of your document, you inform us that you worked closely with General Labia, the then head of the DPCI, the Hawks. Are you surprised at the claims that the Hawks interfered with an arrest? Because I watched an interview with General Labia. Of course, he's retired. And he claims that considering the rash of police impersonations in our country, often involving kidnapping, when they heard there were vehicles on the property, he sent a vehicle to check the legitimacy. He said they did so, it was the PKTT, and they left. So the stories differ radically. One, they interfered, one, they did not. The Hawks obviously stand accused of interfering with what was the raid and arrest of Katsiso Molefe in Sandton in December last year. So your thoughts on the claims. How do we judge this issue when you have one person claiming absolutely not and another we come to conclusions about what needs to be done, and that will help us move forward. That's
all societies go through period fluctuations, right? And I mean, who would have said that we were capable 30 years ago of achieving what we did? And now we know in retrospect that process was incomplete, that the transition was not perfect, that it left many questions unresolved. But we continue with some optimism, some skepticism where necessary, to address the challenges that the country faces. What other posture can we take? The stories that we are telling each other are terrible stories. And I mean, what's coming out, particularly in the Nhlanhla Commission, is very concerning. It's showing the light in dark places. But what we do with that information is what is critical. We have to move forward. We have to learn from what's happened, correct these problems. So I have got no doubt that, I mean, there appears to have been some good reason for General Mkhwanazi's decision to make the bold statements he did in July. And some of his statements appear to have been vindicated by the evidence so far untested that has been laid about criminal infiltration. The evidence against General Sabir, he has definitely got a case to answer. That's fine. I mean, which other country does what we're doing? We are facing up to our problems. We are using democratic institutions to address our problems. And to me, that's a very positive thing. Other countries suppress the truth, they hide the truth, and they hide the facts, and they never get into a position where they can tell themselves the truth and find a way forward. So, to me, this is a moment for regeneration. This is a moment for looking forward, not so much dwelling on our weaknesses.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Looking for a moment at the IPID. As an MP, I've been through the evolution of the IPID from the initial ICD, Independent Complaints Directorate, and all the efforts that went into the change of the legislation were aimed at giving the IPID its independence. It didn't succeed completely, but it was the best that could be done at that time. But as you say, there are still political appointments. The situation is frequently open to abuse. We saw the SAPs ignore what were initially just recommendations completely, 100% of the time. There are still police who cover for other police. A woman will be raped in the cells and 10 police officers will swear that they were all together. Not one of them were involved. That sort of thing still goes on. But I think the IPID is one of our stronger bodies now. Sadly, I've always felt their budget, because of where it comes from, is very deliberately shortchanged. Because, of course, the SAPs will never want an oversight body that can punish their own. It's a very protective entity. So I'm interested in how you see the IPID working in relation to your anti-corruption drive.
Well, it has to be a central part of the integrity infrastructure. There is an anti-corruption unit in SAPS. I think that for certain ranks, the top ranks of the police service, the investigation should be more independent than they currently are, and that the anti-corruption unit should focus on brigadiers and lower. But higher, we need another mechanism. If you have proposals to strengthen IPID, I'm happy to listen to them, but you're quite right to point out that we can point to IPID and say, we have done something quite well. It's not perfect, but we have built an institution that is functioning at quite a level of effectiveness now, and now it needs to be strengthened.
I thank you, Chair. I'm done. Thank you very much.
We are left with the two of you honorable members. Can we vote who is starting between the two of you? Okay, Honorable Sols is volunteering to start. Bangazita.
Yeah, no, the children must go before the elders, Chair. How many minutes do I have?
You have 20 minutes or less.
20 minutes or less. Okay.
So what it means that the maximum you can go is 20 minutes. And the least you can do is less than 1 minute.
All right, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, as a young man, I think I should thank you and let you know that I respect especially the field that you are a professional in, and also thank you for your contribution to the struggle, which on the back of which young people like me are sitting here today. So thank you. I'm going to ask some questions just for clarity. Please bear with me. In paragraph 39, you state that you had to call a meeting with the National Commissioner on September the 1st to clarify and affirm your respective roles. Did you call the meeting because you feel that...
Honorable Sols,
Yeah.
Honorable Skosana wants to say something.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with...
Let's allow him to say what he wants to say.
Oh, okay. No, Chair, I'm just seeing here, they say they can't see him. They are only seeing a beautiful, I don't know who's beautiful, but they are saying Dr. Makundumbane or whatever. They don't see him well. They are asking him to move, maybe here, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chair, remember we had the same issue the last time. I've decided...
Yeah, what is being said is that you are requested to come and sit here next to the SC, or I can also borrow you the seat from which I'm... Yeah.
No, Chair.
Let me tell you why. You may not see, because you always have a better view from the observation of an outsider. Let me tell you where I'm sitting. There is a big banner just hanging over your head. And you can imagine the shadow that it casts. What is dark becomes darker, and the darker becomes the darkest.
You see, Chair, I appreciate the concern. The last time we had the same issue, and people are saying that I'm ashamed of my blackness.
That's why
So-
you must come in front and show them how black you are.
No, I must sit right here.
Because
I must sit right here and show them I'm very proud to be a black.
when you sit
A
at
black
the,
man.
when you sit at the back, you hide the blackness.
No, they see the blackness. They must only follow the teeth.
And let me tell you where
I'm sitting right here,
where I
Chair.
come from. They say the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Can you come in front?
No, Chairperson, I'm going to sit here. I'm very proud of my blackness. Unfortunately, South Africans must follow the teeth if they can't see me. but I'm very proud to be as dark as I am. Minister, I don't know how much of the question you got, but in paragraph 39, you state that you had to call a meeting with the National Commissioner on September 1, 2024 to clarify and confirm your respective roles. And then did you call the meeting because you felt that the National Commissioner undermined or disrespected your executive authority as minister?
Thank you, Member. So, if I might be permitted, Chairperson, to say to Member So, I have been watching these proceedings and your forensic skills with much enjoyment and appreciation. So, as I indicated earlier, I was trying to establish from my appointment what had happened with the PKTT, whether it had been established or disestablished, what the reasons therefore, and if it was disestablished, what had happened with the dockets, because I was concerned about the custody of the dockets. It's a paper-based system, and you know what's being suggested that these dockets are now being transferred wasn't clear into whose office. One theory was that it's in General Sabia's office, and so forth and so forth. So I was trying to find the facts, and I engaged with the National Commissioner. You know, fairly consistently, it was it was one of the main issues I was trying to get to the bottom of. Then I wrote to him, and that is the letter before you on the 20th of August, in which I said I have discussed this matter with you in 2 meetings. In fact, we had more exchanges on this matter, and I think the Commissioner was trying to explain the decisions that he made because it was complicated. On the one hand, he didn't agree, apparently, with the decision. But he had to explain to me then, in a sense, he still went ahead to and was implementing the decision. But he had advised the minister, given his professional competence and experience, and that I think is important to say, look, if you're going to do this, I don't think you're right, but if you're going to do it in this way. So do it in a phased way, because not all the documents were at the same level of investigation. Some had been concluded, some were still ongoing investigations, some were ripe for prosecution and so forth. Oh. So that conversation that happened between the two was an absolutely necessary conversation. But I felt, obviously, by the time I wrote this letter on the 20th, that the National Commissioner had not given me clarity. I really still, at that point, didn't understand, didn't have answers to the questions that I had. Was there a PKTT? What had happened to the dockets? I still didn't know. By the 20th of August, I was appointed, what was it, on the 1st of August. So I then decided to write this letter, which is in your pack, to say I now want a proper plan in writing to explain what has happened and what is the way forward. On the very next day, apparently in a spontaneous response to a question put by the media, which can happen, I have been led into making statements in that situation that I've regretted. So he made a statement which said that the dockets had been transferred to the to KwaZulu-Natal. Now, I had asked him for a report in writing. I hadn't received the report, and here there's a public statement being made. So I couldn't accept that. And I have to say, I have discussed this matter with the National Commissioner. He was not right. It was not right for him to do that.
Did you feel disrespected, Minister?
Not in the sense that I was, thin-skinned or like peaked, but there was an issue of what is the nature of the relationship between the minister and the National Commissioner, and I have to protect the integrity of that relationship. He has rightly to expect that I adhere to a code of conduct with him in our meetings and in public, and in vice versa also applies.
Do you feel that he disrespected you?
I think that he didn't observe the norms in that situation which are required to support that relationship. So he was wrong to do what he did, and I had to make that clear to him. I had to make it very clear up front in the beginning that I'm the minister. I expect you to engage me as the minister. I will in turn respect you as the National Commissioner. Now, it wasn't such a big issue,
All right.
right? In retrospect, and I think that, as I've said, I think that he might have. It was a misjudgment, and I didn't want to make too much of an issue of it.
All right. You asked him for a report on the status and the details of the task team, and at the time of the 26th of August, you still have not received it. Have you received it now?
Yes, I then received the report. I should have the date, but it was sometime it was sometime after he received this letter. So he then responded both to my letter and my statement, and my public statement. And then we met on the 29th of August. I issued my statement on the 2nd, on the 29th of August, the day after I was meant to have received it was after I was meant to have received the report, the day after he had made the statement. And then we met as, two adults and discussed the issues. I made it clear what the source of my dissatisfaction was. He had no argument about my reasoning, and then we agreed to issue a joint statement, which was drafted by our two teams. We both checked the statement, and the statement was not only about me and him correcting our relationship. It was about making it clear to the public that we understand our responsibilities to them in this moment, and that we were going to manage our relationship and move forward in a constructive way.
All right.
And I was not going to allow my what did you suggest, that to cloud my judgment and how I responded to the situation.
All right, Minister. Now, given your vast legal background, is it correct for me to assert that you are clear on the constitutional difference between your executive authority and the operational authority of the minister? A yes or no would suffice, Minister.
I'm afraid that's not a yes and no. I can't give you. I think because I have explained earlier that this is a complex question, and that binary mechanical reasoning, the sort of idea that once you know what an operational decision, all you need to know about this is what definition you have in mind about what's an operational matter and what's a matter for management. The relationship's a complex one, and it depends, a lot depends on the context. And my reading of the Constitution is that it's not susceptible to that kind of mechanical reasoning. But there is a bright line between what the minister's responsibility is and what the accounting officer's responsibility is. It's not...
And you are clear
Yeah.
on that line.
I respect that boundary.
But
Yes,
but you have an authoritative understanding of that boundary.
I do have an understanding
All
of
right.
it, but it's open to question and interpretation.
But
precisely-
comparatively, relative to others who would just, your experience in law
Yes.
gives you some sort of authority for us to feel that your understanding and interpretation carries much more weight in terms of that. So we can consider you to have a command of the understanding or the difference between, or that particular boundary, as you put it.
What I would say is that I have paid a lot of attention to this matter for many years. I'm interested in this question, and I have what I think is a reliable view and one that informs the way I will carry out the responsibility. Yeah.
So based on that reliable view, as you put it, would you say, Minister, that the actions of Minister Mkhwanazi, as it relates to the directive that is given, is, or rather amounts to political interference?
I can't give you a simple answer to that question because I think the context matters here. I explained earlier that the President is the one who initiated the establishment of this task team. He established an interministerial committee to exercise political oversight. And I have got no doubt that that interministerial committee, so long as it existed, had the final word on the lifespan of that task team. And therefore to suggest in a simplistic way, without reference to that history, that any decision by a minister to, any directive by a minister to disband a task team is per se amounts to interference with an operational matter. Because on the example that I have given, it would not have been. Now, in this case, that committee did not meet. It's not clear that it continued to exist. And he did consult with the ministers that were in those portfolios. And so to that extent, and with all due respect to my predecessor, I think to take that decision without consulting the President, without engaging those ministers, and without reaching an agreement with the National Commissioner, at least that's what it appears to be the case, doesn't seem to me to have been the right way to make a decision of such importance.
If you're implying that it was the wrong way to make a decision of such importance,
Yeah.
does that amount to you saying that it was political interference?
I would say it was, if on my reasoning, it was an unwise decision. Right, so I'm reluctant to reason from the categories these definitions. I don't think, from my point of view, that is very helpful. But of course, there are operational decisions. So, a minister is not an expert A minister might have knowledge, subject matter knowledge, but a minister is not appointed as minister because they are experts or professionals. They're appointed because they are part of they're part of a representative government.
No.
That's their role.
Yeah.
Operational decisions are, if you like, to the extent that we understand the purview of an operational decision, clearly falls within the purview of those who have operational responsibility, those who have the expertise and the professional competence to make those decisions.
Yes.
That's the issue. So if a minister thinks they can make decisions which require that kind of expertise, you are bound to make the wrong decisions.
You see, Minister, the difficulty with the response is that our task is to probe and investigate whether or not there was political interference, rather than whether there was a wise decision or not a wise decision.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you again, what you call an unwise decision, does that amount to political interference?
You're going to have to just persevere with me just a little bit longer. If you, what else is of concerning about what you call political interference? I've said, when you hold a public office, you carry out your public duties. You never act motivated by your private interests. That's your personal interests, your family, your friends, your family, your personal interests, including your political interests. That is what leads to bad decisions. Now, in this case, such allegations are being made, and I think that, in a way, from my point of view, that is the real concern here. And of course, that can lead to improper political interference, because it means that the minister, if that were true, would then be acting not in the public interest but in their private interest.
Do you think that in this instance, those decisions has led to political interference?
Well, in this instance, there is testimony to that effect. But that testimony, so far as I'm aware, it's mounting certainly, but it's as yet untested. And neither this inquiry committee or the Nhlanhla Commission have come to conclusions. And that's very important, because I think we're engaged, the exercise we're engaged in here is an exercise aimed at establishing a public record that is beyond dispute, that is legitimate and can form the basis for our understanding of what needs to be done. Because at the moment, everybody has an opinion, especially everybody on social media. And I'm saying that that's not a basis for us to move forward. We need a public record, having established the facts through a legitimate process. That's why I'm so excited about this process, and as well as the Nhlanhla Commission.
Okay, so at this point, you are saying basically you cannot say for sure whether it's political interference or not.
I do not want to be put in a position. I think the committee has to come to a conclusion on that matter. I have said what I feel I can say and should say. There is something for me that would, I find myself would be in a deeply compromised position if I have to use this process to criticize the previous incumbent. He's already facing a difficult position, and I don't want to comment on. I said to the evidence leader that I haven't come here to throw anybody under the bus. It's not my responsibility to critique my predecessor, but I believe that I can talk objectively and in a principled way about the issues that arise from the testimony that has been led so far.
In paragraph 43, you call
That will be your last question, Honorable Sol.
Minister. Now I have to choose which question I'm going to now use as the last one. Okay, let me use this one. In paragraph 43, you call Minister Mkhwanazi your predecessor. And also when you said that the president called you to tell you about the appointment, the president said, I want you to be the Minister of Police. He didn't say the acting Minister of Police. So, notwithstanding the literal definition of the word predecessor, but I want to probe your cognitive disposition of its use. You calling him your predecessor, should that be interpreted to mean that you have psychologically accepted that he's no longer the minister on leave? You have now replaced him.
Not quite. I am the minister. No? Let me explain. There's no provision in the Constitution. There's no appellation. There's no label of that kind. Minister, the president, you either exercise executive authority or you don't. So, in that sense, I am the minister. Yeah? Now, the president will decide whether I serve for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 months, 6 months, or longer. And of course, this is also subject to my levels of energy and tolerance. But I've committed to serving as long as he feels that I should. And he retains all options to prolong my appointment, to reappoint Senzo Mkhwanazi if he's exonerated, for instance, to appoint anyone else, because who's to say that I will retain his confidence in this difficult time as in the months ahead. It's going to depend, a lot will depend on whether I appear to be able to carry out the responsibility that I must shoulder. He might feel that someone else is more suited to the task, and when that happens, I will walk into the, I will walk away happy that I've served to the best of my ability. It's as simple as that.
Chairperson, with your indulgence, I have a follow-up to that, seeing that my time is up. It's on the same statement. May I do a follow-up on the same response, seeing that my time is up? I can't ask, it's not another question, it is a follow-up on.
You will have to oblige like a parolee if I grant you the permission.
I'm very slow, Chair, I don't understand.
A parolee never violates conditions, so...
My president was in prison, I was not.
It's less than 1 minute. Can you please not violate conditions that I give?
Yes, sir. Thanks for explaining. So, Minister, you are saying you are the minister. So your use of predecessor is intentional. Does this mean that for South Africa and myself as a layman to understand, does this mean that as we sit here today, Honorable Senzo Mkhwanazi is no longer the Minister of the South African Police Service?
Yes, I think as a legal matter, that's correct. He is a minister. but he doesn't have executive authority in the South African Police Service. I do. And that power is always a monopoly power. It's exercised, like I said earlier, it can't be delegated. I am the minister. The president has described me as the acting minister. That's fine. All of you can continue to call me the acting minister. I know that Honorable Mkhwanazi enjoys calling me the acting minister, which I accept with much appreciation. Whatever you call me is fine, whether you call me the acting minister or the minister, but I'm saying, just to clarify the constitutional matter, read the Constitution. There's no provision in the so I was appointed in terms of a provision of the Constitution to exercise executive authority in this ministry. That's what I'm doing, and the president can change his mind tomorrow, as he can with any other minister that is appointed.
Can I take Honorable Nomvalo and then Honorable Skosana?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I don't know if I was following the minister correctly. Minister, may you confirm this for me, please? So according to you, the only missing aspect on the decision of the minister, the suspended minister, is consultation. So had he consulted, then you were going to be satisfied with the decision that he took.
No, but let's understand the question of consultation. The issue is consultation with whom, and for what purpose. So the consultation is part of a process of rational decision making. You need you can't act, in my view, to make you don't go to bed, have an intuition, a strong intuition, and act on that. I'm not saying Minister Nhlanhla did that, right? But he did make a decision on the 31st of December to say, I want you to disband this structure immediately. Now, I'm not sure if the interministerial committee didn't meet, was still in existence, but for instance, were there views of the Minister of Justice not relevant to this, because it's that ministry that deploys the prosecutors who are part of the team. It wasn't just made up of SAPS of employees. If it was an integrated approach aimed at combining investigations and prosecutions, then surely the others who were involved in making the decision and supervising the decision, their views should have informed your reasoning process. That's the issue, so not just consultation. And of course, had that committee still existed, and had that been that process of consultation, then I would say emphatically and clearly that the decision would not have been an improper one.
Okay, because what I want to get here is, after that consultation has been made, then who has the right to take the decision and to sign the letter? Because here I'm talking about an action that took place on the 31st. Let's say that that action was preceded by the consultation that you are talking about. Then who has the right to take a decision that, okay, upon satisfying myself that I've consulted everybody, I am taking a decision to disband, I am signing, I am issuing out the letter. Who has a responsibility to do so?
So let's be clear on the example that I understand you're putting to me. The Interministerial Committee has met. Often in these interministerial committees, the DGs would be sitting there. By the way, these interministerial committees are not just, the structure of decision making doesn't only involve the ministers. The DGs would also meet, the heads of the respective departments. So in this gang violence strategy that we developed, the DGs met, the strategy was developed. First we met with the Department of Justice, we went back, we developed a strategy, we went back, the DGs then met, and that strategy was then taken forward by the ministers. Now, this gang violence initiative that we have taken, we can put an end to it, no doubt about it. And the minister, following such a meeting, can issue a directive that, informing the commissioner that this decision has been made and it has to be implemented. No doubt about it. So that's why I'm saying, with respect, Member Shongwe, that...
Honorable Nomvalo.
Sorry,
Nomvalo, yes.
I'm trying to learn all your names quickly, because that's very important. On those facts would change the nature of the decision, and therefore change perhaps the legal characterization of the decision as an unlawful one, which I have, which I've said. How much does it help one to make a judgment like that? I am saying that on the facts available, as far as I can assess, the decision should not have been made in that way, and if it wasn't to be made in that way, then the decision shouldn't have been made.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out acting minister once again, because if I remember well,
You can call me acting fine.
we challenged your matter,
Yes,
and the Constitutional Court
and you lost.
as well referred us back to the High Court. You remain an acting minister of police as we speak here. But if that's not true, then it means this country is in a crisis. Because we said that. Anyway, we are in a crisis. We are having the minister, Senzo Mkhunu, who came here in as a minister as well, on leave. Now, if you say you are a minister, it means, like we said, that we had almost 4 ministers, 2 deputy and 2 ministers. I guess we are vindicated. We were right. I think we were right. Today you vindicated us to say you are not, you said yourself that we are not an acting police minister. You've got executive authority, which we agree. And the one sitting at home on special leave, Minister Mkhunu, I guess is no longer a minister.
No, that's not correct.
Is he a minister?
Yes.
So we've got 2 ministers in one portfolio.
No, he's just not the Minister of Police.
Oh, he's not the Minister of Police.
No.
Let me leave it there. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the last, okay, Honorable Mathis.
I've been recognized, thank you. Just clarity, I'm going to call you Prof now because I'm confused about this acting minister. So essentially you're saying that we have a minister without a ministry, which is the former Minister of Police. In your understanding, is that constitutional?
Look, the honourable member from the MKP, I know that they are litigating this matter. I'm quite happy that they're doing so. The court will come to a decision, and I think it's not right for me to take a view on what decision the court should make. I have a view, and you can infer the view from what I've said. So the members of the MKP and yourselves, by the way, are quite, you're free to challenge my appointment by making constitutional arguments, and we will see if the court agrees with any of the arguments that have been made. I can't really be of any further assistance on that matter because I'm the subject of that litigation.
Okay, so you don't want to make a comment about whether you think it's constitutional or not. And then just one more is, did you engage President Ramaphosa when he said you are an acting minister? Because that's what he's told us. And did you share your views personally, not forcing him to, but did you engage him?
No, I didn't think it was too material. You know, I'm happy to be described as an acting minister by the President and by members Kosana. There's no problem.
Honorable Sangol.
Minister, in your knowledge, is this the first time that South Africa has had a minister without a portfolio?
No, it's definitely not the case.
Pangazita, it's now your time.
No, I just want to get what the acting minister is saying correctly. I don't want to write what he has not said. Minister, so you are saying Minister Senzo is a minister without a portfolio, not a suspended minister of police.
I am saying that only one, you can have one minister of education.
Yes.
You can have one minister for foreign affairs. You might, if the president decides to divide the portfolios, to reorganize portfolios, then you can certainly have two ministers in a ministry that used to be a single ministry. That happens all the time. Government is reorganized after an election because priorities have changed. There may be other reasons. Constitutionally, only one person can exercise executive authority. That's why the deputy ministers also, in all portfolios, don't exercise executive authority.
Yes.
But you can have a minister, a person who has the rank of a minister.
Yeah, no, so not what I want to get, Minister. So Minister Senzo is minister of what currently? Minister without a portfolio or a suspended minister of police?
He's a suspended minister, not of, he can't exercise.
So he's not a minister.
Let's just, so if Minister Ntunu walked into the department, could he issue directives to the National Commissioner? Could he come involved in any decision within the department? No.
Yes. Yes, because my understanding is that a minister without a portfolio is appointed as such. That to say we're appointing a minister without a portfolio. This did not happen by appointment. It happened through an incident.
Yes.
That there was a suspension. So I wanted to get that distinction because you really confused me when you said he is a minister without portfolio.
I did not actually say that. I just said he's no longer the Minister of Police. That's what I said.
So he is a suspended minister.
He doesn't exercise executive authority with respect to this function.
Yes, because he is suspended.
Yes.
So he is a suspended minister of police.
Yes, you can describe him that way. But that means that he can't exercise executive authority with respect to the department in a little bit or in a big part. That he no longer has the authority to exercise that authority. And I'm making those observations just as a matter of constitutional reasoning. You know, the practical effect of this is zero. So why this matter should be so interesting is in itself interesting. I mean, he is there. He doesn't interfere with what I've got to do. He doesn't issue directives to the National Commissioner. We are waiting for the issues that concern him to be resolved through this process and the process before the Nhlanhla Commission, and then the President will decide, and then the President is free to make any decision that he wishes.
I think I'm satisfied now, Chair.
Honorable Souls.
Yeah, Chair, maybe I should help by making an analogy. I just want to say to the Minister that as the one who posed the question, I fully get you. But you must understand that it takes something unique to appreciate it. You know, maybe I should make an analogy with the fact that I'm the darkest in the room, yeah, I'm the blackest in the room. The blackest in the room. But the apartheid government on my father's pass, they wrote colored. Ek is die swartste boesman nie. I'm a biological prototype of racial integration. You can be all in one. So it takes some uniqueness to understand that a minister. So I get it. Ek is swart en colored and African, you know.
Honorable members, can we move? Honorable James.
Just a clarity-seeking question again, Minister, Acting Minister. Are you saying that this is not the first time where South Africans are paying the salaries of ministers with no executive authority? There's been previous, just maybe one or two examples, please, Minister.
Appointment of ministers without portfolio is a well-established practice in all comparable jurisdictions. It happens for many good reasons of state. Often it's the case that the leader of government business is not doesn't have ministerial responsibility with respect to a portfolio. Sometimes there are also situations in some jurisdictions they can appoint what they call a minister for, I know in India they do that, it was quite a surprise to me, they have a minister for law, and that minister then advises on the quality of legislation, the legality of legislation, make sure that legislation is properly drafted and so forth. Your leader of government business may have ministerial rank but not have a portfolio, because the responsibility of the leader of government business as a minister is to liaise between the cabinet and parliament to ensure that the parliamentary program and the cabinet program are coordinated, liaise with chief whips, liaise with the presiding officer and the president and so forth. It's a vitally important position. In our case, we have got a deputy president who's the leader of government business. But he doesn't have a ministerial portfolio, he's the deputy president. So for reasons of state, you know, the president might appoint a minister without portfolio to focus in a particular area. Let's say there's an individual in parliament who has a particular expertise in the area of finance, or let's say AI is maybe a better example, the whole field of technology. It's not a portfolio issue, but the president wants someone in the cabinet, someone close to the president who can who can develop projects, do policy work, advise the president and the cabinet and so forth on an area that isn't covered by any of the portfolios. So there is a case for a minister without portfolio. But I don't want to go there maybe, but I think that the reasons why he's made the decisions he has made with respect to the previous incumbent was not for those reasons. He had other reasons for retaining him at the rank of a minister, and but withdrawing the executive authority from the minister. And you know, I would just say this to all of you, because you really might end up in a government one day with ministerial responsibility and so forth. And at that point, you will come to appreciate the importance of reasons of state, of statecraft. Setting up a government, allocating portfolios that, and in a government that can work, there are many considerations that a president has to take into account, or a prime minister where you don't have a president. And the president, I believe, has to have the freedom the discretion to take all those considerations into account into making a government, appointing a cabinet that can work. And that might include appointing ministers without portfolio.
Bangazit,
Well, thank you,
thank you so
Honorable,
much for your
Honorable
for
Chairperson.
your patience.
I don't have a lot of questions. I got 3, if I'm not mistaken. But the first one, Honorable Minister, has to do with what you actually said in your statement. You mentioned uncertainty regarding the location and handling of the PKTT dockets post-disbandment. Could you clarify whether an independent audit or verification has since been conducted to ensure that none of the evidence or case files have been tampered with, lost, or reassigned in a manner that undermines ongoing prosecutions?
Let me just say much respect, honourable member. You've been a veteran of this parliament for many years. But the answer to that is no, but it's a very pertinent question. And it informed, perhaps I could have had the benefit of your wisdom, because that might have been something that should have been done, but wasn't done.
Well, thank you, Honourable Minister. You also referred to tension between the current and former ministers, as well as between the national and provincial commissioners. I mean, to what extent do you believe this breakdown of trust and communication within SAP's leadership has affected operational integrity and morale? And what corrective mechanisms are you actually introducing to stabilize the command relations?
Very important question, and I don't think I have a full answer for you at this point. In the last 2 months, what I have been trying to do is to meet with senior management, give them some indication of what I think the priorities are, so they get a sense of where I'm coming from, what I stand for, what in the direction I want to move in. I would say that I've had the privilege really of interacting with many of the senior officers. I have said that I think many of them are very impressive, highly professional, well trained in the senior management. So it's not the case that, in my view, that the management, the leadership of SAPS is no longer functioning. There may well have been tensions. You can, if you look at the number of acting positions and also the people who've been suspended, 2 deputy national commissioners, there are some provincial commissioners whose contracts will be ending soon, some who have where there are acting appointments. At least three provincial commissioners, I think, if I'm correct. So it's there are a lot of acting positions, starting apparently with the minister, if Mr. Nkosana's view is the correct one. So, it's not a completely healthy organization. And I think this inquiry, the Nhlanhla Commission, the evidence that is being led, must be having an impact on the morale, which is something I'm very concerned about of officers from constable level up and up to the middle ranks. they're watching all of this with deep concern, I'm sure. And I have been wondering how I can address that matter. I have wondered whether I should call, is it visiting police stations? Is it calling all of them to a meeting? In what form? To calm people down, because we are in a moment that needs to be addressed. But as I've said, I think there's no need to panic. I don't think to talk about a crisis is correct. The challenge, as others have pointed out, to stabilize the leadership is right before us, but it has to be done. And I think, that every crisis, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but in every crisis there's an opportunity to move forward. And that's what this country has to do. It has to embrace the opportunity to rethink, reset.
Honorable Minister, rising from the comment that you actually made regarding the escalating scourge of criminality, are you actually satisfied with the capacity and the abilities of your crime intelligence scenario in the crime prevention goals of this country?
Member, it's very interesting. Yesterday we had the tabling of the annual reports. And the annual reports show that at least crime intelligence, that they have fallen short in some areas with respect to their performance targets, but that relative to last year there's been considerable improvement in meeting targets, also in the way they're managing their resources. Yesterday I was in a committee which is of course confidential, where members got a full briefing from the whole team, crime intelligence, including the National Commissioner. And more or less I think the consensus in that committee, without going into detail, was positive. But the truth of the matter is that I am of the view that the capabilities of crime intelligence need urgent attention, that we, especially in the light of the growth of organized crime, that we need to develop new capabilities that are not currently embedded within the organization. For instance, I think most intelligence agencies have highly qualified analysts, many of them with doctorates in many fields, in the social sciences, in the accountants, all kinds of skills that are necessary in the field of crime intelligence. Forensic specialists and so forth. And that's where my main concerns are. So we look at where we are at the moment and look at then what are the structures and capabilities that we have to develop. There's also the issue of accountability. I think that in general it appears as if the public now has an embedded perception that the secret account has been abused. But I've been given explanations, for instance, on some matters that have been reported in the media about the purchase of certain buildings, for instance, and I can say that it's dealt with in classified reports, but I can say that I certainly have been given satisfactory explanations for those decisions, and that the committee appears to have been satisfied as well. So it's a mixed picture, but you are pointing onto an issue which requires urgent attention.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. On page paragraph 34 of your your evidence. You were actually saying that at the first meeting, your first meeting of cabinet, there was a characterization of your department as one of the worst performing departments, if not the worst. I'm quoting from the statement here, especially when it comes to answering questions in Parliament. I can imagine how you felt at your first meeting in cabinet, and then you are confronted with this kind of assessment.
Yes, but, sorry. Chairperson, with your permission, yeah, but subsequently I've been more than amply compensated, because at every subsequent meeting of the cabinet, we've been able to show a significant improvement. We started with a backlog of 134 questions. It's down to about 20 now. So soon I think we will erase this calumny on our reputation. And with some seriousness, they've done exceptionally well over the last 2 months. Once I indicated that they are going to have to do better, they certainly have put in the effort. And I might mention that this department gets many more questions than any other department. You can't even compare the number of questions that SABS gets. So every week I have to spend a couple of hours checking questions and signing them. And that shows, that crime is of real concern to our people, and a lot of the members of the legislature are concerned about this matter, and they ask very important and interesting questions.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. As part of the process of cleaning the image of the police service, don't you consider, instituting some kind of a lifestyle audit, especially of the senior police officers?
I have discussed this matter with the National Commissioner. My view is that with all the senior management and key positions, the lifestyle audit should be implemented immediately. He has indicated that it will need some time, but I am not convinced that is the case, and I will have to be convinced by him. But otherwise, I'm aware, the SIU, I know has the capabilities to do these audits, and I can't see any reason why they can't be implemented immediately.
Because linked to that, Honourable Minister, is the whole question of vetting. Because we did, that point was actually, canvassed here very extensively with the National Commissioner. And honourable members and the public out there were sort of taken aback to hear that actually vetting is no longer a priority matter in the police. And as a result, we heard that the characters like Vusumuzi, Nhlanhla frequented the head office. At some point, at some time, they would actually have meetings in the office of Lieutenant General Sbiya. And on the 8th of January, General Sbiya was actually with Brown Mkhwanazi, enjoying, supping and dining here in Cape Town. And now if you look at those two characters, Nhlanhla and Mkhwanazi, obviously you would expect that those are the characters that would be on the intelligence radar of our country.
in terms of wanting to understand their backgrounds and so on and so forth, and their activities in life.
Thank you for the question. So the vetting issue is critically important. I'm not sure what the National Commissioner said. I would be surprised if he said that it's not a priority, because that can't be right if he said so. There are, in fact, many in crime intelligence who haven't been properly vetted. So that's a concerning matter, but it apparently takes some resources. So it's a resource-intensive exercise. And I'm also advised that when people are not, don't qualify, or where they don't succeed in being in getting a clearance, then I have been told that there is an appeal process which causes further delays. So again, you are raising a matter that needs some attention. I have raised the matter. I don't think I've received a satisfactory response, and I don't think I have also dealt with the matter yet in a way that brings it to a satisfactory conclusion. So, you know, I've asked questions, but I would say that it remains a matter, an urgent matter that needs a solution. That the police need to tell us, you know, if it's a resource issue, can we complete this in the 5 years? Can we make sure that in critical positions the vetting is prioritized? It can't be the case that we are unable to develop a plan to deal with this matter. So you are quite right that to focus on this matter as a priority.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mathis.
Two follow-up questions, please, Chair. Just on the issue of the vetting process, Prof. The National Commissioner, we engaged with him quite lengthy about that. The SAPS needs, there's about 800 SAPS officials that require vetting, and there's 7 staff members. So the issue of saying it's a priority and actually prioritizing it is another issue. So we've been hearing over and over again in the Police Portfolio Committee, all we hear is that people are appointed in key positions and they're not vetted. So it looks like this can be a deliberate act on that high level that people are not, and the vetting process is actually weaponized amongst the factions that are operating at the headquarters in SAPS. So I guess it's not really a follow-up question, but just to share my knowledge on the vetting process that I'm very passionate about, even the issue of the lifestyle audits. But the other follow-up question is on the issue, just coming back to that, about acting minister and minister. So, Prof, when Cyril Ramaphosa, the President Cyril Ramaphosa, before I get called out by my colleague, announced this issue, it was huge, right? They concluded that they are appointing you as a minister under whichever section, I can't remember, of the Constitution, not as a minister of police, as a minister without a ministry. And then subsequently, you were put in as an acting minister. So essentially, from what we understood and what the president of the country told us, is that you are the one without a ministry, because Minister Senzo has one. We don't know if he's suspended, because you keep saying he's suspended. We are told that he's on leave, but essentially he's the minister right now for the Minister of Police, who's on special leave. You were appointed without a ministry or even responsibilities for, and now you're acting. Because when ministers act, they get executive power. So when Minister Gwede was acting as the police minister, from what we understood, he had executive powers to carry out his duties. I don't know if there was a question in there, but I was just wanting to, I'm going to be told I'm ranting here. Thank you, Chair, but maybe the Prof wants to respond because I'm scared. I don't know if I must say acting or minister.
No, I don't mind what I'm called. So don't worry about it. I don't think much significance attaches to the label. So let me just clarify. I exercise executive authority with respect to this portfolio. That's presumably why I'm here today. I sit in the cabinet. I have all the powers of a minister exercising executive authority that are set out in the Constitution. And I exercise those powers to the fullest.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Acting Minister, you know, you spoke about the Nhlanhla Commission several times. My last clarity on you, and I think you'll agree with me on that the Nhlanhla Commission, when it's done, you know that they are going to send a very thick document, but that document is not, it's unenforceable. It depends on the president on that. Now, we know now, you know, before the, you know, then, I don't want to go back then because we're going to start again on that issue which you've withdrawn. The report is going to go to the president, who's implicated as well. What would be your view in this matter?
Is the question, what would my view be if the report, the Nhlanhla Commission concludes its work, compiles a report, and
Yes.
that report which it submits to the president implicates the president?
Yes.
So it's a hypothetical, speculative question.
No, he is now, as we speak, is one of the person of interest. He's going to come before us here.
Yeah. No, that's different from
No,
saying...
that information is misleading. The committee has not arrived at that decision. The honorable member must say,
Okay.
in the event.
Thank you, Chair. In the event that we agree, as we proposed, that perhaps the president, as has been mentioned many times, perhaps he might appear before us. In your view, would it be proper for that unenforceable report from Nhlanhla, once it's concluded, be handed over to the president?
Really, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me. If you are saying, I mean, you appear to be saying that the Nhlanhla Commission, you're putting to me a hypothetical case, that if the Nhlanhla Commission compiles a report which implicates, makes findings against the president, what would my attitude be? So I asked you if I mean, that situation has not yet arisen, isn't it? It might not. I mean, you may be flying a kite. You are speculating about what the Nhlanhla Commission might or might not find. Okay. In that event, if the Nhlanhla Commission makes serious findings against the president, that is going to be a very serious moment. Not for me, for the country. And I have no reason to think that there is any basis to be concerned that that is going to be the outcome. Now, secondly, you're saying, if I understand you, Nkosana, honorable member, that the president is going to appear here. And if the president appears here, what would my posture be? Now, you are the ones who are, going to make that decision, not me. And it would be, I hope that it's if you arrive at that decision, that it will be, you will have good reasons, that you would have discussed the matter and applied your minds carefully, as you expect my predecessor to have done in the exercise of his responsibilities before you arrive at that decision, that it's not one that you're going to make for purely narrow party political reasons. Because to summon the president before the inquiry, this is the president of the country. Please understand that. When you attack presidential power in a country, you are taking a very serious step. It may be a step that's warranted, but it's not like calling me, frankly. And in any case, so I don't know whether you're going to take that decision or not, but why should the fact that you make a decision to call the president affect my attitude towards him? It's likely to have no effect unless you are able to demonstrate a very serious case against the president. But otherwise, why should it affect my attitude? I have said, the president has my respect. He has my support. I'm a minister in his cabinet. And unless you're asking me in what circumstances I would consider resigning from his cabinet, because there are circumstances when a minister should resign, that's not a material question at this point. Doesn't arise. It appears to me to be entirely speculative.
Chair, let me just conclude by saying, hence I was saying to you, you've been repeating the Nhlanhla, you have confidence in the Nhlanhla Commission. From where I'm sitting, if you remember well, we had the former Chief Justice Ngobo here in Parliament, not the Nhlanhla Commission. He submitted his report to Parliament. And unfortunately, that report did not see the light of the day. Numbers, as you know, are in the podcast space, played the role. Hence, I'm saying I hope that this time, hence I wanted your view on that. It was not a question, but thank you, Minister. And I thank you very much, because today you told us that you are not an acting. So as from now, I'm going to call you a minister. We don't have Minister Mkhwanazi anymore on special leave, but he's earning as a minister. And he's got the blue lights, and his security is still there, he's still intact. The only thing he doesn't have an executive authority. But thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Chair, a member, we don't want to appear as people who are provocative or who have an issue with you. We want to give you the necessary decorum that you deserve. Now, so in future we must refer to you, because our member has been saying, when he talks to you, has been saying acting minister. So in future we must say minister, not acting. We want to get your guidance.
I don't mind if you call me by my first name.
No, I'm saying in terms of your position.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm saying is that whether you call me the minister or the acting minister, or by my name or my nickname,
No.
I don't mind.
I'm serious about this, Minister.
Yes.
I want to get it correctly. So according to your understanding, you are a minister, not the acting minister. So we want to refer to you using the correct name. I can't hear you.
I exercise full, unqualified executive authority with respect to the policing portfolio as would any other minister.
Okay, so we must call you minister, not acting minister.
You can call me acting. You can call, well, it doesn't matter. I'm stating what I believe to be the facts, the correct legal position,
Yes.
and and of course it does not mean that Minister Mkhwanazi is not a minister. That is an inference that you think follows axiomatically from what I have said is the legal position with respect to me, and that's not the case. I think your conclusions are not correct about either myself or him.
No, we have not concluded,
relays the
minister.
minister.
That's why we're asking. We want to whip our member if he's out of order. So your understanding is that you are a minister, not the acting one.
My understanding is that I exercise the executive authority provided for in the Constitution fully with respect to this portfolio. And what label you want to put, whether you want to call me the minister or the acting minister, is neither here for there from me. I'm not interested in that question.
I know it's fine. You are
Yeah.
not answering me, minister. I just wanted
Yes.
your understanding,
Yes.
not how I want to call you. I wanted
Okay.
to guide me as per your understanding.
Okay, my understanding is that I am the Minister of Police.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Thank you.
The time that you had to ask questions and also to make follow-ups. Follow-ups made genuinely and opportunistically. That time has come to an end, unfortunately. The time has also opportunistically come to an end. SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. Minister, I think I've been quite consistent calling you Minister the whole day, because it seems to me pretty clear that one minister, whether has been suspended or put at home, has been stripped of his executive authority to act as the Minister of Police. The President has assigned you as the executive authority, and you are not play acting like in Hollywood. You are actually the real executive authority in charge of the police. What I wanted to ask you, because maybe I should have asked our colleagues, the evidence leaders in Nhlanhla, but these dockets that are being interrogated,
May we hear the point of order?
Yeah, Chair, you know our evidence leader, and we bring this up all the time, and I really didn't want to bring this up. So he first starts off doing political statements that are unnecessary because he's supposed to be leading evidence. We've already dealt with the issue as members of Parliament about the issue of minister and acting minister. So it appears that our evidence leader is becoming biased. Secondly, he keeps going on about his colleagues at the Commission. I mean, even to the point last week that we didn't know whether General Sabia was Kamala was available because he's engaging the colleagues in the commission and not engaging people properly. So please, can our evidence leader lead as the evidence leader and allow members of Parliament to deal with political matters and investigation as we should? Thank you, Chair.
That point is not sustained.
The dockets that are being examined closely by witnesses identified anonymously, are they some of the 121 dockets that had been referred to the Commission?
I don't know the answer to that question.
You don't know?
No.
No, actually, I'm sorry, anyway. It just occurred to me to ask the question because Sabia in his evidence had said to us that these dockets, well, he didn't physically receive the dockets, he received the schedule of these dockets. And from the schedule, it was apparent that a number of these dockets were cold cases. They 4 or 5 years old, there were no more leads, and it didn't appear to be of any political significance. So I just thought you might know, having, we asked you about the PKTT dockets earlier, and that you might have had some insight into it. Because if that's the case, then clearly some of these dockets are very relevant to our terms of reference also.
Evidence leader, if I understand, so now I think I understand you a little bit clearer. I did listen to General Sabia, and he did indicate that many of the 121 dockets had either been concluded or that they were not related to political killings. That was part of his argument, that this was not a material question. And I assume that the Commission will deal with that matter. But I have not looked at, you know, that 121 dockets and made my own assessment about that question. I wasn't sure that that was necessary. I was just concerned with the safe custody of all the dockets and where they were and so forth.
You also today spoke at some length about us having a professional police service, and also as far as anti-corruption goes, some independent body that would oversee the work of such an anti-corruption force. So just wanted your thoughts on whether one should recommend the establishment of a police board with independent persons, experts, and a mix of people, obviously elected office bearers, so that the people are also represented on a board like that. So that I think it's pretty clear that the police and some other forces have been bedeviled by internal politicking.
Yes, that's an important question. I mean, the National Planning Commission did make that recommendation, and I think the NACAC incorporated that recommendation in their own recommendations. I haven't now come to that point because I suppose my initial thoughts were that I needed to bring in the expertise that I needed to develop with the police this 2040 plan, if you like. And I felt that I wanted to, you know, if I concentrate and establish a board, it would be, first of all, be quite costly. It's a bureaucratic structure. It has to be funded and so forth. And so I didn't think it should be my immediate priority. But it's definitely a suggestion that should be considered. It might be an important pillar in the professionalization agenda, which needs to be at the core of the SAPS agenda going forward.
Thank you. Then just lastly, Minister, to thank you for your attendance here today, your cooperation, your valuable insights. You've given us a pretty good picture of what the state of our police service is at the moment. You have come up with a new leadership style based on cooperation and consultation, both at a political level with your deputy ministers and with the senior police management, which I would think gives us a lot of hope and comfort that we can begin to build this public trust, which is such an important part of our terms of reference. Otherwise, Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members.
Thank you so much, SC. Minister, you have been very impressive on the interpretation of statutes today. We don't read the law in ellipses. And we never stop learning. Life is learning is a lifelong activity. Sitting here in a conversation with you, you take us out of the conversation to a classroom situation. And a professor will always be a professor, whether in the Department of Police or elsewhere. And we want to thank you so much for the erudite presentation that you made here. We will keep on learning. We learn from you, and you also learn from us. If there may have been any other weaknesses on our part that would have upset you, our commitment is that we are going to improve on those weaknesses. We cannot be born today and we are the best tomorrow. Development is a process, and we want to thank you so much for the presentations that you made and the answers that you gave to the best of your ability. Honorable members, let me make the following announcements. Tomorrow is Thursday, and the day after tomorrow is Friday. And the witness who will be coming tomorrow is allocated 2 days, because the statement is voluminous compared to the statements that we have dealt with the previous 3 witnesses, or the last 3 witnesses. And the time allocation for tomorrow for members is also going to be restored to 30 minutes per full member. So I have carefully considered the time allocation that we make for our proceedings, and have come to the decision that we will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow. No, honorable members, we will start the proceedings at 10 o'clock. That is the compromise that I was pulling your legs when I said 8 o'clock. I wanted to see what your reaction would be, but I could see that you were very happy with 8 o'clock because you wanted us to finish as early as 1 o'clock on Friday. I want to thank you so much for your commitment to the work of the committee. I have seen there were members who said they will join us later during the day, and they did so. We want to thank you so much, Bangasita and Honorable Souls, for your commitment. The staff of Parliament and the support staff of political parties that are represented here. Minister and your team, we want to thank you so much. When we started, Honorable Skosana was unsettled, but I can now see that he has the comfort of all comforts. SC and your team, thank you so much. The 2 advocates, when you see them in and out, honorable members, I must explain this, is because you would know that we have agreed to replenish the list of witnesses in our last meeting. So they are busy with consultations, finalizing consultations with witnesses, so that we do not have to get into a meeting and decide that we will break for a day or a week to allow them to conclude consultations. So it's very tedious and laborious. But yes, yeah, but they are committed to their work. Maongwana o tshwara thipa ka bogaleng. When the mother confronts the fangs of a lion in defense of her children, and that is exactly what those advocates, those female advocates are doing. And we should forever praise them, especially that we understand where women come from in South Africa. And we must also thank you for giving them a chance to show their abilities. The mark of a great leader is the number of leaders that you produce. And when you produce female leaders, it means you have produced more leaders than any other person. The output is remarkable. Thank you so much, SC. Honorable members, we have unfortunately come to the end of the proceedings. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, we start. Which